If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and it is Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. I might just throw another fit.
think you'd activate, but there is nothing.
One more nade coming on through. Surely that's got to be the end of it. Peeks around the corner. He even takes down Solkai. How is this even possible? And also that like doesn't really
The trophy's out on stage, and that can only mean one thing. It's time for finals day here at the Iesf World Esports Championships. We've got 4 teams left in the tournament, and these are going to be some cracking games ahead of us. I'm joined on the sofa by Hawker and Vendetta. Guys, we love the format. We've loved the playoffs so far. The big teams, it feels like, are in these semi-finals. We're set for fireworks.
Absolutely. So I think we're starting off the day with an absolutely, brawler of a game, France versus Portugal, obviously. 2 of the teams that you could say maybe form-wise have been the best ones in the tournament, so we're bound to have a spectacle there. And obviously in the second semifinals we have the US, which, to the surprise of some, have made it all the way here, going up against Poland, who we've seen being tested and tried in many ways, but still, always bounce back and look formidable. So this is shaping up to be a fantastic day of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think we've got basically the 3 big favorites, and then the US, maybe a team we weren't fully expecting to make it to
dark
this
horse,
point.
though.
But yeah, absolutely, they've shown that they can run over teams, and a fun dark horse to have. So definitely set up nicely, and we've got some of those players that have just been taking over maps in this portion, and now that they're against the other best competition, I want to see if they can keep doing that, because if they can, I'll be even more impressed.
Let's bring up that playoff bracket and see how we ended up here in the semi-finals. Top half, Portugal, France, that will be our game on stage. Poland, US played behind the scenes. I guess, guys, a lot of expected results, and you'd be forgiven for thinking it was comfortable for some of these teams, but we were there, we saw them live, and especially for a team like Poland, well, they had a hell of a task just to make those semi-finals.
Yeah, they had to sweat it out severely. Sweden really took them to the brink. I mean, we saw OTs, we saw basically Poland being on the brink of elimination. They were against map point on nuke, map 2 being down 0-1. That could have very easily been Sweden in a semifinals. Just, couple of things going here and there for the way of Sweden, and we would have had a very different layout of this playoff bracket. But they did make it through. They did fight back, and they did obviously have a very solid showing on their 3rd map as well. So obviously deserved semifinalist. We've also seen, again, France, who we expected to be extremely strong all the way through. They also had issues in their quarterfinals versus Denmark. Denmark really tested them as well. So it hasn't been kind of the easy road that we might have thought for some. That's obviously credit to the teams that have now been eliminated, but it's been an interesting road for sure.
I tell you who it has been kind of easy for, though. Portugal. They haven't dropped a map yet. They've not dropped a map so far all tournament. They've come here on business. I do think they're going to have a tougher test today. Maybe, I wouldn't say it's an easy quarterfinal matchup against Australia, but we did have them as solid favorites in that one.
Yeah.
I think overall, though, yeah, looking at France, they were a team that we maybe expected to be a little more convincing there, as you said, same for Poland. So I wonder if those nerves or jitters have been got over, and whether we're going to see peak performance from these teams, because especially for Poland, they'll tell you themselves they were not playing at their best in this series, and credit to Sweden for pushing them into that uncomfortable position.
Yeah.
But I think if Poland played like they did against Sweden, I don't know if they win this tournament.
And just a quick word on that USA-Spain game. I mean, the fact that Spain didn't get a map is pretty surprising. The US, after a pretty troublesome group stage, look like they're playing themselves in some pretty good form.
Oh, absolutely so, and they've been having impressive numbers. Obviously, ever since they kind of got knocked out into the deciders, they absolutely destroyed Netherlands, and they kind of continue to do the same, and surprised us all by demolishing Spain too. So they might be the team in kind of just hottest form in terms of like showing most improvement, obviously from day one until to the point we're at right now. So can't really count them out by any means. We know that they have heavy hitters on their side. It seems like they've gotten more and more into it as well. And I guess, the wild card, if you want to put it that way, in Olia, the least known entity on the side of Team US, is having a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, she's been great. She's been a real important piece to give them that bit of extra firepower. And I think US are at their best when Emmy is their best player, and she played really well in that previous series. And then Mads was up there also. And if your in-game leader like that, playing aggressive, is feeling it and is in the moment, that's just a recipe for success. You're going to keep getting those aggressive plays, and we'll see if they can keep it up into these semi-finals.
We saw it there on the schedule. So kicking off behind us, Portugal and France setting up the USA-Poland game we played off stage. Then we have the third place game between the losers. Then, of course, ending the day with our grand final, which will no doubt be very spicy, whoever ends up there. Right, guys, let's focus in on the game ahead of us. Portugal-France. This is going to be mega. France, so many good players on this team. They're in good shape.
Same could be said for Portugal as well, though. Again, I guess that's the luxury of being in the semifinals, right? It's just good players everywhere. But yeah, absolutely. We've been impressed by the individual level of the players on the French side. And again, maybe the players that we portrayed as somewhat weaker elements to their core were fantastic. Like Julie on Ancient yesterday, for instance, just absolutely carried. So the French guys just have a lot going for them, really. They don't necessarily need Astra. It's great that she's so consistent the way she is, but they don't necessarily need her at every single instance to win games. Rachel's been playing fantastic as well, so they just have a lot of things going for them, and they seem to be one of the teams left in the tournament that actually has had the chance to test their mettle on multiple maps at this point too, so they might have a better understanding of like where they prefer of actually ending up in Veto than some of their opponents.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling in this series that France feel a little more like, I guess the way to put it is Portugal feel a little more almost explosive. Like we've seen those players just completely take over maps, whereas France, it feels like more of a team effort and more controlled at times. And I think that's partly just play styles, because your best player is Astra. I don't think she's always going to take massive initiative and go for crazy aggressive plays. You can just tell she's like really calm and composed and in control of what she's doing. Whereas on the other side, you look at Zana, you look at Caddy Jones, these are players that just individually at times will win rounds. So I think that's the fun aspect here. France, maybe a bit more well-rounded and maybe a bit more controlled, whereas Portugal have been explosive at times.
Let's bring up that Portugal roster and see the star-studded lineup in the flesh. A player we have to talk about is Zana. She has been an absolute monster so far. She needs to be a big factor in the semi-final.
She absolutely has to, again, it's going to be that way. Obviously, the further you get into tournament, that your best players actually have the better performances, that they kind of outshine whoever the opponent's star is in many ways. And she has had no problems of doing so up till this point, but I think this is going to be the toughest task by quite some margins. And we also know, again, like she's had a well-functioning team around her by all means leading up to this point, but if everyone else is getting tested more, you might see more resilience. You might have a tougher time to get in positions where you're actually going to succeed. That's going to be the challenge for Portugal and Zana in this one. But I think she doesn't really have any reason to doubt her teammates so far. Obviously, throughout the qualifiers, they play great, all of them. Now we've seen a bit of a surprise performance in that sense from Caddy Jones, kind of taking charge as well. And I think yesterday as well, D7 had a fantastic series too. So her getting, I guess, more and more familiar with her old roles, right? Like she has a little bit more of a supportive, muted role in Navi Javelins, but obviously, like back in her previous teams, she had more room to work with. Now she's going to get the same in Portugal, and getting used to that is obviously going to help her performances just from an individual point of view. So as important as Zana is, and she is going to be the most important player on Portugal, she is also going to have to get some help every now and again.
Yeah, Zana she does have that it factor. She has that I can take over a map factor. And she had very high expectations for me coming into this, and she somehow exceeded them, which I didn't even know was possible. So massive props to her. And then Caddy Jones is the player that I wasn't maybe as aware of, or wasn't as sure how well she'd do. And just on the aggressive play, she's been huge for this team. And I also think, you rightfully said, you can't count out D7, because in a lot of these rounds, it's just been the other individuals from Portugal popping off, that she will be the slightly more passive player, slightly more reserved. And that hasn't always been needed for Portugal, because they've been winning so convincingly. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see more from her if we do get closer maps here today.
Yeah, I think Portugal, you mentioned it yesterday, the fact that Portugal doesn't really play a whole lot of Counter-Strike at this tournament. And that's kind of because they're just winning.
Yeah.
And they're not playing a whole lot of maps either. They've been kind of rocking through the 3 same maps up to this point, but they've been doing it so efficiently that, yeah, I think you can't really argue with the results. They're doing a fantastic job. They're deserved semi-finalists. But again, I think they're going to have to potentially, venture into new maps here versus France. I think they might be forced into different looks, etc. And it's going to be curious to see how they actually deal with that.
Who's the standout here on France, guys?
It's got to be Astra, I think.
Yeah.
Especially yesterday, we started to see her come into her element. And the interesting thing is, I would say that the standouts from France are just more controlled in the way they play. I think that's a really interesting aspect here. Astra, definitely someone who you can just tell she's such a smart player. She's always getting into great positions, always able to trade, but she's not always just going to force the issue. Kaode on the AWP, I would say she's very stable, very controlled. She can at times go aggressive, but not quite like Azana. I do think the player that's going to have to show up is probably Rachel, because she's the star aggressive player for me. We see Julie have the most entry attempts, and she did have the one pop-off map, but we're not expecting that consistently. She's not meant to be a star on this team. It's probably meant to be Rachel out of the aggressive riflers on this team, and she has been good so far, but I want to make sure she does come through, because otherwise Portugal might have the edge in some of those aggressive moments.
Yeah, again, I think just if you try to compare the teams pound for pound, right, and see who has basically the most individual skill across all 5, I think, to a surprise in terms of performance right now, it might be Portugal, and that could be obviously dependent from map to map, etc. And that's why it's so important that someone like Rachel, for instance, comes into the series in full form, because they're gonna need it, because we haven't seen anyone really slacking on the side of Portugal. We have had people on the French side have off games. So coming into semifinals, you need everyone to be getting into it immediately, because you could get punished. I mean, we saw it with France versus Denmark here on Dust 2, as we see on the highlights. They got shots at the start, didn't really have an opportunity to come back. They can't make those kind of mistakes. They can't have those kind of scenarios happen versus Portugal. Portugal are just going to devour them. Like we saw what Portugal did to the US, for instance, on Anubis.
It looks beautiful. This is my opinion on Portugal. They've had a softer bracket. They've had a softer route to this point. France had to beat Denmark in the quarters. They had to play Sweden, who panned out to be a very strong team in the playoffs here. Portugal have played 6 maps, and this will be by a long shot their toughest opponent for me. I don't think it's a given that they're just going to walk in here and trounce the semi-final.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. One of the worries I have for Portugal as well is the fact that they haven't really had to go outside of their comfort zone, seemingly in terms of maps as well, and that's partly because, yeah, the teams they've played, they haven't played that many maps. They've just 2-0'd everything, and that's partly because they probably have had a bit of an easier bracket or an easier group than some of the other teams here. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen once we run into that new map. If that's just basically going to be them capitulating completely and they're just kind of banking on winning their own mapping and having a rather even third map, or if they actually have more to play on. Luckily for them, though, we know that France have obviously played Ancient, did so really well yesterday. That's not going to be seen in this series, I'm pretty sure, because they've been banning out Ancient so far in all 3 best-of-3 series. So yeah, something new will show up, most likely, but I'm curious to see how Portugal are going to handle it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny coming into a tournament like this, because what I'm about to say doesn't really make sense, but you almost kind of do wish you had a few more hurdles to get to this point. Like, you kind of wish you were a bit battle-tested and maybe you've been forced to a 3rd map, because when you come into a tournament like this and maybe the chemistry isn't built up, getting that chance to actually get challenged in those moments and kind of learn from that can actually be very useful. Whereas Portugal, I mean, listen, they're not going to complain they've been 2-0'ing, but it is maybe a factor we're going to have to consider here.
I mean, something we haven't seen necessarily is their map pool be tested. They haven't been pushed to the fringes just yet. Let's bring up the maps for this veto and see where this series is heading, and see if France have pulled a blinder. Inferno will be the opening map pick of France. Mirage, pick of Portugal, and Decider of Anubis. Anubis seems to be in every series, guys. It's a Decider one here. What do we make of this one?
Not as spicy as I initially would have expected, if I'm honest. Kind of funny as well to see France obviously talking about, I think it was Julie in the winner's interview after the game versus Sweden being like, yeah, no, we never should have lost that. We should have won 2-0. and so on and so forth. And then obviously they end up banning Dust2 here.
Yeah.
Ancient being removed from Portugal, that's kind of been what they've stuck with the entire time, so no surprises there. Inferno as their pick, I'm not necessarily like too excited about it in terms of like for France. I don't think this is a real like gotcha moment in any sort of way. It just feels like a very balanced veto where both teams can come out of this feeling pretty okay about the circumstances.
Yeah, the Dust2 ban is interesting from France, having played that yesterday, but Portugal have been pretty damn good, and they've been picking that map. So I actually think it's probably a good call from France, because I feel like you're always going to get probably a chance to ban that Vertigo in the second rotation. I don't think Portugal are going to risk picking that, so I think that can make sense for France, especially with the Dust2 we saw from them yesterday, and yeah, maybe try and take Portugal off one of those comfort maps, and they go for the Mirage instead. I do still feel as though, like you said, the France pick of Inferno, yeah, it's not that pick that you want. It's not that slam dunk.
Brave.
I believe in you. Like it was good yesterday, but is it out of the question that Portugal could beat them on that? No. I think, to be honest, all these maps could be competitive in this series.
Now, when we saw that France-Denmark game yesterday, a big conversation was France are inconsistent. We heard on the interviews maybe communication is a factor in that. They have a lot of data to reflect on if they wanted to do their demo reviews and make any changes. They have so many good pieces in this team, and they have experience. If they can get it on the same page, they probably can win this series, but that is an if. That is an if. Could they do that in that time frame? Can they make the pieces work? It's always difficult in these scenarios when you don't have a lot of practice. How are we seeing this side of things, guys?
Again, I'm curious. Again, one of the things that I didn't like about France yesterday versus Denmark was kind of how they approached their seed set. It took a long time before we saw any sort of adaptation. Again, I think Denmark did a really good job of kind of just starting to hold back. They didn't want to like run into the aggression from Banana early on. They didn't want to get caught off guard, and you still saw France for many rounds kind of just throw out their utility, not really make anything of it, and then being caught out in mid to late round scenarios or versus executes. So they're going to have to shore up that. They're going to kind of have to early realize what's going on with Portugal, what kind of brand of CS they're playing, especially Portugal's C side, and adapt to that in a better way than what they did versus Denmark, because I think they're going to get punished heavier than what they did versus Denmark. And that almost ended up in a loss. So they have some things to look into for sure. So Inferno, sure, it's going to be comfortable for them, but I don't think it was like a fantastic win by any means in the veto.
Yeah, I guess it will be eyes on Banana for sure. See if France just go for the crazy aggression, just go for these all-in moves again, because I think Portugal have got the skill and the talent to be able to deny that, especially if Zana could just get that AWP at times and post up or even go aggressive herself. And I do generally just lean towards teams that have more players that can just take over maps in a format like this. And I just feel like with the playstyle of a couple of the Portugal players we've seen, I have more faith in a Zana or a Caddy Jones to really put herself in positions to just win rounds and take over. Whereas for France, I don't know if they've quite had those players so far. So for me, that just makes me lean towards Portugal. And maybe we're slightly biased because of the run they've had to this point, but I just can't overlook the performances they've had so far. It's been incredible seeing some of these girls play and just carry maps like that.
Quick prediction, Vendetta, who's winning?
Ooh, are we doing the whole series or just the first map?
Whole series.
Whole series. Ooh, okay, yeah. Still for the series, I'm gonna side with France. I'm gonna be boring, the assumed favorite, but yeah.
I'm feeling France as well. Let's get these semi-finals underway. Lucy, Brandon, who's winning this one?
Yeah, I think we might have disagreement across the board here. I could see that Hawker also seemed on the Portugal side of things. Yep. Brandon, I imagine that's where you're throwing your hat in?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think Inferno is actually a tough map for Portugal, to be honest, but I think there's a big factor here, and it's the fact that Catty Jones and Yearn, I think, are really underappreciated in the scene. They've been incredible all throughout the qualifiers. Catty Jones has had an unbelievable event as well, and I think on paper, all of these individuals, pound for pound, are better than Team France.
Oh, now that is a call. I don't think I agree with that. I think you can't really discount Astra, Rachel, K8, that triple threat. I know that Julie hasn't been playing at the top level for some time. She comes in for the big events, and Emerald's also been out of it, but we're seeing what those individuals can do. So I think at the very least we're going to get an incredibly competitive affair, which we've had for almost all of our series the last couple of days, to be fair. But I think one thing, particularly when it comes to this Inferno match, that Portugal have over France, and it was mentioned by Des, it's Zana.
Yeah, true.
Because Anya was really actually being a serious problem for France. And no offense to Anya, but Zana is on another level.
Yes, agreed. And also what I will say is that Kaede, it took her a very long time to warm into that CT side. So if we get Kaede off rip, going toe-to-toe with Zana, then that's where it gets exciting for Team France. I also want to see more out of Rachel, to be honest, because I feel like normally when we watch Team France, when I watch Rachel just play in the women's leagues, like I'm screaming her name like every round because she's just doing something incredible. I didn't really kind of feel that yesterday. I want to see it today. Semi-finals, there is so much on the line. One of these teams makes the grand final after this series. Will it be Portugal? Will it be France? Let's find out on Inferno.
Our most hotly contested semi-final. I think many eyes will be on this one. Team USA take on Team Poland on the back stage. Fairly standard setup for the CT side here. Passive play on B. You've got the double setup on each side of top middle for the CTs. They'll eventually peek for info when they don't get contact. But France are also playing very reserved.
Look at this. Portugal just starting to push down mid a little bit. Got to be careful. In towards Apps goes D7. Puts Emerald on notice, but Ida caught off guard. Zana tries it, but Rachel's there with the trade. And Emerald is now looking for D7.
Yeah, these timings have not been good, but D7 getting that kill is huge. That means that France aren't going to continue to A. Instead, they scale towards the B bomb site. Great timing from that smoke from Yun. She has the dual Berettas behind it, and that's the perfect weapon for the job. Needs to connect. The jumping made it difficult. So at least the trade is there. Bomb to go down.
No utility left for Portugal, but at least they're here early. D7 is already in church. And Catty Jones will follow suit. Look at this post plant. Astra just tucked in towards Pool. A bit of a rivalry here between Astra and D7. Common positions. You know how your teammate likes to play. Over the top is Judy to take contact, and then Astra follows up. A really great crossfire, and France on the pistol.
Yeah, that was beautiful crossfire, and the fact they had that smoke down really set that in stone for France. You can see what both teams were playing at there, and France's passive setup actually works out a lot better for them. Obviously, with Emerald being able to get past D7 at the start, that also caused a lot of issues because then D7 had to go back and try and deal with her. And so those three players in middle, they're kind of caught in the open when you see suddenly you're not expecting three Ts to swing at you.
A good entry path in as well for France when they come through that smoke that's put down at B, because one goes in towards CT. Eunice suddenly, her crosshair is entirely focused on CT, and the other players can just run through the other side.
Yeah. Didn't have the right call with the right call with the drop with the smoke, but simply too many players bursting through. And now we have the eco stack on B. Rachel will find out about this soon enough. And now the bomb can start to move with the rest of the squad elsewhere. Doesn't look like there should be too much to say about this one.
No. 3 Mac 10 kills for Rachel, I guess, is the opening sentiment. If Kaede wants an AWP after all this bonus buy is done, then Rachel could drop her. Be interesting to see how much Kaede prioritizes the AWP on T's side, because we didn't see all that much from her yesterday against Denmark.
Yeah, it's interesting, wasn't it? I mean, on Ancient, I think we got a bit off it, but it was not out as much as you'd maybe anticipate given this team and just the amount of AWPing that you could have. Now we're going to see fast towards B with these Mac 10s. Yun doesn't even get a chance to fire back. The nades destroy her.
That's tough, and that was one of the MP9s at least, but look at how direct this is from France. You get one kill, you've dropped the smokes, you now know one's in towards CT. There isn't a molly here to upset Ida, and Zana will find that frag. Ida needed one, and she gets nothing.
See, I know this is just the Mac 10s, and they've obviously got the spawns, but this is the exact sort of gameplay that we expected out of this team.
Absolutely.
We didn't really get it yesterday. I think that's what was enabling Denmark to get the upper hand on them in a lot of times. They felt like they were uncomfortable. They've come in and started this game looking in their element.
We speak about win conditions. Des spoke about it quite extensively for Team Portugal. But for Team France, they didn't even get a kill in these rounds, but it has been 3 rounds deep. Astra and Rachel are on 4 kills each already. A fired up Rachel, a warmed up Astra, That is scary for Team Portugal.
Yeah, that's the recipe for success here on Inferno. We know how strong they are over towards Banana on both sides of the server. We got to really actually see that in that Inferno matchup. It did feel like France got a lot of control there for free, but Denmark did work out how to counter it. So we'll see when the side switch, watch Portugal will be throwing at them on the T side. So at least with saved members for the Portuguese, they can reinvest and keep one Mac 10 in Rachel's palms.
The setup on B is going to be tested quite a lot, especially with this weaponry again between Yun and Ida, because it is just a FAMAS, it's just an MP9, and because they've got limited utility, France take top Banana for free instantly within the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think Rachel wants to fight. Okay, Smoke will at least cause her to pause. You want to put that pressure on early, get them sweating. How explosive that round was before. Astra will just hang out here, and France will start to focus their attentions elsewhere.
Got to remember that we're talking about France playing Inferno yesterday. Portugal also played Australia yesterday on Inferno. That was Australia's map pick, and it was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, not the way that some of us maybe hoped.
Sorry.
Yeah. I guess that means I'm Team France today.
A lot of control here on the map for France. They've got apartments, they're now looking to settle into top brackets. That Molly will push Zana and Catty Jones back. Everyone from Team Portugal is just in the bomb site.
Yeah, immediately fall back to a more passive setup. They don't want to contest this. So France have gotten so much space. Do you imagine they can pop at any moment?
Look at this rotate as well. Just because Astra's putting this pressure on, it's drawn Zana all the way over, but the bomb's going A.
Yeah, they just don't have any information. That's a good dink on Emerald. She'll have to slow down. They've just walked through long. This timing could not have been better. Will it get spotted by Zana? That's the question. I think she got a whiff of it. Smoke down. KOD starts to scale. D7's falling. Catty Jones backside. Needs to get the multi, but she's run down too many players to deal with. Rotation off the mark. Zana actually charging in. But again, two players on the side. It was just too much to deal with.
Yeah, that's one of those where you don't have any map control, you don't have any info, you got to go for a gamble play. And Astra does so much in terms of just being in top Banana, just taking a couple of pop shots over towards Ruins, and suddenly you're at that point where we don't know. There's 20 seconds left, top brackets has been denied, Emerald's in apps. Zana, come and rotate. It's simple CS, but it is really effective. And it's just because you got the combination here of Portugal not being able to build up a bank balance. Feel like they have to keep forcing the issues in some of these buys, which means that they're MP9s, they're FAMASes, and they've only got a couple of bits of util.
I'm surprised how passive that setup was.
I agree.
They really just gave France everything they wanted, and it just meant they had no idea where it was going to go.
It's because also they smoked themselves off balcony, and it's like, okay, well, think about the pistol where D7 had to go back and deal with Emerald. It's like they're no stranger to that fight, but by smoking everything off, you're just playing and relying a lot on crossfires. They should have adjusted when Zana went B.
Continuing to reinvest. KD will get that orb, so we'll get to see it in action early on.
Better util, flash forward, but Rachel goes ahead of it. Yun will at least trade that one out. Astra and Kaede still in Banana. This time Zana will rotate on a better timing, and keep your eyes on D7, because Emerald is. She's staring at this angle.
Oh, who blinks first? D7 shouldn't move here. But I don't think she's going to be aware that two players are right there.
The thing is, though, if Kaede walks back and joins her team, there's a real world in which D7 can kill the AWPer.
D7, you don't want to walk out that balcony. Here's that opportunity you were talking about. Kaede starts to move forward, and D7, perfect opportunity to strike.
And now she falls back. Top Banana needs to start moving now. Either rotate in or take the space away, because France are just going to accelerate. The gap they found, it's long again, and they're going to start wrapping B. This is why this push is so important. It's all on Astra here. Zana about to go around the corner, anticipates her, and Yun's already holding for the fallback.
Yeah, that's the kill they needed. Now they can focus their attention on Emerald and Julie. Smoke onto Banana will separate the CTs, and they actually consider going through it. There's no rotation yet. It's surprising because you can hear them both on the side. And Julie's found that first kill. Ewan steps in. Julie brought down low. 10 seconds. Bomb to be planted. It's going to take a minute for these CTs to get here. With such low HP. Caddy Jones and D7 in prime position to end this. HE, if thrown over, would have done the job, and the MP9 will swing through, and Portugal get on the board.
Yeah, really well played from D7. She's so patient in the apartment. She just waits for that opportunity and trusts that Emerald isn't going to come through. That's why Catty Jones was holding such a passive line on towards short, because she was looking at different responsibilities. In towards top middle, in towards balcony, in case Emerald had hit that time in. She hadn't. It's D7 that profits, and then the reaction to go back into top Banana, isolate Astra, it was the round-winning play.
Yeah, finally, that felt like we got to see Portugal actually making the right proactive move in the moment. It's stark contrast to the round before. D7's patience in apartments rewarded. Portugal start to get things rolling, and Zana gets the sniper. She's over towards middle, the deep smoke on both sides means no information, and look at how fast this is a Banana. Ida was fully blinded that whole damn time, but she still removes K-Day. It's a trade back, but it is the orb taken down.
Here's the thing. Team France are aggressive. Team Portugal are more aggressive. They will keep running at you. They will try and upset you, and they've done that there. The 1-for-1. You feel like it still does favour this T side because they're just going to try and manipulate this into a quicker play over into top brackets. But Zana's walked back over with the AWP, currently smoked off. And look at this time how quickly Emerald's going through apps.
It's like an unstoppable force meets an unstoppable force. There's Zana, lets them know the AWP is in play. Not going to slow down France on this progression, but you imagine they start to move back after just puffing their chests up a little bit. Ewan is alone. She has a re-smoke and a Molotov, but Zana's rotation is a little while away. We'll start to make moves now when there's no further contact on A.
Yeah, Ewan just needs to have her gun out at this point.
Re-smoke now, good timing on it.
Oh, I actually saw a player as well.
All right,
so she falls back, she can drop the incendiary.
Yeah, no risky play there. Doesn't overextend, keeps the utility as well. She knows that she can hold this cross towards Dark. That'll isolate positions they can be in. Although the re-smoke now lands, which makes it a little trickier. No way to blow this open. They have to wait for the CT1 to fade. But again, plenty of utility kits on every single player. They have a Molotov. That goes to Dark. That is game over.
It's difficult because Yun's the one with it, right? So she could probably throw it diagonally in towards New Box.
Not true. Yeah, it goes New Box, so it'll flush one player forward. And now, there's not many other avenues they could be in. You've seen one player. Are you ready for the next? Yep, Zana is. 3 for her, 2 with that AWP. Portugal get consecutive.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's taken them a while, but it's actually Portugal that are now just feeling out the game a little bit more. I think France has started to give them a little bit more respect when it was so aggressive. When they had the bonus buys with the SMGs, they were just trying to run over this map control. And Portugal, well, they've done it right back to them, haven't they? And because of these saves, they keep able to reinvest and reinvest. Every round then becomes a challenge for Team France. But what's really good about this Portugal team so early on is the composure in the mid to the late rounds. Because even in that retake, everything is slowed down. They know they've got all this time to work with, and they're clearing all their bases.
Saw a bit of that Portuguese flair as well, and they pulled that one off. Caddy Jones was actually the one getting the most vocal in that moment. You know, Ida likes to get loud as well.
Yeah, I was speaking to them yesterday, and I said, right, who's the most vocal player in this team? And apart from Ida, and then they all started laughing. And they were like, yeah, it's just Ida, just normally.
Continue having this fight in Banana. It's going to be relentless. This time, Portugal don't overextend it, though. They just dropped a bit of utility. They allow France to scale.
I'll tell you what, it'd be a really good move right now if France just exec and they just go. You can see that Asher's already got the smoke deployed. And they're just going to burst in. 1-for-1 trade. You still got Ida in a second oranges, a jiggle, and the adjustment. That's the bomb drop, continuation of the spray, but she runs out of ammo. Bomb site conceded, but it is still level.
Yeah, a little messy there, but good job to at least keep it even. They have full banana control on the T side, so for France, they'll be pretty happy with that. They only have to focus forward. Smoke will alienate Emerald from the pack. Kato tucks into the coffin. Sana is the one that's hunting here, so she'll have to go last with that AWP. That's a difficult clear. Rachel, good adjustment on Caddy as she starts to scale. Kato, perfect angle. D7 removed from the top ropes. Straight up execute, works wonders.
Yeah, well played from France. You get the banana control. You haven't really seen too much utility out of Portugal, and you're thinking, right, they're holding on to it. So all we need to do is just drop our CT smoke, our ruin smoke, and we'll just accelerate in. There were 4 players at top banana when that decision was made. Astra's immediately just throwing the smoke, and they are just going. It's such a shame for Portugal, really, because the way that round sort of unravels is if the B defenders don't hold on for a prolonged period of time. They fall pretty instantaneously. And as a result, the retake's just not there quick enough.
Perfect response from France. See what Portuguese will bring out now.
D7's got that claw grip. Well, that's just not really holding the mouse.
Yeah, I hate that grip. Scares me. What are you doing with your hand? Why is it like that? 3-player lane B, but Orp is actually not part of that pack. Sana is peering down, not ready for Rage to be that close. D7's alone, she's in danger, a lot of players pushing onto her, but no, the danger is D7. That's the way to get the advantage back, and the response from Portugal is to take B space.
Yeah, they're hiding behind their own smoke at the moment. Catty Jones has to just push this library smoke, has to just gamble that they aren't here. D7 slides back in towards sight on her own, but it's Kaede going first. This could be a little bit tricky. The molly is brilliant, but D7 is still in the open and still finding success. A hat trick for her, and now Catty Jones can come through. Moto Smoke now blocking, but the rest of the team are in top brackets.
I feel like you need to convert this off of all of those heroics from D7. Very fast on the retake. You'd sell your soul for a Molotov right now. Emerald tucked in towards the pit, has a good crossfire, and look how strong that is. Between the two of them, they get a kill apiece, and Astra will finish the job.
They had smokes there. Like they could have dribbled a smoke forward and isolated the pit angle. Especially when Catty Jones doesn't see anything after the Moto fade. That's tough. That is such a shame as well for D7, who does absolutely everything. You've really got to praise the France proactiveness, though, because as soon as they kill Zana, they're like, okay, we're going. And even when D7 gets that double kill, they still go. They still commit to this idea. Because if they fall back a little bit out of top brackets, then that's where that banana push coming in from Portugal would have been incredibly more effective. Instead, it's France. They stick to their guns, and now they're creating a lot of breathing room here.
Momo for France, who accidentally saved 2 AWPs on the T side.
That's fine. They got 4 AWPers in the team.
Against Nico. Yeah, I mean, Astra, I guess, will take that. Over Emerald? Okay, no, it is swapped over. I mean, you got to keep it.
Yeah, you can't leave it in spawn.
I don't know.
I mean, you can.
Emerald's back with the AK, so maybe they will just get rid of it.
Fair enough. I mean, what are the odds of Team Portugal running into T-spawn? Like, none.
Yeah. You just hate to see things wasted, you know?
True. But it's the correct decision, I think, macro-wise, to just leave it in spawn, because if you got 2 AWPs against an eco, it could be quite dicey.
Yeah, it's like when you just have way too much food on your plate, and, like, you're full, and you're like, oh, I hate to see it go to waste, but if I eat more, I'm going to be sick. They don't want to be sick.
Mac 10's out as well for Julie, so she can just run. D7 will just use that smoke as a bit of a block, but Julie's not going to care about it too much. Again, I think what's really interesting is just the way that France taking banana. They're just figuring out, okay, what is this utility set going to be out of Portugal? And if there's nothing, more often than not, they're just grouping and executing.
Slippery stop. We've seen them employ that a lot as part of their default take of this space. Good. Anything? Caddy Jones, there's maybe a timing there, but no, the Mac 10 will overwhelm. So it should be all fine and dandy. France to win out the half. 7 rounds about to be established. I feel like Portugal are really going to start taking it to them for a moment, but the economy gets broken as soon as they get started. Sana will have the up.
I wonder if she goes B. We haven't seen her really start B at all yet on this CT side.
It feels like there's always a fight there.
She got the spawn to go for it. I mean, not the advanced one, but... Oh, she's looking at A, so I don't think she's going there.
There's going to be a fight there, Zana. There's a free kill. Maybe not free, but, you know, you got to work for it. Free for you.
Instead, it's the free riflers that go banana again.
So much consistent success over here for France. The best situation for Portugal has been a 1-for-1. This time, it's a 1-for-1.
That's quite a fun way to do that, actually. You break the T-smoke and you flash over the wall by Catty Jones, but Julie just turns it instantly. And now you've seen 2 more players over there, and you think, okay, let's just take this space. Gap on the long smoke. Oh, Zana! Kaede just walks underneath it and blasts her with the Tech 9. And now D7 once again is just consistently isolated.
France love pushing smokes. They absolutely adore it. D7, this is tricky. She deploys her own smoke in short to give us some space to work with. But look at the Ds, look at their positions. There's a chance that Kaede could get caught here. And she does have the bomb, so it's not out of the woods. There's that chance. Gets away, but Astra tucked into the corner. Should be able to lock things in. D7's delivering, but it's just D7, so now the bomb can run away. Astra locks it in.
She's so aggressive, Astra, but her position is so incredible in every single one of these situations. The fact that they're waiting for the response out of Portugal, the fact that they can slow this down, that the response only comes in from the actual A player that's been there the whole time. Crossfire already established, and then Rachel steps in as well to help out Astra as the library player comes over.
It's a shame though, because the dink comes through onto Kaede, right? If that had been a kill, that's the bomb drop, that's a bit of chaos put through. Could have been a slightly different scenario, but don't live in that reality. I always like to pontificate about alternative realities, but you've got to accept the one you're in. Portugal, they have to do that. And again, it's another eco. Their economy has just been shattered constantly. The most they can hope for in this half is 3 rounds.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great on the surface of it. What I will say though is, like, obviously we are seeing it now. We are seeing it being pretty one-sided for Team France. But I think when you take a look at this veto, like, yes, you've got Zana. Obviously, you've got D7 as part of the Na'Vi Javelins outfit that is like so dominant on Inferno. I've only lost it once in the regular season of ESL Impact Season 6. But for the others, like, I just don't think this is a map that actually lends to Portugal's strengths. Like, it can be quite claustrophobic.
Yeah. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm not that surprised. We'll see how the Mirage plays out, but I really think Vertigo could have been a cool finish. But it's so risky, right? In this position.
Portugal picking
Portugal picking it.
Yes, but Zana doesn't like Vertigo.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. You want Zana to be in her comfort zone.
Yeah.
Mirage, certainly that place.
I think for Portugal here, it is about just being competitive on Inferno, getting yourselves a few rounds so you feel like you are still in the series. If you get completely blown out here, that is worst case scenario. They've got everything in this round though. Speak about economy, it's the last round of the first half, but they've got, finally, I think, all rifles and an AWP.
Few and far between having the full set. Almost an MP9 or FAMAS filling it out. It's crazy that Kaede can just walk in like this.
It's crazy that KD is so consistent at getting kills like
But
that.
like, how can she just clear with the AWP? It's like what Gracie was doing, you know? I don't love it, but hey, it's working.
It really is. Oh, Emerald might just push the smoke. Zana's got to be careful.
Oh, this read is just off, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone rotates back in towards Banana. Zana's just on her own. And the bomb is making its way through Apps because that's the confirmed space that France have got.
Okay. Good play to get a kill back, but now you do need to move a player over here. You need the support for Zana. She is all alone.
You have pushed them off Banana, so now you know, so Ida can come back.
Oh, that was the chance. Get the advantage. Zana needs to stay relatively active. She's the closest to the site. No smoke on Moto. They've only got one left on Emerald. She'll throw it down now.
Everyone's rotating in from long. So that Moto smoke's actually going to be amazing. Is there a gap on that right side?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
it's
massive.
Huge.
But you can put Kaede on it. Nearly gets caught in transition by Catty Jones. Doesn't. A break on the smoke. No one is peeking for France. Everyone is playing this so patiently because they know Portugal have got to come through. They start to do it. Rachel will get the first, and Julie is mopping up. Zana gets one back, but Julie on the site finds 3. It's a double header for France.
Yeah, Julie's had a sick half. What, she had 15, 16 kills at the end? It's just like that ancient game from yesterday. Domination from Team France. Looking like a completely different outfit than they did versus Denmark. Much more in their zone.
Vibes seem good. It's a good thing for Portugal. ZD7 just sort of laughing that one off.
This is the France that we kind of, you know, put forward as a favorite to go deep, right? Because this is the play style we expect from them, that aggression, the decisiveness in the rotations.
And it can be really good, especially against teams that aren't a full 5 or haven't really been sort of playing consistently together for a long time. I think with the familiarity, though, with D7 and Astra, with the core of Zana, D7, Ida, you'd expect them to be a little bit more prepared for this.
Julie. Hear the flashbang through. Looking to catch the timing to come around the corner. But Ida will deal with her. Rachel from above. Funky fight with the USP. Not quite fighting the headshot. In fact, there's 2 players in towards balcony. And Emerald's in boiler.
What?
So you get the bomb site, but you're getting suffocated out. It feels like they've barely got a chance to set up.
How did that work? Oh, that's incredible. That Emerald fight was so awkward in towards Boiler, but the fact she wins it means that the players can take their own time in towards the balcony. Rachel was just picking them off left, right, and center. The most unorthodox of CT setups, but it works perfectly.
You take those. You've got to buy into this for Portugal. This has been a great showing from Team France to kick off the semi-final. Last up B, Rachel and Astra to be tested. Molotov doesn't go quite deep enough, so an exchange of blows. Both players left in a similar position. Rotation very quick from Kaede. It's a whole commitment of 4 players here. The spray doing so much damage. Astra able to find the kill. Rachel has a bit of an edge to work with. More than happy to exploit that slight gap. Zana, not ready for Kaede. It's like they wanted to commit, but then they got a foot in the door and got cold feet.
I tell you what, though, that smoke that got put forward by Astra just on the middle of site does absolutely everything. And at that point, Portugal don't know whether to go in towards deep to CT or scale in towards the site. They choose the latter, they smoke off CT, but Kaede just comes right through the smoke, and Rachel's set up perfectly to succeed. Caught in the headlights a little bit, our team Portugal. Under the bright lights of the stage, a semi-final with it all on the line. And you're getting battered.
Not a small prize pool that they're fighting for. D7's on a Tech 9. Catty Jones is removed. KD got aggro. Julie is in underpass. You're like, how the hell did she get here? And now Emerald's pushing you out the balcony. They're everywhere. They're just running at them now. This is the Team France specialty. Never letting you breathe. 13-2 domination on Inferno.
We've even got X-Ray on, and I don't know how she got under there. It was relentless from France, and they were the ones that always knew what they wanted to do. It was so proactive. They always had the clear end goal in mind. It was spectacular to watch. To be honest, Portugal, they got completely blindsided by it.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked, you know, because it felt like on Banana, they kind of knew what to expect there, right? They knew there was going to be an aggressive fight. They decided to take it to them time and time again, and it wasn't working poorly, but there's ways that could have been done better, right? You know, I can't believe we never saw Zana start over there, for instance. That's shocking because you were always going to get that fight.
I'll go one step further. It's shocking that we didn't even see Zana go for an aggressive peak more than once in the whole first half. The only time she did was when she was top middle, looked down the right-hand side, and got owned by Rachel.
Yeah, it was. I almost felt like she just didn't feel comfortable, right? Like she just didn't have the confidence to go for it, or maybe, you know, the team was calling to play a bit more passive, and she didn't feel like she had the space. Something felt very off.
Yeah. It absolutely did, and for them, now you've got to go and reset. Now you've got to hope that Mirage, who's probably like your second best map after Dust 2, which has been tactically vetoed by France, shows a lot better. But the individuals, look, D7 was okay, Cassie Jones had a moment, but everyone on Team France was superior. It was absolutely incredible to watch. Let's hand it back to the desk.
Yeah, an absolute smackdown from France there in map 1. We'll leave bashing Portugal a little bit for a moment and talk positives first for France. They can only beat the team in front of them. They can only beat the team that's presented in this game. They made all the right moves. They played fundamentally sound CS, and they absolutely slammed their opponents doing that.
Yeah, beat them they did, to put it mildly. And also great to see again. We heard from Julie in the winners interview yesterday the fact that she's been under the weather. She had a great Ancient, then obviously like tapered off a little bit for the rest of this series. She started off today fantastically, just absolutely dominating. So whereas she normally would be kind of the one to create space, not necessarily getting opening frags, but I would just kind of attempting them or actually engaging in them and then allowing her teammates to kind of clean up or get positive trades as a result of it or get space from it. She was just kind of just doing everything by herself. She was getting openings, she was finding picks as she needed, and this felt like such a walk in the park for France in the most shocking way, honestly. They were never tested, just full stop. That was the easiest game they've had of this tournament so far, I'm willing to say.
Yeah, it's wild that Portugal go from having not lost a map to almost having not won a round in this map. It's how it felt, honestly, because you see here we're at 4-2, and they don't get much more from this point, I'll tell you that for free. I want to give France credit for not overthinking at any point, because I do think we've seen other teams start to assume, oh, well, our opponents are going to start these rotates, and they're going to try these tricks. And like, no, exactly. They realize, okay, we're just going to play simple CS at the start, see if Portugal can handle it. Spoiler alert, Portugal couldn't handle it. So you just keep doing the same thing. And I do agree with Lucy saying it was kind of shocking that Portugal, they just like never really adapted. And we never even really saw the individuals just get comfortable enough to try and do something and try and just say, oh, I'm just going to make a play and I'm just going to take a risk that can work. It just has to be the map comfort, just clearly not that.
Yeah, but it's so weird to see as well, like especially that B bomb side that just got pestered time and time again. Like, okay, so it didn't work out playing aggressively. You're at best getting like 2-for-2 or 1-for-1 trades, which is obviously going to favor the T side. Playing passively, it didn't seem like they had. It seemed like that was something they hadn't done before, and like at certain times with just how they're picking for information or how they're actually trying to kind of keep France back while also like maintaining utility into the later stages of the round. It was odd. It definitely felt like this is a map that they haven't touched a whole lot, which is surprising considering that they battered Australia on it just yesterday. So a lot of things, I don't know, maybe this was the kind of the wake-up call that Portugal needed in many ways, because they're not going to get far playing like this going into the second map. That's a given.
Yeah, maybe it is in part the comfort on the map and in part just the fact that they haven't really been put in this position before. Like we were saying earlier, they haven't had to adapt. They've just been playing their normal CS, and it's been working well. But we've seen that France, they're not going to go like crazy aggressive just with straight away pushing off the back of a pick, but they are always going to be searching for a pick. And we saw that, you know, there were rounds there where KOD just able to go up banana, peek with the ult, there's a fight, boom, I'll take that. I'm favored in that fight, and we'll just work from there. And that happens so many times. And yeah, obviously we can give France the credit, but I almost wish I could give them more credit, because if there were the adaptations and then they had to do something different, I'd be like, yeah, really, really well done by France. But no, it was just standard, solid CS, and that's all they needed.
Yeah, the thing that kind of felt the weirdest to me, because again, we've seen Portugal play on stream once before, right? And that was versus the US on you know, Anubis and so on and so forth. And one of the things that impressed us was the fact that, yeah, no, they're efficient about their util, they're actually using it correctly, they're playing as a unit, they have control over their spacing and whatnot. And in this game, we saw like the retake over towards B, where they're in a 3v2, they have 3 smokes available. And sure, they might not know that there's a player from France in pit, but you have 3 smokes available, and you decide to use none of them. You have 2 people from short just swinging up towards side, completely ignoring any sort of potential danger from pit. They get caught in a crossfire. Last player coming in from arch side, just easily like handled by the 2 remaining French players. Like, it's just such a fundamental like whoopsie. Yeah. Kind of to just not use your utility in that situation. They might be because they're on the back foot and they're feeling the pressure of like, we just need to start winning rounds now and we need to do it quickly. So they kind of forgo certain protocols that normally would be in place. But that is a bit of a worrying thing, because that was something that we were impressed by in their initial opening game, or the first game that we saw them play on stream. The fact that they had these things under control. So that had me worried for them. I hope that they can kind of brush these things off and come back obviously much stronger in the second map. But that was such an unexpected thing to see from such good players as they've shown to be so far in the tournament.
Yeah, so next up's going to be Mirage, and I think I echo your sentiments. The fear is that it was the basic fundamentals that fell apart. They're on Inferno, team play, communication, retakes. Mirage is a map of retakes. Obviously we expect it to be a bit better, but you've got to imagine in their conversation outside at the moment, they have to be talking about, we need to get on the same page, girls, because if we're like that again, we're not going to the grand final.
Yeah, I do think the positive is that I feel Portugal to this point have had players taking over maps like Zana and like Catty Jones, and Inferno does feel much more claustrophobic in that sense. You're not getting all those freedom to take fights, and we should see Portugal get that here. And as long as that happens early on and they don't just collapse in on themselves, I think that they should be okay if they get that mental reset. I also do want to give props to D7. I'd say she was the only player on Portugal who actually looked comfortable at times. She was making moves into apartments, playing off angles, playing around the pit. She looked pretty solid, and I'd say that's kind of her role on this team. She's one of those sort of smart type players, going to try and catch people out and just, you know, kind of outposition opponents, and that was good. So it's good to see more from her, because we kind of haven't had the chance to see her. She's one of the stars on this team, but the shine has been on the other players because they've been so good. And I just think it is one of those scenarios where it's crazy how sometimes in CS, as soon as you're not comfortable on the map, everything else can just go out the window. Yeah. Like, you wouldn't expect that to be the case, but it just seems to happen that way.
Yeah, you make the oddest decisions really when you don't feel comfortable. And I guess there is a double positive coming into the second map for Portugal. Obviously, starting on CT side is one thing in terms of economy, in terms of getting an op on the likes of Xana, who is your star player. That's going to be more difficult if you're getting pressured early on. Also, Inferno, obviously not the most ideal opper-centric map that we have in the map pool. Mirage changes things that up quite a bit. Again, you're going to most likely start on the T side here. You're going to have more opportunities to get an op in the hands of Xana. She's going to have more avenues to kind of decide her point of attack as well, which Portugal can play around. And that's obviously one of the things they did really well on, let's say, T side Anubis. So again, I'm feeling in that sense, you know, a little bit of positivity in the sense of Portugal are going to be able to put up a much better fight and actually feel like they're getting into rounds and have an opportunity to play the game, because this was very much them getting just steamrolled and not really having anything to say about it. I don't think that's going to be the case on Mirage.
I hope that Zana just like look back at some of her Mirage highlights from earlier in the tournament, you know, bring up some of her old pugs or whatever, just get back in that mindset of, I can take fights, I can be the best player on the server. And yeah, we've seen teams in general at this tournament be pretty good at mentally resetting. Haven't had to see it from Portugal yet, but I expect they'll be able to do so.
Yeah, take a look at the previous vetoes. France did ban Mirage, opening ban, a couple times already in this tournament. They did it in the quarterfinals as well. It's definitely a punish pick from the side of Portugal. Are we still looking at a 3-map series, guys?
I think so.
I'd like to think so, obviously, because you want to see a much better side from Portugal, but that was so convincing from France. Again, yes, we don't think Portugal played up to the best of their ability, obviously, on Inferno, but I think France played like a really, really solid game of Counter-Strike. Again, like you said, it wasn't necessarily too overly complicated. It was simple, but it was efficient, and they did it by committee. They had pretty much everyone showing up, like doing their part in terms of fragging. We didn't need to see, you know, Astra on a one-man show or anything like that. Everybody was in there, so I'm leaning more towards the 2-0, honestly, at this point.
I've got faith in them. I think the reset will be there, and I've just seen so much from these players. I can't imagine that they just go missing again on this map. I guess the start will be pretty important. Don't just fall behind early. If that happens, they could get scared, but I think we'll be fine here. You know, we'll see Zana, we'll see Caddy Jones. We got this. It's fine, Portugal.
Okay, backs up against the wall. Mirage to follow Portugal. 1 map from elimination. Don't go anywhere.
Keep the faith, Portuguese fans, because you still have got Mirage coming up here. But that was a pretty one-sided map 1, and everything sort of Team Portugal were sort of hoping wouldn't have happened. Astra was online. Rachel was performing well, Julie just popped off, and she is definitely a player that I think has gone under a lot of people's radars.
Yeah, good to see Julie continuing. It wasn't just a one-off game on Asian yesterday, right? Rachel as well, stepping up. You kind of called on her, having a quieter time versus Denmark. Really delivered here. It was all the stars you expected, really. Everyone was delivering. It didn't feel like anyone was cold on Team France, whereas it really felt like that fire just hadn't gotten started on Portugal. It was just complete ice from them. They're going to have to show us something special here on Mirage because they got 2 rounds in Doodle on Inferno.
They did. They did. We'll have to see how this one plays out. A lot of utility off the rip for Team Portugal. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. A molly, they go in A.
Okay, well, it is just going to be Rachel sitting in CT, mid-control being established for Team France. Got that classic fun little setup where you have players watching each direction, but not going to matter. Smokes come over, they want to scale into CT. It's going to be the right response, and everything lands well. Retake setup for Team France will have to be the play. They try and spam out a player, no success. Over the top they come, and they want to keep fighting. Where's the flashbang? No, they're just going completely dry. There's so many players here. Zana will at least get a kill back, but it is the player advantage for Team France.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you've got the space. You don't need to go deeper. It feels like that is such an overextension from the T side. And now you've got the T's getting trapped in. Again, the CT swarming in from Ticket. Astra needs to try and win out this fight. If she does, it's essential, but it's so messy and scrappy. More bullets in the Glock, but Astra still hits the headshot anyway. And somehow, someway, it's France with another pistol.
Yeah, look at Astra's reaction to that. She doesn't believe that she got the double kill. Meanwhile, off camera, Emerald gets the triple and only takes 10 points of damage, but that's the critical fight. Astra able to somehow survive. D7 has like, well, 1 bullet left, and it's not enough to get the killing blow. Then Astra just on a swivel gets 1 more.
I can't believe she has enough time to reload.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Portugal feel hard done by, but at least can invest into this. AK has been given to D7. Yun, pass that over. They know they need their stars to shine bright.
And right now, what you've got instead is just Ida holding outside B for a push. We know the French love to be intrusive. Instead, it's going to be just a clamber of map control and then go into, still have the same end destination. Same smokes lined up from the pistol, but the difference is Portugal would have come through connector.
Yeah, we actually get to see a T-side from Portugal this time. That's
Stair smoke missed.
exciting. Oh, it did. Utility doesn't from France. HE, so much damage. Follow up even more. Caddy Jones hasn't seen a player. She's on 5 HP.
Sorry, D7's in spawn.
Okay. This is a gap that looks like they're anticipating it, but not anticipating it that quickly. Julie will deal with Ida trying to lurk through on a timing. And oh my god, Astra. We know these French women like to push smokes, but this one is egregious. Pushes past 3, will retreat. And France again with an advantage, but D7 hitting shots, and she needs to find so much more.
Yeah, but she needs to make sure that she doesn't get overwhelmed. Yun hits a dig on Emerald. Somehow, someway, Portugal are bringing this back from the brink. There's only an incendiary to line up, and it does go in towards default. That is going to upset Yun. Astra in from Palace at long range. Can't quite deal with D7. They're such low HP. 3 HP is all that's left for D7. And for France, they need to get on the bomb. They will overwhelm her. Is there enough time? Yes, because Julie's got a kit.
That is very messy. D7 gets brought down low. Caddy Jones tries to swing through, but both of them have 20 HP at that moment.
It's both the Na'Vi Javelins players going for those smoke pushes, hitting those timings. The fact that D7 is just boosted so quickly in towards jungle, just takes the risk, is in spawn, and then Astra with one of her own. Anything you can do, I can do better. And look, this is 2-0, but we've had more fight back, I think, in these first 2 rounds than we did all of Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. And Portugal ended up with a better buy into this round they did previously, and a better buy than the CT. So France realized this one is an important one to bring over. I feel like Ida goes a little early there on that connector play too.
Yeah.
D7's just removed Kaede, and it feels like that's just like, all right, everyone go, 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 go. Let's start making moves. I killed the ticket player, but Julie was expecting that push.
Yeah, she'd only just deployed that connector smoke as well, so I could have even just sat in it for
Yeah.
a little bit.
Had a really good timing because D7 would have come through CT. Julie's attention would have been pulled.
Fine margins. You're right about one thing. Team Portugal have got the better buy despite losing the round. And this time their sights, they're set on B.
Mid-control established. Yeah, it's a bit more defaulty this time around from Portugal. Very standard spread. Split through to take control of lower middle from D7. The double MP9 setup on B.
Look at Palace. Julie's just making the move.
How
far does she want to go? That's the next question. You still got Kaede in CT looking for this jump up already. Catty Jones ahead of the smoke. Emerald not ready for it, and Ida strikes on short.
Yeah, but Kaede's chimed in one of her own. She arrives in time to at least help out her teammates. Again, similar situation. Asher aware of D7's antics, but you can be aware. Still got to win out the engagement. D7 doing damage. Kaede decides not to worry about her. She fights forward. Zana reroutes. Remember, Julie slowly on this push that she started at the very start of the round, finally finds her mark, and it's on to D7. They know exactly where she is. She scaled forward. Good first kill, but there's too many directions to deal with.
Again, it's such a fun, like, watching Astra versus D7, because Astra knows exactly where D7's going to be on this T side. Just couldn't do anything about it. I really like the acceleration there in towards B apps. As soon as Kaede just makes the move, I'm ignoring you, D7. I'm going out the window. Zana isolated, that's when Julie speeds up. Guarantees that none of these fights are fair. Again, it's these fine margins, but interwoven with French chaos. They got the bomb down again, of course they're going to keep buying.
Yeah, and it keeps getting slightly better each time.
All it will take is one round to break this economy.
Kaede, oh, spots a leg on a retreating player, but I think she might have been seen too.
I think Caddy Jones, after the last round, is going to keep trying to work on this timing. Keep trying to catch off Emerald. 3 players now working their way in towards mid for the CT side, and Kaede will strike. And Caddy Jones has now put Emerald on notice.
Let's know about that AWP. Moving around a lot with it, and yeah, strikes again. Kaede incredibly active. Talk about hoping we didn't see out of Zana last map.
It was really dynamic. There's
very
one
nice.
back. Rachel on short though, looks to catch her on the jump, and she does.
A nice move to get close there, anticipating that's the next move from D7 after she gets that kill.
This can still get a little bit interesting, because even though Astra's pushed ramp, Rachel is not far enough to really help Emerald. So Emerald just tucked under the window. If she gets hard cleared here and dealt with, the B-bomb site is open. Catty Jones, oh, back turned. That was the opportunity. Zana will get the kill, but Rachel steps in. There was that timing. Surely the eco will come through now for Portugal.
Yes, it's going to be the breaking point. That 4-0 does not reflect these rounds. Definitely a moment to breathe for Portugal. It felt like they could have broken through at any one of these junctures, and all of them go the other way.
How's that other game getting on? Have we got a score update
I'm just going to take a quick look at it.
for USA, Poland?
Oh my god. Okay, so that is currently on Anubis. The veto is Anubis Dust 2 Inferno, which I think that's a veto that USA are very happy with.
Absolutely.
Anubis, the map pick of USA, was a 9-6 scoreline for Poland. Currently 11-11. Can you imagine the upset if the US take down Poland?
That would be unbelievable, actually.
They truly have become the dark horses of this event.
They're just going to exec Portugal.
Yeah, very simple. D7 in Palace. Every player is Rachel. Yeah, they go Molly in response. We do have a double ticket set up. Julie, oh, she's feeling the pressure.
What?
She just jumps forward and she fights with Astra. And Astra keeps on swinging with the USP D7. Okay, something to be said, but Rachel pushes the smoke.
How on earth does Julie live? She's being mollied out. She's in the open, but Astra swings in from triple and just keeps on going. She's fired up, and that, sure, look, it is against Tech9s, but that is the most comfortable Team France have looked in the opening stages of this first half. So the fact that they've kept the slate clean in this second map, the fact that this looks, scoreline-wise, as dominant as map 1 did, Portugal can't look at that. They just need to focus on themselves. First time we're going to see Zana with the AWP. She can go head-to-head with K-A-Day.
Yeah, I have a reasonable amount of faith in the Portuguese CT side, but you do need to build up something to work with.
Yeah, give yourselves a foundation, guys. 5, 6 rounds.
Well, 6 might be too much to ask for at this point.
5, 6 rounds.
I think 4-5 is a more reasonable goal, but this one will dictate whether 6 is possible.
Needs to see some of that resilience that Desk was asking for as well, right? This is the first time that Team Portugal have even dropped a map in this tournament.
Very aggressive. Julie removed. So you've got an opening kill. This needs to be a conversion.
What I will say is, even though she gets caught there, I've been actually really impressed with how much variety there has been in these pushes with Team France. Emerald now looking to potentially get flashed in. No, Kaede's going to take the line, but Zana's holding for it. Emerald swings, looks to be set up for success. It's a lot of damage, but Zana saves Portugal again.
Yeah, 2 great kills from Zana as soon as she gets the AWP. It's success. That's as simple as it. Julie gets aggro. And you think with that push, I suppose she only really spots 1, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
So
she only spots Yun.
They're not anticipating 4 players just sitting there in the holes when K-Day jumps up.
I'll tell you what, unlucky for Emerald, really, because she had 3 of them lined up. That could have been a much more favourable sort of coin toss moment. But for Portugal, for them, thankfully, it goes the other way, and they're given a little bit of respite. Look at that instant impact, though. Zana brings out the AWP and immediately gets 2 kills and just wins the round for Portugal.
Yeah, straight away translates into success. And that second one was an uncomfy kill to get to when a player just swings in front of you. Expect it's one of the riflers that gets it done, and now we get a bit of vocalization out of the Portuguese camp. They definitely need that energy.
Yeah, it felt a little bit forced, but to be honest, you got to do it.
Yeah.
You got to do it, even if you are down so many rounds.
Force it enough and it becomes real.
Exactly. We're still at this juncture where if they win this round, they break the economy and they're right back in the game. This first half is by nowhere near done, and they have been able to get space pretty consistently out towards A, so they're going to try it again.
Okay, 3 players lean B, so going into A is a great call right now. It's just Astra and Julie up close. They get aggressive and they both fall. Huge entry success. France go for a different setup, and Portugal are right there waiting for them.
Yeah, Portugal this time it's just taken an extra couple of seconds. We saw France, I already commented about the proactivity. Here's another variance of it, but they are trying to do it instantly now. They are really trying to force the issue, make Portugal uncomfortable, and just by taking that extra second, and also really got to compliment the way that they are peaking these angles, Portugal, because it isn't 1 by 1. There's always 2 or 3 of them to guarantee success.
You're looking a lot better already. At least France will get to save these 3 players that started B. Thought maybe Portugal would try and run it back, but not to be. And at least it's the 2 M4s and Orpi get to save, so actually very okay with this. I'll have another investment into the next round. Portugal will save in CD4. I like the little... Oh! Oh.
They got money.
Yeah.
They're fine.
It's just funny because they all jumped off each other and they just blew up. Seen that a couple times on Mirage lately. With the Vitality one in short.
Oh, that was crazy, actually. Oh, we're safe here, guys. Oh, no, we all died. So yeah, you got all the save rifles, and you've just got the pistols on the other players. And there's no armor behind the players that have got pistols. KD this time starts over towards CT. Portugal want to run it right back. Flashbang will push her off the angle. Another flash. Can't pick up this player.
Finally, the AWP does strike, but she's losing teammates, although she's taking theirs. Remember, it's actually just the USP players that have fallen. The weaponry is all still here. KD run down. That's space for Yun to take. Ida just wants to get the bomb down. Smoke forward just for a bit of room to work with. Rachel falls back. Huge peek.
Important. And now they're going to double swing on towards jungle. They know that everyone is there. That is awesome from the in-game leader.
Great stuff from Ida. Gets dicey there when KD is just able to pick players out, scaling from Palace. Considering France went into that with 2 players that didn't invest, they made that very compelling.
Yeah, they did, but at the same time, in the 3 versus 2, you need your leader to step up and show that you will not back down. She even gets the kill onto Kaede. And then the double swing was a thing of beauty. Instant smokes. These are really fast out of Portugal, but they're not moving fast either. They're waiting for a reaction.
Yeah, interesting. A bit of variation because they have gone off these smokes consistently.
One of them has missed. One of them, there's a big gap there. They were really trying to rush them.
Yeah, but it's okay. Intent is still there. Second time asking, they will start to commit. Kaede is tucked into the back corner of Firebox. Flames actually not touching her here, so she has gone completely undetected. Loses her teammates though. So now Kaede does need to deliver. Will she be cleared? Not quite, and can't get the second.
4v2, MP9, M4, no flashes, 1 smoker, and they're smoked off. You're at this point where if Rachel finds this kill, it becomes a little bit more interesting. Yun will get spammed down, but Rachel still thinks about the save. A lot of damage being inflicted during that altercation. And look, I'm going to level with you, Lucy. The scoreline might be 5-4, but I feel like Portugal should have a lot more rounds than this.
Yeah, when you consider the first 3 rounds, right? Like how they played out, all diffuses, all coming down to the 1vx moments. Astra's craziness in the pistol round just to kick things off.
And then Astra walking through that ramp smoke.
Yeah.
D7 walking through the jungle smoke. Like, we've had everything this map.
Now we have a 1-round game. We have a Portugal that has fully arrived in the server.
And we've got a France that doesn't really have any money, so this could be an equalised game.
Would you like to know the outcome of the USA-Poland match?
Yeah, go on.
That has wrapped up. Anubis completed 13-11, the final score line, and it was Team USA that won out map 1.
Wow. What a comeback that is. Portugal will be looking at that. So will Team France afterwards and thinking, wow, Team Poland definitely look beatable. Whoever wins this semi-final, I think will be feeling incredibly confident. But at the same time, if USA are able to do that, that'll be upset the tournament for sure.
I don't even know what to expect now.
Look at this, you got double pushing towards ramp, double pushing towards B apps, and it's a bait and switch. You're actually trying to set up this MP9 for success here.
Yeah, they're not committing though, but problem is Astra has pushed deep.
Interesting little timing here. Okay, no, Kaede does spot the player in towards mid and Cat. But it was a pistol that fired off, so I feel like if you're Portugal, you still want to go mid to B.
Yeah, they're going to. The bomb goes last. I'm a little bit nervy about Yun being all alone here. It's going to be okay, I think. Ida will go down. Rachel and Julie have found all the frags. Oh my god, it is not okay. Portugal inflict 0 damage to Team France.
I'll be honest, that's really well played by Team France, though, because the way they set themselves up, Judy's jiggling at the back of the site, so it looks like she's the apps player. Rachel's jumped out, and it looks like, again, she's the one rotating, being really proactive. Oh my god, guys, like we're stacked on A. It is B. And Emerald's just sat there the entire time, just waiting for the lock-in. 6 shots out of Rachel. Oh! Well, I said 6 shots. That's another one to add to the Zana catalogue.
That was so cool from Julie's POV.
Oh, Yun holding. Careful with this ramp push. Timing. Oh, she was looking at the map.
Wait, no. The aggression, though. Rachel thought she'd been spotted, so 1 for 1. It's a lot of info.
It is. At the same time, though, where'd you go from this? If you're Portugal, it looks like you want to speed up in towards B, but you know KD is going to be making that rotation. The molly will give away the audio that D7's in under. All eyes on Emerald, see what she can find.
We'll have some support. KD rotates over, so France will have players in the right place. What can they deliver with the deficit? Emerald tucked in, waiting for that drop. Caddy Jones is the one that drops her and takes down 2. France had the right players in the right place, but not a single shot found.
Catty Jones has just, it's almost like Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
It just jumps down off the van, deletes Emerald at backside, and then jumps up and over. It's parkour to get rid of Kaede. And that was even with Kaede just sprinting over immediately. Team France, it feels like their rotations are spot on, but this time the firepower too much to handle.
I think the big concern there for Team France is they didn't have mid control, so
Yeah.
Kaede instead goes towards the bench backside side so she can cover short. Whereas if she played window, she actually would have been in a primary position to really deal some damage. But they're worried about the split and she needs to cover that off.
And she got the audio as well for when she mollied under. She heard D7 burn. So that'll be consideration for the positioning as well. Can't count France out of these rounds. Inward limited weaponry, they still do some of their best work, but for Portugal, mid has been conceded round after round by France, and this time they're taking full advantage of it.
I just got the bomb. Please don't walk through that smoke by yourself. Oh, she has some friends with her. D7 on the other side. They've crept in. Asher will find one, getting hounded down. Ida manages to get the double. Rachel will swing. And that's a whiff shot from Kaede. An advantage for Team France, but you still got Rachel backside you need to deal with. Up and over comes Caddy Jones, and down she goes. Oh! Rachel has managed to make this into a 1v1, but it's against Sana, who's managed to drop down sandwich, and Rachel hits the headshot. Phenomenal to get 7 for France.
I was about to say, look, the most important kill there is that she got the stairs play, because that means Julie can come back up and join her. And she wide swings D7 with a USP and decapitates her. Absurdity at the highest degree on the stage. But at least Portugal found a way back into that half. Things started to go more to plan. They had a purple patch in the middle. 4 rounds in a row. That gives them something to work with now on their defense.
Honestly, 5 incredibly respectable considering how this all started.
They could have easily had like 8.
Well, they should have had the pistol for sure, and then you imagine the second, right? It would have been completely different. They've been struggling with these pistol rounds. There's no doubt about it. This time, though, Portugal get aggressive, double push down ramps. They're going for the info play, and they're not going to see anything. So I hope they're ready on B.
Yeah, well, look, you have got Zana that's already rotated in towards the window. You've got Ida here as well, waiting with the P2K. Astra might try and lurk this, or she might try and be the first point of contact because Team France are now walking underpass. Look at this, where Astra's been in Palace. That timing is everything back turn Kaede dealt with.
Just crab walking around the map. It's crazy. D7's doubled up. Caddy Jones strikes as well. The slow pace in France not working out, but we know what Rachel's pistols can do. That's that first kill with the P250.
Where's the bomb going?
Oh, Julie, where are you off to?
I'll go B. See you later. And meanwhile, Rachel's preoccupied all of them. At least Zana's rotated back in, so it should still be okay here for Portugal. A 1 versus 3 helps on the way.
Julie will arrive, but no safety in this plant. Zana will swing her, and that's going to be enough to buy time, surely. Now short players get involved. Zana will remove Julie, and Portugal find that elusive pistol.
Yeah, they do, but I tell you what, Rachel is really getting fired up now. You got to silence her quickly because she is trying to join Astra and ascending into final boss form. She's just taking so many risks, just running at them and just getting the kills. Like, it's actual pandemonium in the sights. Finally, Portugal get a pistol. with this eco out of the French, that this should be an equalised scoreline.
Oh,
what?
Oh, the best by a Glock. Emerald gives it to her.
She doesn't even react. She's like, yeah, you know, just what I do.
That's crazy.
That is actually ridiculous.
That's the double ding with the first fight. You rarely see this. Oh, Ash wants to give her a go at it. Heard the success of her teammate on the other side of the map.
No.
Oh. Ah.
No.
Good. Laughs that one off. Sana, you need to make sure you don't get caught here. And she won't. That's the bomb. That's a little freebie. Emerald. Where did Emerald find this deagle?
Don't know, but she'll have it. At least for about 5 seconds. And now it's Rachel just on her own. Bomb dropped in towards connector. 40 seconds left. It's tough. And even if you get by Catty Jones, you've still got the player in towards Palace. Catty Jones can now relay that info over. It's only a matter of time before all of Portugal converge and level things up.
Yeah, not bad eco for France. I like the way they played the map, trying to hunt for these little kills here and there, but just the one that comes through. Tied up for a 5-0 start for Team France. Portugal are now starting to throw their punches back the other way.
How aggressive is this T side for France? That's now my next question. Because notice when sort of teams are getting rounds against them, they fall back and they play a little bit more defaulty. If they are getting the success when they're being aggressive, they're going to continue to be aggressive. And speaking of aggression, Catty Jones with the MP9, she's pushed out Palace.
I feel like every round of this map I've seen someone push Palace.
She's going to go back in towards ramp here.
Okay.
So she will deal with Astra.
You imagine that's going to come through very shortly. Depends. Astra might actually start moving before Catty Jones gets here.
Oh.
Spots her. Oh, the patience. Not quite there, but the kill will be. Meanwhile, though, the connector split has come through successfully, and Catty Jones can't fall back. So KJ will get that trade. Ida pushing through, trying to do something special. Has to swap to the sidearm. Zana, though, is finding a frag as well. And Ida hits the one dig. It leaves it to KJ. The bomb is bottom connector.
Good reposition out of Ida. She's moved all the way back here. Immediately, no, doesn't get behind the box. So KJ is able to get that kill. Zara up the top, but she's been KO'd. Portugal felt like they had no right winning that round. Ida hits back-to-back bangers. And yet KNA comes out on top in the 1v2.
Both those kills crazy, right? Yeah, I mean, the one on Ida, you see her scrambling, that's a good timing. But that one on Zana, the adjustment, that's with the smoke just starting to pop up in your face. And she converts that long-range spray. Huge clutch from KNA.
Fair play for Portugal for making that one look competitive. But KNA in these clutch moments has been undeniable. It has to be the force in from Portugal. Their buy is actually kind of okay. Only Ida really left wanting.
She's decent with a pistol. On the B side, it's not too bad. A place to be anyway with it. D7 in ladder room. Let's look to poke and prod at top middle.
Yeah, this one's more reactive for Portugal and towards mid. They're sort of giving that control a little bit more. There's 2 flashes available. One of them's on Zana over at Ticket, so she could flash for middle. Instead, they're going to get aggressive and push towards ramp. Julie is holding and securing on Catty Jones.
Yeah, nice kill to find. Caught peeking down that angle. They were always intending to go this way, but with only one player spotted, Portugal don't quite have the info. That's a big refrag from Zana. Now she's seen another. Decides to fall back. D7 caught Emerald on the lurk. So now it's the advantage back for Portugal. Astra is spotted, trying to fight her way out. Zana does a lot of damage. Now it's with low HP. Yun continuing to tickle this Palace player. Looks like it should be all good. Ida hits a headshot from long range. HP isn't great for two of these players, but D7 will convert.
Yeah, well done. I think Zana makes a really good mid-round decision there because, look, at the end of the day, she's pushed ramp. She has to be either in Sandwich or under Palace. And as soon as she gets the info that one's in Palace, she knows that technically she can't be in that angle anymore. So she wide swings out, and that buys her enough time for the CT rotate to also come in. Ida smashing heads with the 5-7. Keeps Portugal in contention, doesn't allow France any sort of leeway. Pressure applied right back to Team France.
Big round to bring back, and yeah, I love that from Zana, just re-peeking into the position. What, 10 seconds later that your teammate's just fallen on when there's no immediate push out from the T's. You feel like maybe there's something to be gained here.
Also got a lull. I'm just trying to see if the other game has... Okay, it has started.
Okay.
Poland are 3-0 up on their map picker Dust 2.
Yeah, you imagine that. I mean, I don't know. Team USA's definitely got some players that are good on Dust 2.
I tell you what surprised me is that Emmy told me she didn't like Dust 2.
Yeah.
And I was like, are you joking me?
I was shocked when she said that because
It's literally like your perfect idea of a map, surely.
you just run at people, right? She's quite good at it too. But it's also a great opinion to have. Dust 2.
Yeah, kind of stinky.
Kind of stinky. Welcome Train. Can't wait for you to replace Mirage or Dust 2.
Nah, let's just add. They did a lot of changes to Overpass as well. Let's just add Train and Overpass in and just have 9 maps.
Let's do it.
B-pop. Formulating.
Every map a best of 5.
No.
Put casters. Get casters working. We don't cast enough maps here. Potentially 9 today. Fast, out we go. The pop through, the B adds Ida in backside, D7. Oh, she's demolishing them. Not a chance. Those Tech-9s had armor behind them, but they fall like paper kites.
That's the old bigger keeper core with the ace between all of them. Ida smart reposition, just goes into the site. So she's got that crossfire with D7. And then Zana steps in to help out. Look at this. 17 kills for Zana, 17 kills for D7.
That's what we want to see. That's what we expect to see, really.
Only bested by Rachel.
We also expect to see that, to be fair. No, I think she's sitting on 16.
Oh, I just can't read.
6 and 8 on this HUD it's very, very similar.
Let's go for an A-pop here. France, nothing's really been working, so they're going to get Kaede moving quite quickly. Catty Jones has found Astra, though.
Yeah, I guess that first kill, and she's able to get a second too. The distraction. This is not working out on A. Julie, Catty Jones, able to get that reload off, but the smoke's faded, so Ewan has a nice line onto Rachel. She's able to get that kill back, but D7 will deliver. And that's a good sign from Portugal on that round. They hold against it, but also that's Catty Jones and Ewan that deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. And also I think what's great there is the fact that France were trying to get a little bit more active in that. Astra, so often than not, has been trying to get out towards Tetris just on pure contact, trying to create that chaos. And as soon as she did take the contact, the Palace players were ready to swing. But Portugal were also moving in double time just to get to that A bomb site, making sure that the player Kaede gets punished immediately. There's no funny business.
Surprised to see France struggling a little bit on this T side, to be honest.
I genuinely do think that it's because when they start to lose rounds, they go for a little bit more of a default and they stop actually playing their brand of CS that we're used to seeing.
Well,
it's because they feel I feel like they think that they can't get away with it. And we saw how dynamic their CT side was on Inferno. Well, Portugal were just doing it right back to them on Mirage. They're deliberately leaving mids to promote the extremity plays. It is currently being held, though.
I just pushed through. I'll take that, she says. And she'll take that one, too, on the warpath. They're feeling so confident in their aim right now.
Yep.
You can really see it in the fights they're taking.
Oh.
Just about gets
She's
away.
running at her. She is running after
Look
her.
how locked in Ida looks. I love it.
This is cool, actually. You reset back underpass because you've got Asher that's now in towards top mid. They're hoping to catch off Ida, but she's already in short.
Need to be a pretty good deagle round from Astra here. Rachel has 4 HP. 20x seconds left. What? Yeah. I mean,
where can you go?
You can't. You just cannot. Flash should come over. You got to give it a go. Even if you know the outcome doesn't look great. Zana fires hers off. There's Caddy Jones. And Portugal are back, baby. They got wiped out on Inferno. But Mirage, we're seeing exactly what led them to this dominant run to get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, look at the highlight on CT side. They've dropped 1 round this entire second half. They won the pistol, they got the conversion, and then since the guns that have come out, they have looked unstoppable. France take 1 last timeout to try and rectify things. And it's actually quite similar, the criticism I'm going to give here to Kaede, as we gave to Zana on Inferno, because it's fair. Where's been these aggressive peaks, trying to set Kaede up on these angles, fighting towards middle, holding in towards sort of connector, the boost play on towards ramp? There's so many options and we haven't seen it.
Yeah, on one hand, I'll say, I don't think we've seen the AWP a lot just in general. But also, yeah, you're right. It's very different to what we saw in Inferno, right? Where she was often just pushing solo with AWP. It does feel like a bit of that aggression has been tempered. Zana's been quietly ticking along. I mean, I say quietly, she's like second highest kills, but it doesn't feel like she's been taking over the game a lot.
She was on, we said like 17-17 both for D7 and Zana, and that kind of cursed them because then they stopped getting kills, but Ida's really risen to the occasion. This one's a lot more direct out of France. Mid-control taken almost instantaneously.
Had to use all of their util to get this. Yun needs to be ready for this potential push through the smoke. She's actually going to reposition the sandwich, so it's going to be D7 has responsibility. Zana's been caught. She's got tapped out.
But Ida's now pushed this, so you know it's still A.
I'm not even sure where she fell.
B apps.
Oh, I see you.
But look at the rotates. They know because of Ida's push. All time in. Caddy Jones will get towards default in time.
It's all the way under D7. Yeah, they know exactly what's going on.
They've smoked themselves here in connector so they can walk through this smoke on the timing.
The smoke on ramp has slowed them down too. It's all by design to allow Ida to get closer. France's delay here could cost them severely.
And look, D7's just jiggling every now and then. Here comes the commitment, here goes Ida.
Ida is so close. They're not going to be able to get the bomb up in time. You got 2 players on the crossfire. Emerald has been spotted, and here comes Ida. Kade's low. Oh, she's still there. Need to deal with her. And they will. Emerald in the palace. Low HP. Julie tries to fight back forward, but D7 swings from behind triple.
And again, Ida has won probably this whole map now for Team Portugal by making that play. Just moving right in the shadows.
I can't believe France just wait for so long.
Think about it, they didn't have any info though. That's the thing. It's like no one is peeking you at A, no one has peeked you at mid. There's been no reaction from short. Where are these players?
It's crazy though because they had everyone in connector.
They
Emerald gets a kill on Zana in B apps, and they don't go until Emerald gets to A ramp. That's crazy.
It's one of those where they're trying to play with the rotations, and the correct answer is just to go while she got the space. They'll take it again in towards middle, but it's 4 chances now for Portugal to close and force that decider. D7 doesn't get caught on short, and Ida to be tested over at B-Apps again.
It's going to be the split. Emerald cops a few bullets. Now swings out. D7 holds tall. Caddy Jones also caught Julie on the lurk. Astra tries to fight her way out, and she can't get past her teammate. Kaede and Rachel will at least get some kills back, but Kaede's low. Zana's in the backside with the AWP. And it's all on to Rachel. First kill is hers. A double up in the market. If there's anyone you wanted in this position, it is Rachel. And she's seen that crossover.
Has she?
I think so, surely she should have. First kill, but not ready for the second. Portugal get their revenge, and we go 1-1.
Yeah, and to be honest, deserved, because they played a much better game of Counter-Strike on Mirage. They were allowed the room. France gave them respect, and that was the first mistake they made.
Yeah, it's crazy after that Inferno that they wouldn't just keep putting the pressure on, especially when they have that 5-0 start, right? I thought at that point we're poised for a dominant 2-0 series, but Portugal show they are not going down without a fight.
Yeah, I tell you what though, the fact that there were so many close rounds in there in that 5-0, it still gave Portugal belief. They gave themselves something to work with. In that CT side, they dropped, what, 1-2 rounds total that entire second half?
So good seeing that former Big Akiva core playing together also well. Ida in particular, you mentioned the amount of impact she individually had in those final rounds. That push on that second last round was everything, and I got to give the props to Caddy Jones in particular as well. I know we've praised her a lot throughout this event, but again, this is a player that isn't playing at the top of the women's scene. Obviously has a timer on Saw miss, but it doesn't necessarily get the experience on the big stage, right, in these pressure moments. And so for her to be delivering when you've got this Team France running at you is huge.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And now we go to a third map. Before we get there though, we've got to see what the desk has to say.
Thank you, Brandon. Yes, a blinding CT side from Portugal to even up this series. They snap Mirage and put us at 1-1. Guys, night and day is how I feel about that performance. They look like a completely different team from map 1.
Yeah, much improved, obviously, on the side of Portugal. Again, finally, individuals being able to showcase themselves as well. I mean, even from having a rough start, they go down 5-0. I think Caddy Jones is sitting at like 0-6 or something, not really getting anything going. And then, yeah, the switch is flipped for Portugal, and I think to a certain extent a switch is flipped on the side of France as well, but not so much in a positive manner. But Portugal, yeah, managed to brute force their way back into the game, and it's off the back of solid individual performances from the whole side, really. This wasn't necessarily the Zana show, this wasn't D7, just doing it all on their own. This was, yeah, Portugal as a team coming back in full fashion, and that's what we needed to see after that first map, because that was dreadful. And this was much better, obviously.
Yeah, definitely some scrappy rounds in there, I think it's fair to say. And early on, we saw a lot of close rounds here going in favor of France. And you just get scared that Portugal are going to stop believing. You just get scared that they're going to start thinking, oh, it's not our day. We just can't get these round wins. But massive props to them for sticking in there. And once they started going for, I think, some of these more grouped up plays, they just got more effective as the half went on. They started just grouping up early, really trying to hit these sites. And I think that was a pretty decent way to counter a France team who are often looking for information. I think it's sometimes harder in a way when you're in this sort of setting, when the team play's not fully there, to actually play default and try and just keep the entire map. If you just group up early, it doesn't matter if France push somewhere else. If you can take the other site, you're in a position where you're going to get into a good post plant in time, and they did just enough on that T side, and then CT, they just started rolling early, and France kind of got back in there, but it felt like Portugal were in control by that second half.
It's kind of funny because the thing that saves Portugal's T side is, as you said, grouping up, going early, keeping it very simple, and just doing things by committee. That's the thing that France somehow forgot to do entirely on their T side. It felt like midway through the game, France just kind of lost their sense of urgency. They had no real urge to actually put the pressure onto Portugal or actually put them in a difficult situation.
Yeah.
We saw so much slow-paced play after establishing map control, or in the instances where it's even worse, you haven't established map control, but you're still not doing anything. And you saw on multiple occasions, whether it's pistol or first buy round, or obviously the last round there we have from Ada pushing through B-apps, so many like forward pushes from Portugal on the extremities of the map, whether it's A Palace, T Pit, or B Palace, that I'm kind of baffled by the fact that France didn't recognize, well, this is kind of what worked for Portugal versus us. Why are we not doing the same? Why are we letting the job for the CTs be much easier than they let it be for us? That didn't make sense to me at all, and that I wish they would have taken a timeout or something like that. We didn't really see much of, I guess, like a break in play to kind of talk things over, to see, to kind of identify what's going on, because it felt pretty evident, at least for us watching. But obviously we have the bird's eye view, we can see everything, but tempo definitely felt like a key, and Portugal felt way more comfortable the slower France got.
Yeah, it feels like the pressure of the playoffs is here, and I wonder if that's partly because those quarterfinal matchups, most of them felt like they had pretty clear favorites. This is a game where it's more even, and you're getting into the bigger money now. So I think that the pressure has to be a big part of it, because just cohesion-wise, I think these teams have looked better earlier on. I still think the individuals are looking good in moments, though. Like Rachel on that map,
yeah,
I know she
really
lost,
good.
but she's looking really sharp here. I think that is still a good sign for France. And you even saw like KO Day having to win a clutch for them in that second half. The rounds they were winning, it felt like maybe the individuals were just able to sort of drag them through. But yeah, it just felt like the hesitation started to hit, and that's not the France we know and love. They're at their best when they're kind of just cutthroat and going for these aggressive moves. So they're maybe going to have to look at themselves and really figure out why that happened. Why did they start to hesitate going into this third map?
Yeah, I mean, we know from France's previous vetoes that maybe Mirage isn't way up in their pool. Maybe they're just uncomfortable from a lack of practice or theory time. It's all very plausible for how that one looked. Third map, though, will be Anubis. Both these teams have played Anubis and had pretty handy wins. How's this going to shake out, guys?
I mean, we firsthand got to see Portugal on Anubis. I think they did a brilliant job versus the US. I think they did a really, like, they were very set in their effort about taking mid control, even though they didn't do it from the very start of that US match. But like eventually they started, you know, figuring more out that we should split the map, we should go through mid. They were able to methodically take mid control as well and maintain it, which basically like opens up the map so much for you, whether you want to split through 8 or set up A splits, or if you just want to like halter rotations to set up for easier B takes. Like Portugal did such a good job of that throughout the entire game that we saw them play, that I'm a little bit worried for France in that sense. Again, I've been siding with France all the way up until this point. Anubis looked like a very comfortable map for Portugal, and that has me a little bit worried for the Frenchies.
Yeah, we expect that France will continue to make those info plays, and I do think it's just that question of are Portugal going to stick to that sort of style where they do sort of go for these groups early, because that seems like it's where most of their success is coming from. I also understand maybe you want to default sometimes to just let your players, you know, have a feel for things. We definitely saw Zyna getting some picks. I do think it's also really nice for Portugal, though, that we are getting a more well-rounded approach. Like Ida had a really solid map towards the end there, some big rounds from her, making info plays, making sure they get it over the line. D7 has really come into her own in this series. I think she kind of wasn't needed in the earlier series, so it's a good sign for me that we're getting a more well-rounded Portugal here. And I mean, I was with Portugal at the start. I do think I'm going to stick with them. That wasn't a massively convincing map win, but I also think we're seeing both teams struggle with the pressure. And I just get that feeling that Portugal are going to have that togetherness based on that map. They had it a little more to me. And yes, maybe it is partly because France aren't comfortable on the map. But yeah, I do just have that feeling. I think Portugal are going to edge this. But I really think there's not much in this third map based on what we've seen there.
I mean, Anubis is the map of dynamic, aggressive, mobile riflers. T side, you can just run into sites, get a lot of fights. CT side, of course, pays massive dividends to be proactive. Astra can win this series.
Yeah.
She can take this over. She can get her team into the grand final.
That was a little bit of a worry, though. Mirage, again, it should be kind of a playground for a player like Astra. We didn't see much of her at all. So, yeah, she needs to step things up. Again, the world's her oyster once she gets to Anubis. I'm curious to see how France as a unit are going to deal with what Portugal has to throw at them, especially on their CT side. But yeah, we need to see the best form of Astra in order for France to make it through this.
Also got to look at the anchors potentially on France, you know, see how Emerald's going to do here. I think Julie as well had a weaker map on this one. Seems like Julie can either have like really good maps or just drop off a fair bit, and that's a concern as well. Yeah, it's a really tough one to call, because I don't think any actual like game analysis, I think it will be important, but I honestly think that the pressure seems to be the thing affecting these girls the most, because we're not getting necessarily their peak level of CS out of them, and so it feels like that's going to be the main factor here. Who can deal with that better?
Yeah, I think like for those, the team that can stick or stay most true to their identity is the one that's going to come through, and that comes down to handling the pressure well.
Big pressure though. Third and final map of this semi-final. Winner of Anubis into the grand final later today. Don't go anywhere.
You know I can't help but this, 'cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, 'cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Now, I said right before Mirage went live, Portugal need to keep the faith. They did exactly that after going down 5-0. And now they find themselves on Anubis. It's one of their better maps. Team France are really competent on it as well. Team France won the knife round. They start T-side.
Yeah, that's at least something for Team France. Though, honestly, their T-side of Mirage didn't really have a lot going for it. So I really hope that their Anubis looks a lot different. I think it's a map that definitely suits them as a team. But as you kind of mentioned during that Mirage, it feels like it gets to a certain point and then they stop playing the way that they normally do.
Yeah.
And even if the map suits your playstyle, if you're not playing your playstyle, you're just going to get run over by this Portuguese squad.
Absolutely. And look, individuals to watch out for. Look, we know Astra is going to be brilliant on this map. I think Rachel will maybe take a little bit of a step back to allow Astra to shine. For Portugal, this is D7's best map, I think, outside of Ancient.
Okay, let's see it then. I think K-Day as well. Want to see a bit more of the first map appearance for her here. Orpa is very important. Cross smoke, deep smoke. Go to B. Zana close by with the dual Berettas. Oh, the flashbang does not work out. Ida and D7 again. It's the old guard. Ida on the tap back. Has taken down 2. She is hitting everything right now. And Astra will remove D7. But she doesn't even have armor.
Yeah, look, France wanted to go so quickly in there that they went before the smoke was landing. Like, it was bouncing. And that's why, like, Zana, D7 are able to try and get these kills. They all swing at once. And Ida's now getting loud and even pointing at Team France, letting them know, look, you come into our bomb site, you best not miss.
Yeah, absolutely. Ida's definitely feeling herself now. Portugal worked out the answer to their pistol rounds. Kill everyone. Actually, shoot them in the heads.
It's a good strat.
Yeah, well, have to employ it eventually. Check this out. They know there's not going to be any sort of investment here, so Zana keeps money for the orb next round, prioritizing that exceptionally early. And then it's a whole slew of MP9s. Oh, D7, you're in a dangerous spot here. The burst through.
How is she alive? How is she alive? She got to kill Rachel, who had burst through the smoke and then gets out of there. Zana needs to be careful. There is a backup plan. Yun is still here with the MP9. That nade will finish the job on Astra, and now she can drop the smoke and back off. It's patient play, but it's correct.
Yeah, at least there's no gun given over. I like the way that nade was just bounced down. Are you ready for Julie? No, you're not. This gets scary. T7's low. You can't get EQ'd here. That's big. That's what they needed.
And now you got the rotates. Team France can take the site. They know that D7 is quite low, but D7 just keeps going. Another one. And Julie will answer back. It's a 1 versus 2. And immediately Portugal reset. They try and swing. Ida goes first to allow Catty Jones to come in, but not even required. That was close, but not quite for Team France.
Yeah, a little closer than it needed to be. I think they pushed out A main. That was, I'm not sure if it was really necessary at that stage, especially after you've killed a player middle and you know there's 2 more top middle. I guess that's why they push, right? They anticipate with 3 players middle, there might be space to take that, but again...
Shout out D7. Low HP, gets the off-angle kill on camera.
If she dies in camera, I think that round is actually over.
Completely agree. Zana's now got the AWP, and she's holding the space so that Ida can walk down in towards canals.
Miss Molly outside, but Ida still charges forward. And this, I don't think you at all anticipate her to be here.
It's one of those where if you've got 16 by 9, you'll see her. If you've got 4 by 3, you don't.
16 Niners. Rise up. Ida is holding kind of between both angles, which makes it tricky. But D7 will be a bit more active to window. Julie is really being a nuisance here. Ida does get involved. We'll be ready for Julie. She'll actually disengage, so that's fine.
That's what I've been really impressed with the most so far for Portugal, is the fact that they're getting their kills and they're escaping. It felt like there was no way out there for Ida, and yet she finds one anyway. Oh, okay, and she keeps going. Another kill collected with the FAMAS. Yun in middle, not overwhelmed by Emerald. Team Portugal are now just winning all their 1v1s.
Yeah, Ida gets another chance on Julie. Astra has managed to find the space, though. They've scaled into the A-bomb side. She's the one with the HP. She can catch off Yun here. Round's not done. K-Day's low. Bomb will be planted. CT's fast in towards main. Will come Ida. Remember, there's an AWP involved in this retake.
How far does Astra want to go? Does she go all the way around? No, she just clears deep in towards CT. For Portugal, everyone is going to come through A main.
Okay, so it's going to be the group up. They've got Smoke, Molly, Flash, all the utility. K-Day low HP, tucks behind.
Mollied.
The Molly's actually going to go to heaven, so K-Day has a chance to maybe find herself a kill, and that's a massive one to be getting. Oh, she's found 2 with no HP. Caddy Jones needs the kit. She hasn't picked it up. She hasn't picked it up, and she has to go for the full 10-second. Astra will come around the corner and spray her down. If she'd found that kit, it would have been different. But K-Day, phenomenal from behind Cake.
Yeah, look, they mollied off heaven. They all came round. They completely give that camera control. I'm really surprised that Caddy Jones didn't have the kit because they died with the kit on the bomb.
I think for a second it looked like she was going to start looking for it, but the stress gets to the moment. France get on the board in a really unlikely fashion. That's Astra taking the initiative to find that space. You're not anticipating that someone could have pushed in there.
And then she takes all the space again. She keeps pushing all the way out and towards spawn, just try and catch off one of these rotates. When she doesn't, she regroups with Kaede, and Kaede just plays it brilliantly. She's letting Astra sort of pseudo take all the contact in terms of the grenades, but also players coming out of camera, and she can just focus on her job, which is deny the bomb diffusers, and she does. What a shame that is as well, because Team Portugal, they were showing similar shades of Mirage, where they were being really dynamic. They were disengaging appropriately, but again, it didn't matter.
Zana doesn't even get to fire her orb, which is a little sad for her. They really want to try and catch one of these players, and D7 will. The one dig onto Rachel, and Ida catches KD through the smoke, but again, A is compromised. It looks like they're fully aware this time.
Yeah, but look, you got Deagles and 5-7s that are defending this. Yun on the corner, trying to set up Zana. She can't quite do it. Astra claims both, so it is a 3-on-3.
It's really nice the way that Astra plays off Julie.
Look at this bomb thing here, though, because Ida could potentially deny the bomb. She turns round. Oh, she turns round. And look at this. Emerald just playing the discipline. That could have been the round right there and then. Instead, it goes the other way.
That was the moment. Caddy Jones in the 1v3. Won't even get a chance. Another big round from Astra. Quad kill. And again, that's a 3-on-5.
I can't believe that Ida goes up to clear it and doesn't go all the way around the corner. So Emerald's got that timing. It's the Ida and Emerald timing. Again.
Yeah, this way it goes the other direction. That could have been the round winning moment, or at least bringing it back into favor. But you got to praise Astra. I love the way her and Julie work that from Fountain, with Julie taking that contact but not committing to any of the fights, right? She's just sort of jiggling on it, firing off bullets, falling back, making it so uncomfy. Giving Astra that space to find both those kills. She does not slow down.
This time it is France coming back from the brink. A lot of these rounds, again, to kind of kickstart the way Mirage went, where you feel like Portugal should be in control, they should be claiming them, and then they just don't. The only saving grace about this is, look, this is CT side Anubis. Obviously, they would like more than what they're currently sitting with. If they could grab a few more, it would still be a really compelling first half.
Yeah, it's similar to how Mirage started. We're like, oh, these rounds. You feel like they should have gone the way of Portugal, but France are so good at denying you finding that way in. It will be the full eco to come through. Spin is 2,400, so yeah, no chance for an AWP. It's actually going to be a pretty average buy into the next round.
They just want to get this one over with. Pushing towards mid. A little bit of a stack behind all the mollies.
Flashbang being set up for D7. They're already pretty far ahead of it, so much damage can you do? None.
Yeah, the buy's not too bad. Yun has to keep downgrading to MP9s. It was Ida that was doing that on map 1, but because she's sort of hitting her stride a little bit, it's now Yun that is taking the brunt of the weapon disadvantage at the cost of utility.
Looking very close between USA and Poland on map 2. 1 round divides them at the moment. A lot of early pressure towards A. It's definitely been where France have wanted to put a lot of their focus early in this half.
Yeah, it's because Portugal have been really aggressive and letting them know that they want this dark control and that they're not going to be able to take it without fighting at least 2 players from Portugal.
I wonder if part of it is also wanting to punish Yun, right? One of the least experienced players on this Portuguese roster.
Yeah, it could be.
Definitely feels like Astra's been able to win that out pretty consistently.
Oh, look at this timing on this push into B main. Look back upon Rachel. Will deal with Catty Jones. And actually, that will invite Emerald just to keep pushing, but Ida wins out the fight. Under pressure, needs help, gets it from D7. Ida's still trapped over at the obelisk. Finally, Julie puts her out of misery, but D7 keeps going. It feels like it should be the connection, but it isn't. A 2 versus 2. France are on 10 HP.
Outrageous that they're both still living, and a good chance now for Portugal in this retake. They've got the kit on you, and so they don't need to commit through the smoke, can take their time. A stiff breeze would take down either of these players, and that timing, Sana spots out one. Yun charges through, overwhelmed by Astra, and Sana on 1 HP, both of these players on a nice edge. Sana's crossed, Astra's spray converts. France do the unthinkable after D7 saves them off.
I can't believe it. They just had no utility.
Yun goes too soon.
She does, absolutely.
She goes too soon. She just needed to wait
The whole reason
1 more second.
The whole reason for waiting out the smoke is so that you don't fall into that trap. And it's because Zana's taking contact. She feels like she needs to come through to help her. She doesn't. Nervy moments on the stage again for Team Portugal. And Team France are just denying the odds.
But what a round. Such a low HP. Astra gets both those kills. Crazy that Zana was brought down to 1 HP as well. Made it interesting. 11 and 2 is Astra. Mentioned, we know exactly how good she is on this map. Proving it already.
It's good that Portugal are looking competitive in these gun rounds at the same time. Competitiveness doesn't win you rounds at the end of the day. Kaede baiting in her teammates, swing on the angle. It's all too easy for Emerald and Rachel. This will be a 5th marked up for Team France.
Yeah, should be in a moment. Yun will be spotted and dealt with by Astra. Clean. France running away with affairs. We will finally see the AWP back out for Zana. She had it in the 3rd round after prioritizing it. Remember how this run of rounds started with that 3-on-2 with Kaede on 10 HP.
Yeah, the rounds that they've won have actually been unbelievable.
All of them are like that. 3-on-5 thrown in the mix.
Oh,
nice.
What a shot. What a shot. But again, just because Portugal get the opening kill, it doesn't mean that that's a success story. Astra yet again looking to take shape. Caught off guard, it's Zana. Really need to be careful here. They keep trying to force this issue when instead they should be falling back.
Yeah, Astra is just putting on damage with the utility. Not anticipating her to get that close. Now you've seen that AWP in play. How much longer does it hang around? That's the question. She has just stayed in heaven. France look to move back towards B through dark.
Cassie Jones has got a smoke that she can put down towards B main. It all depends on this timing. You can see that they're trying to stop this crossfire. They're distinctly aware that there could be these players moving through. Instead it's a counter with the incendiary, but France aren't interested in B. They're trying to get the rotations away because, again, Astra is trying to work magic. Timing favors her on Yun again and catches Zana in the mix.
Okay, crazy double up from Astra, but how are you not aware that's a possibility? The lurk smoke's been down for that long.
And Emerald hears all of this. Emerald hears all of these players running through water. Checked but not dealt with is Catty Jones. 4 on 3. Rachel up close. Kaede hits the quick shot.
Catty Jones got the double though. Not done yet. It's still on.
There's
Astra
no
lives. And Emerald tucks in towards the camera. Such low HP. It's going to be D7 that needs to step up. And in fact, it is just D7. Tap on the bomb, hoping that peak comes. Will be the swing from Emerald. D7 will get that one. Astra doesn't need a swing, but she will anyway. Another quad kill from Astra. She is unstoppable.
Absolutely unstoppable, but you're completely right. And Yun has been caught off guard again there. But so is Zana. Not once, but twice. When she goes for that initial A main peak and then resetting in towards camera. You've been shot in the back of the head. There's only one direction where that can come from.
She's 16-2. That's a multi-kill every single round. She's literally just walking into A and killing 2 people every single time.
They're running away with it.
Now they're going to start running at them. D7 over here this time. They've done it. They've taken down Astra.
Does that mean they win the round, though? Because the buy is still not ideal. Deeg for Yun in towards Temple. A flashbang back. They want to keep going. They want to keep fighting this. D7's actually killed Zana, but in fact, she's killing everyone in mid. Yun tries to step in to help. Rachel isolated, but escapes.
Meanwhile, the bomb will scale into the bomb side. Ida does so much damage. Catty Jones hits the Deeg. An advantage, a recovered AK as well into the armored player of Yun.
There's just no utility again. The retakes, you always feel like they're fumbling because there's no util. This time it's Kaede that gets caught off guard, peeking in the open.
How does everyone live on such low HP on this French side? Somehow they survive in round after round with nothing to say. Kaede is still killing everybody. How is she still going? Eventually, Yun will remove her and Portugal break their silence.
That's confidence not only for Yun, but also for Team Portugal. Finally, we can kill these players. They've looked dangerous in every single one of these rounds. D7 even gets a team kill in this round and still goes ahead and kills A main. Camera keeps Rachel's rotation a little bit subdued, and because of that fallback, that gives the information for Ida to be there, for Catty Jones to come into Temple.
Good to see you being positive there, actually. We saw her in the camera. She's actually, laughing a little bit and shrugging her shoulders. She's been having a rough time here on the A side. Can't let it get to her.
It's a battle of Na'Vi right now. This buy looks a hell of a lot better than it did last round for Portugal.
They've changed positions. D7's just playing A now.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Radical move, but you need to deal with Astra.
Zana's got a AWP again. This is really close, though, for D7. She has no support if she dies here.
Does she need it? That's the question. She's being put on towards B. We have 3 players leading here. In fact, the AWP as well. No France like to poke and prod. Astra now starts to try and take the space. Yun moves over. Little flashbang to set up D7's peak.
That's info, though. You now know that 2 players are A, so you can still commit into this. Swing out into B main. It feels incredibly aggressive from Ida. She doesn't know players are so close. But Catty Jones at least steps in. Now you need to be wary of Dark.
Yeah, you need to be ready for this. Catty Jones, it wouldn't have mattered. No HP. Zana is here, but it's only Zana.
You should go because Astra knows about that A main push.
Gonna start committing now. Flash forward. No smoke onto the angle. Zana gets an opportunity to drop the bomb too. That'll slow things down. She's worried about a push onto her, and rightly so. In fact, I think that swing was maybe coming. Bomb scooped up, will be planted.
No smokes at all for anyone. There's one flashbang left on Astra. Team Portugal start to creep in.
Pure brawl coming forward. Need to be aware of Julie's position behind the pillar. She's just found that little avenue to tuck into. K-Day on Obelisk has a good line to D7. Will strike. Strong. Astra activates. Sana can't convert. Another multi-kill from Astra.
Another multi-kill for Astra, sure, but that post-plant was brilliant. Everyone was playing so tucked. K-Day's got this deep line on the left-hand side. It means that Astra can just pivot between what she finds and what Julie finds in terms of contact. That's a shrewd after plant for Team France, and that is them establishing the control. And it's actually them that take the timeout. Coach knows how important this is to not let slip. If he can make this a 9-3 half, that looks way better than 7-5. And to be fair to Portugal, it feels like they should have 5 at a bare minimum.
Yeah. And then some. Much closer than it would suggest. We saw Portugal with a similar position on Mirage. We're able to bring that back. And they also won a round like this before. So don't count them out of this one.
They also nearly won a round like this before. It goes both ways. This is aggressive. Julie looking to take shape. Shadow not spotted. Straight in. But Zana will at least trade with the rifle. Everyone's having a go at A main.
Really are. I think Zana needs to be active here. B is going to be the target for Team France. Double up in middle, so maybe they can drop quickly. The Dark's going to be the only space they have. Ida spots out Astra. Now you think this drop might come through Winter? Okay, it's going to be part push, part drop perhaps. Astra, oh, decapitates Ida. There comes the drop, but that's smoke she dropped behind herself. What a heads-up play from Astra. Will go down, but Rachel immediately on the trade. It's just Sana on this flank. The bomb is down. Emerald is accounting for it. And she'll actually convert.
Astra is playing out of her mind. You speak about that smoke, it just does so much for her. Preventative cover, it's not only for the drop, it's also for the A main push. You know that Zana was last there as well. Exceptional work from Astra. She is single-handedly carrying Team France to this grand final.
It's insane, isn't it? 19-4. The first half's not even finished yet. Now K-Day wants to get involved.
Here we go. Singed by her own team's Molly. And that will at least give her a little bit of audio over. D7 again, looking to be proactive in towards A main. She tucks in, Zana takes the angle.
Yeah, classic setup. Not one they've done yet. Actually, they get a little bit aggressive. Oh, it doesn't go well, but Zana will at least get that trade.
But every time they have seen the AWP of Zana, they go to the other bomb site. Okay, they've still got this really advanced line where she can hold tempo. Spam not quite connecting. Catty Jones, though, with the follow-up, will deal with her.
Yeah, just the smoke was starting to fade as well, right? So she just catches her. That looked like it could have gone either way. And that might change the plans here of Team France.
Astra has done this so many times. We know what's coming next. Her lurk in towards A main. Yun should be aware, and this time is.
2 times now, Yun's got the better of Astra. Back-to-back round, she finally starts to get some revenge. But this one, you think, should actually set up this 4th round for Portugal.
Look at this, holding this pixel just in case they creep close. Instead, she wants to play a little bit more safer now. Has got the support of Zana. Zana can also flash.
Yeah, the concern here is if they walk on that left side and don't actually go up towards Fountain. Okay, never mind. Emerald doesn't clear her anyway. So Yun able to lock down a triple kill for her. Portugal, some redemption at the tail end.
Yeah, important round for Yun. Important round for Team Portugal because it means they walk away with something, and something is better than nothing. And nothing is what they got on Inferno. A pistol round of great magnitude. And you've got to bear in mind that, look, you're now going on to CT side Anubis. Some of the other players of Team France now need to step up and rise to this occasion because Astra cannot do it all on the defense solo.
No, absolutely.
She'll go ahead and prove me wrong now. But
yeah, she'll do her best to do it.
Typically, you can't.
Typically, but she's in the right place this time. And she's pretty good with the USV, Brandon. I've seen her do some disgusting things. This is going to be a straight B execute. 2 smokes, double flash, triple flash. In fact, they just want to pounce on this bomb site. And they charge straight into the door Berettas. K-Day doesn't stop hitting left trigger until Zana removes her. But there's Rachel to slide through on the side. Astra still in towards Dark, unaccounted for. And again, able to get one. Ida is giving some fight back though. It's going to be the push from Dark. She's got a lot of time to work with, so she actually falls back.
She's got the HP to work this. She's being really loud, though. Oh, but it's deliberate. It's to get Emerald to move away. So now Ida has created this one-on-one pocket. But Rachel, this reposition could be everything. Timing potentially could elude both. Rachel's still searching, scampering in towards Dark, and collects the headshot. France one step closer to that grand final.
Never takes her crosshair off B main. She knew what was going on. Wanted that kick, wanted the reposition to be in a more supportive place for Emerald. Portugal tried to go for the straight up hit into that B bomb site, but France have so many players holding. K-Day just eviscerates them on entry.
That's why dual Berettas suck, because you can just hold left click like the whole time. Oh yeah, same thing. Even if you're full blind, doesn't matter.
And we get to see the dualies in action again. It's Emerald that's filling the feed. Quad killed the MP9. K-Day going down. She wanted to buy the AWP early. It's probably going to be Emerald that has to drop it. Oh no, she actually gets the M4, so save that for later.
You got to bear in mind as well, though, look, this is Team France with a number of rounds in the lead. That means they're going to play their identity. It means they're going to start pushing. But a rifle is going to be better than that than the AWP.
Yeah, 3 MP9s are definitely going to show some aggression here. Portugal deal with it.
They might just take the fight straight to them. In towards mid they go. Scaling, Emerald just on the doorway. Flash forward and... oh, she nearly gets 2 kills.
Clean with the MP9. Huge performance from that position. Patty Jones, oh my god, Astra just peeks into her.
You can't fight Astra, that's the thing.
Astra fights you.
Yeah, and she's going to win every time. That's what it feels like. Zana finds K-Day. That's a little bit of respite in towards middle, but if you go in towards A, uh-oh. I'm scared because Julie is here. D7 needs to clear this. The pathway to get the bomb on site. Oh, the timing. Oh, the timing favors Portugal.
That's what they needed. This double up in camera needs to be dealt with, though. It's Astra and Rachel. Yun gets the first, Rachel only onto 1, and so Portugal get the first gun round.
Another head-to-head. It feels like Yun is just the giant killer right now. She's the only one that can deal with Astra. Unfortunate for Julie. She anticipated Portugal to come in towards A main to clear her after the camera kill was 15, 20 seconds prior. The reason why it was so delayed is because D7 had to get the bomb. As soon as they lose a round, France call a timeout.
Yeah, scoreline's intimidating, but it's certainly not out of reach. We've got that all for K-Day that might come in the last round. Emerald, we've seen she's more than proficient with the MP9. But yeah, it's a very similar purchase. Can K-Day be the point of difference? We saw the Poland USA game has gone to a map for 3, Brandon.
So I was just checking.
Looks like USA were being very competitive on Dust 2.
They came back from 8-1 to make that 13-8, so that's still pretty respectable, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
You are right, though. This game does feel bite-sized. Every round feels like 2 now for Team Portugal. Emerald getting incredibly aggressive with the MP9, and K-Day is walking with her. And spots D7 in the finest of margins.
I like that a lot because, you know, the smoke at stairs, you know what it means, right? D7 knows that means a push, but it's the AWP element of it that you're not expecting.
The reaction consistently for Team Portugal is when they lose players to just reset and take mid. This time Kaede rotates over, fires off a shot through the smoke, and the delayed utility of the incendiary keep Portugal at bay for now.
3 players on this A side, you really don't want to go there, and Portugal make the right call in disengaging.
Not that you'd know it yet, but you could actually just walk in towards B. One smoke, that's all it would be, because Astra's playing so passive at CT.
I think they might still go to A. Surely they can't. Not with this position outside of B main. They might go through Temple, but Kaede is holding from CT. Gonna be good for one easily, and then she can just fall back.
That does get the bomb over. That does get you a plant. So a 5v3, like, it's not out of the realms of possibility. There's that smoke for the cross.
All right, so they can perhaps get the bomb down, and oh, it's dangerous planting here. Kaede is walking around the edge. She can't see Ida. She couldn't see Ida, but it doesn't matter. Ida walks back through that smoke. Gotta work out where she is. She now lets them know. First kill of 4 that are required, and the second doesn't come her way.
And that's a KD classic, to be honest. That's what we were missing, all of Mirage. We finally get it on Anubis. Her being dynamic, she was everywhere in that round. She was the point of contact for every single one of those kills. A bomb plant does mean that Portugal potentially could have something into this round if they see fit. And to be honest, with the scoreline the way it is, with the money the way it was for Team France, it makes sense for them to force in.
Yeah, you need to. Such a deficit you have to break back into. Really cool round from France, every element of it. Lost towards Molly. 7, oh, she wants to get aggro. Flashbang to help her out, removes Emerald. She'll just fall back.
Look at this aggro though, look at Rachel just on the edge of this smoke in towards Dark, being spammed and checked by Zana, but I don't think she's noted. Might have been heard now by Catty Jones.
Yeah, just falls back to safety. 2-2 split from the defenders. And we'll take the space in middle. I think this will dictate their direction.
This is interesting as well, because Catty Jones could, if she's feeling confident, just walk in towards B right now, because last time it was so passive. Again, France looking to retake the space in towards middle. Yun backs off, tucks into the corner, and now has heard that they are resetting in towards mid. But at the same time, France have got 2 players in towards Temple now, but Zana will at least find Rachel. Bomb site is Portugal's.
I don't think you'd meant to drop there, but it doesn't matter. Will still be the round for Portugal.
And the save.
Has to be. Kaede and Astra want these weapons. Julie will stick around. She just has the MP9, so if she can grab that AK that's tantalizingly close in Temple, that'll give them a good investment into the next round. This comeback does not get easier.
Oh, well,
D7
she just
stolen
took the AK.
Right in front of her. Julie? No attempt to ninja. She did have a kit, so maybe there was something cheeky to be done. Portugal keep 5 alive and remove 3.
Yeah, good reaction here from Portugal. It's D7 getting aggro in towards A main. France have been noting, look, Portugal, they do like to go for this push in towards mid. They try and reset with 3 players, but at that point, Portugal, they get ahead of the info and they just start going in towards the B site.
I think you have to force this, don't you? I don't know, it's awkward. Okay, Julie is kind of bought into it. I mean, her money was broken anyway.
Yeah, saving this is actually okay.
Yeah.
Can get a pretty comprehensive buy. And again, we're seeing this drop. Astra, with one of the only rifles in the round, has already got all of water control. And Julie has found Ida and looks for more, but can't. Yun will at least trade. D7 will deal with Astra, but the players are rampaging out of A main, but she still finds another.
A chance here for Zana. This is your moment to shine. D7 transfers down and gets that second kill, which makes all the difference and makes this so much more possible.
Emerald's got no armor on this AK.
Does she have the timing? That's the critical thing. Zana will push through. And Emerald disengages to Temple.
Oh, wow. They really think it's going to be this B hit. Will Sana go through camera, or will she go through Temple? She chooses option A, and it's the correct one. No one's home.
If the bomb goes down, she's in a fantastic position. K-Day has 20 HP, Emerald has an AK with no armor, and Zana has a smoke she can drop down onto an angle to delay further. So she will get this bomb. They're screaming on stage, despite how tense this moment is. They're going to give it a go. It looks like they were discussing it. They want to. They can feel series point and grand final point.
Look at this. She's pushed through her own camera smoke. It's planted for heaven, remember. And now she's cleared that space. She just waits. She knows that she needs the audio. Is Emerald going to clear? No, she's not. And K-Day doesn't have a kit. Zana has played this to perfection. Portugal stay alive.
How baller is it that she just believes that there's no kit? Oh my god, that could have been dangerous if K-Day had invested a kit in.
Very true, but at the same time, you've seen Astra with the AK, K-Day you know is saved with the AWP, everyone else is on pistols. It's a gamble that Zana's willing to take.
God, what a recovery. What a much needed clutch that comes through. D7's double up gives Zana room to pull off her 1v2.
The decision to push through her own camera smoke to then give herself that pocket of space is absolutely everything.
Up safe for France is great news. K-Day's been keeping that one in her paws for some time.
Much slower default this time for Portugal. Looking to spread out across the map. Draw a line in the sand with this map control, and Ida looking to take space. D7 does the same.
Emerald needs to deliver here. The swing out is perfect on Zana. D7 can't trade it. Now a flash over to support. D7 does get away. That's Zana going down for free.
Meanwhile, on B, you've got this double dark setup that is looming and could be incredibly dangerous here for France.
They look to go back here. 3 players from the CTs are on A. So a lot hinges on this double dark. Does Rachel peek this? Will Yun find her? She does. The second player strikes, but Ida will trade. That's the space into B.
But look at this quick rotate out of Emerald. She could drop, or she could go all the way around in towards B main. She decides to go all the way around the world, and they have got kits in play.
That's a wallbang onto D7. K-Day inflicts damage, doesn't know it, but makes it harder for Portugal. Kits in play. Emerald. She could be the deciding fact here. This timing starts to make noise, swings around, Caddy Jones not ready, D7 can't do a thing. That's series point for France.
They play it really well in the retake. Everything is so cool and calculated because they know as long as they just look off these angles, it paints the picture a lot clearer for Emerald when she's making her way around. And they've all got kits so they can take as much time as they need. The fact that you wallbang D7 as well is just the cherry on top.
5 chances now for Team France to lock themselves a spot in our grand final.
And they'll play either Poland or USA, as that one's gone to a third map, and we still don't know who's got the advantage over there.
Every single series feels like it goes the distance.
Well, it does.
Every single one we've had. 3 days of it. Speaks to just how strong all of these individuals have been on these teams.
You wondered as this first half started whether Team Portugal would look back at and rue some of these mistakes that they were made and have been made. The answer currently is yes.
There were so many of those rounds in that first half that should have been theirs.
3v5s just being converted by France. You think about back to that 1v2 that should never have been. The 10 HP clutch. So many what-if moments.
Portugal have all of that in the back of their mind, but they can only focus on the future.
They're going to try something a bit more simple. they're just going to go in towards A. The final stand, potentially the last hurrah, and execute on towards the A site.
2 players here. K8 isn't too far away. Fall back. K8 will actually catch off Caddy Jones on the lurk. Goes before her team starts to move in A. Maybe a little too eager to get that information. Now the execute comes through. Emerald's flushed out. D7 is able to spot Julie as well in heaven. So she's under pressure. Still finds a kill. D7 scales in. K8 there before she's ready. Zana and Ida, the 2v3. Ida gets one back. Still a chance here for Portugal. But over the top, the damage is coming from the half wall. And Zana can't do it. Rachel gets the double. And Team France go through to the grand final.
Well played by Team France. They dug their heels in every step along the way. And they thoroughly deserve this spot in the grand final. And for Team Portugal, it's got to be heartbreaking because there were so many of those moments that could have gone the other way, not just in Anubis, but all throughout this series. They should hold their heads up high because semi-finals is still a pretty good showing for this team.
Yeah, I mean, Team France definitely the favorite on this side of the bracket, no doubt about it. Great to see them convert their run, but it wasn't easy for them. Denmark put them through their paces. Portugal certainly the same. And for Portugal, I think the biggest issue here was the slow starts, right? It just took them so long to get going on some of these maps. Anubis, if they've been able to get off to the start a little bit easier, could have been a bit more competitive. Still a fantastic showing from this squad. We got to see all of the former big keeper core shining here on the stage. Caddy Jones, I think the real standout for me from this team just throughout this event. And you're delivering in this last map after she was really struggling versus Astra, was able to get her revenge time and time again.
That's the key sentence though, you said it right there, struggling against Astra. Whilst Portugal have slow starts, you then compound that, you mix that in with Astra being unbelievable. I think she had 20 kills at the end of the first half. It's like, what can you do against that? It is undeniable form, and it's grand final form.
It's grand final form. It's a player that's no stranger to getting to grand finals, right? The last time she was on LAN, she made a grand final, right? She's got that winning mentality, and yeah, she was the driving force to stay on that deciding map, but the whole squad was delivering as well. K8 in those last few rounds was a huge impact. Even in that 3-on-3 on B, where she gets the wall back, that's even enough to help decide that round, like multiple occasions.
And Emerald, right? We've got to talk about Emerald on CT in particular because she was so calm, so composed. You speak about sort of the fringe players for either one of these teams, and whilst Yun and Catty Jones were there, Emerald and Julie were matching it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because we get a lot of known entities on these teams coming through to these big Iesf events, because you know the national teams often have like a core of really solid players that play in the big teams in the women's scene, but you have to fill out your roster with other members, right? And it's choosing those players, having the right chemistry, and having them being able to deliver in an environment that they're not often in, and that's something the Team France certainly have. We saw it from Emerald today, we saw it on Julie as well, I think on one of the earlier maps across multiple series.
Inferno was brilliant.
Inferno from her, exceptional. Ancient yesterday. It's great to see it's not just the Astral Rachel K-Day show.
No, but it does help that the Astral Rachel K-Day are putting on a show, right? We know what one grand finalist looks like. We still don't know what's going on in that Poland-USA game. It's unbelievable that Team USA are really putting Poland through their paces,
That's
isn't it?
a shock, actually, that even goes to a third map. I thought that would be a 2-0 with ease. The fact that Team USA took Anubis, right, against that team is already crazy. But then to be able to pull off that comeback on Dust 2, to go that close, you know, to be almost able to equalize it, right, and force
8-1
it.
down, right?
Exceptional stuff from Team USA. There's a real chance we could have them in the grand final, which would be insane.
I think Team France would be happy with that. I think they'd actually be happy with Team Poland. I mean, what a juggernaut of a bracket that would be, potentially. But before we get to the grand final, we've got to go to the stage. We've got an interview with Team France.
And ladies and gentlemen, here we have it right now. Congratulations to Team France making to the grand finals. You see that trophy? It is waiting for you, man. It is waiting for you. So how do you feel?
I feel great right now. Yeah, I'm really happy and happy from my teammates. They are really strong, and I'm happy that we are here right now. And I hope we will keep fighting to get the trophy, as you said.
Let's go. So yesterday, third map, reaching to the decider. You won the enemy's map. Today you won your map, also reaching to the decider in the third one. So what happened? Why?
It's semifinals, and every team is strong right now. We had tough fights. We won Inferno like easy, but we knew that Mirage will be hard. We had a good game on Mirage, but it was not enough, so we had to fight back on Anubis, and we did, and we are really happy to achieve this.
Okay. Fighting Mega, make the achievement. So now, Grand Finals, a big one. Who do you think you're gonna face?
I think we're gonna face Poland.
Oh, are you prepared for Poland? Because they're a tough team. They're a strong one.
Yeah, we are prepared.
Okay. Any secret weapons you're gonna have for the Grand Finals?
We have Astra, their captain on our team.
Astra, let's go, everybody. So now, anything you tell me?
It's because Astra is on Navi's team, and Navi's team is basically Poland with Astra, with plus Astra. And right now, it's Poland with plus someone, and we have their leader on our team. So if we focus, we're gonna win.
Ooh, it is a good one, ladies and gentlemen. So, Grand Finals, here's the trophy. What do you want to say to the people of France, your family, and your loved ones?
Merci à tous les Français de nous suivre. On vous voit sur les réseaux, on a vu l'accompagnement. Merci pour le soutien aussi avant, pour le bootcamp, etc. Merci à tous. Plein de gros bisous à ma famille évidemment et à tous ceux qui nous suivent. Et on espère qu'on va tout donner pour la grande finale et qu'on revient avec le trophée à la maison. On va ramener la coupe à la maison aujourd'hui.
Let's go, everybody. Taking place right here, reaching to the Grand Final. Let's see what's going to happen. And back to you, amazing talents. Let's go.
Congratulations then to France, our first Grand Finalists. That first half was defined by one word, 19 kills to 5 deaths. It was Astra.
It was Astra, yeah. I guess they deployed the secret weapon a little bit earlier, a little bit before the Grand Finals, but you could see why. I mean, if you could have a player to kind of secure you an entire half in such a fashion, then yeah, you do that. Go with that. You don't need any special strategies, just kind of Astra go kill. That works. No, she was incredible, and how she just dismantled not only Yoon, who originally or like initially held that A side, but obviously D7 and then Zana eventually as well. Everybody from Portugal had to go and like trying to stop her, and not many of them found success. And it felt like that was kind of the defining factor of the entire decider. Honestly, it was Astra setting France up for so much success that it just became too much of a gap for Portugal to close, even in the second half.
Yeah, she's just always in such control of the fights, and she's always in positions where you just feel like she's not taking massive risks, Astra. She's always just a very safe, reliable star player to have on the team, and that's absolutely a big reason why France were able to get this win here. Whereas on the Portugal side, maybe one or two players we were hoping to see a little more from, not quite showing up in the same way. So yeah, big lead from France early, and I also think France were clearly somewhat aware of Portugal's T side into the second half, because Portugal were trying these mid plays, but France had answers. They wouldn't always fight mid. Sometimes they'd be playing further back and containing further back from mid. Sometimes they were willing to fight it as well. But it's clear to me they had a bit of prep work there on the France side, and you know, I think this map was decently won on this T side for them, but clearly the prep was there, and that was an important aspect in this one.
Yeah, no, again, this is France kind of showcasing that they are the better team overall. Again, I at least had my doubts after the second map. Again, they looked rather flat compared to what we'd seen them in the past, and obviously a very different version of what we saw them on map 1. This was much more similar to map 1, even though we didn't necessarily need to see everyone on the side of France kind of go crazy. It was more than enough that Astra did her part, and obviously once we got over to the second half, she kind of simmered down, but then you had plenty of contributions from Kyoto and Rachel and the likes. So solid team performance overall from France, and they look ready to be in a team like in a grand finals.
They do. In a lot of ways, Counter-Strike is about minimizing mistakes, and maybe alongside Poland, France feel for me like the team that do that the best. I know they've got experienced players, got people like Astra, of course, in-game leader as well for Na'Vi Javelins, Julie as well, who we believe is calling for this team at the moment. They look the cleanest team for me right now.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And usually those are the teams that you do see going the furthest as well in tournaments. Obviously, it's going to be a very interesting dynamic. A little bit dependent. Obviously, we don't know who their finalist or final opponents is going to be. US and Poland are still duking it out over there, but as the French coach alluded to, interesting dynamic, obviously, given that Astra is a pretty integral part of that Na'Vi Javelin squad, which also is like a fair chunk of that Team Poland. So I'm curious to see how that pans out if we end up getting that matchup. If not, obviously, USA have done a lot of right moves or right decisions from that opening game until now to make it to this point. So I'm going to be excited for it either way.
Yeah, if we do get the Poland matchup, I feel like mind games could be real. We could get really weird situations where it doesn't look like it makes sense, but Astro knows something we don't, so that could be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I do think you heard France, pretty big celebration there. They realize, I mean, not just the prize money, which, you know, 70K if they can get that first place, they will be looking forward to that, but also just making it to the final. They said earlier they think they're favorites, they think they can absolutely take it. We didn't necessarily agree. We thought Poland are favorites here, but the confidence in themselves is good, and yeah, I think on the Portugal side they'll be a little disappointed they fell short, considering what we'd seen from them earlier in the tournament. They made it somewhat competitive on that final map, but it did feel like France were fairly in control there.
Yeah. Still have one game to go though to Portugal. Let's bring up that bracket and see how it's going to shake out for them. Of course, France progressing to our grand finals. Poland, USA in that third map at the moment, and Portugal wait in the lower bracket third place side again that we will have next on stage. Yeah, guys, let's kind of delve into Portugal here. It's by no means a bad tournament. They place in the semi-finals, they're great in groups, they're great in the quarter-final, but I can't help coming off that semi-final feeling like they left their best Counter-Strike earlier in the tournament.
It does feel a little bit like that. Again, they're going to have a chance at redemption in the third place decider, obviously. One of the things that we've been really excited about, and obviously that we've wanted to see, and something that we prefaced, obviously, in the preview game as well, leading into the semifinals, was that we needed to see the big stars shine for Portugal. I think this has to be the tamest we've seen Zana really throughout the entire tournament. Obviously, tougher opponent as well, but I did honestly expect a little bit more coming out from her, and able to go potentially, you know, toe-to-toe with Astra in terms of like having that impact for your team and guiding them on the right path. That never really came to fruition. Obviously, it is tougher when you are playing an op role and your economy is gonna get messed with, and you're not gonna have as many opportunities as you would like as a result. But it just felt a little bit lacking from Portugal in that sense. So that is yeah, straight just disappointing, honestly. But they still have one more chance to kind of right that wrong.
Yeah, and maybe a couple occasions where the map awareness wasn't fully there. They kind of, it feels frustrating when you just kind of let Team France slip into a position where it's just very easy for Astra to get kills. There was a round where she was just able to kind of walk on the back of a smoke and just get a pretty easy frag. And it's rounds like that you can't be giving away quite so easily, because France will use that to their advantage. And you're right in the fact that we saw a very different Team Portugal here from what we saw in the earlier stages. It was really D7 who I think was their shining light, and we expected her to be good, but yeah, not quite the same from Zana, not quite the same from Catty Jones, who was really great with those aggressive plays earlier in the tournament. And you wonder if it's one of those where you can play with that freedom and you can just confidently take those fights in those earlier games when you're against slightly weaker opposition. Then you come up against a pretty well-rounded France squad, and suddenly it becomes a completely different problem that you have to face. And you know, you've been jumping over these little hurdles, suddenly a big one appears and you're like, oh, well, I haven't trained for this. I wasn't expecting this. And just taking the fights and just playing those simple fights, it didn't work in the same way here against France.
Yeah, I mean, a big conversation we had on day one coming into this tournament is, for some of these girls, biggest stage they've ever played on, a big opportunity to fly abroad and play in this sort of environment. You have to imagine for some of these Portuguese players, it stings, but they will learn a lot from that semi-final defeat.
Oh, absolutely. And again, they do get to kind of showcase it again, what they've kind of touched on. I think it's going to be easier for them to play the third place decider. Obviously, there's still a lot on the line, but now they've kind of gone through the most grueling defeat in that sense. So they're going to be able to maybe play with shoulders a little bit lowered, going to be able to be more like themselves. Again, we talked about team identity and how it's important for teams to kind of stick true to that in that sense. We didn't really see the true Portugal in many ways. It felt like we saw them attempt playing aggressively on their CT side, but it felt a little bit half-hearted. It felt like it was a little bit one-dimensional in how they actually approached their aggression as well. A lot of it tried to come through that A main opening. Like we saw a lot of times it would double up, trying to get aggressively, but not necessarily covering each other's backs fully before they like set up in positions and so on and so forth, and that cost them quite a lot. So I think these are things that they can improve upon rather quickly, and I think it's going to be easier to let go of the pressure in a bigger sense, though, like in their third place decider, and partly because they will have learned that you're not going to play your best if you're constantly in your own head, like they might have been today versus France.
especially if it is against USA. I think that would actually suit them quite nicely because USA are going to be willing to fight them too, and that could just come much more down to individuals, whereas this map, Portugal, in order for them to win, I think it had to come more down to those individuals and that sort of fight, whereas France were just a little better across the board at the rest of Counter-Strike, which is a lot of it, you know, the team play, the cohesion. There's only so far individuals can take you sometimes, and Portugal were trying to kind of drag it into a bit of chaos, and you could see that France, they never felt that.
Okay, then that wraps us up for our first game of the day. First semi-final finished. The other one still live. Looks like Poland are up big, so I guess at the rate we're going, it could well be a loser's third place game of Portugal versus USA. Quick break for us, then we'll back. We'll get into that third place game. We'll see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and a battle find of Sunshine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. Shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when he brave boys decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
The minute this gun was loaded, one of you brave boys decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. Can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
The minute this gun was loaded, one of you brave boys decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and a battle find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here, it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
The minute this gun was loaded, one of you brave boys decided to go for the run. Just to fire it. Just to fire it.
this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when he was brave, boys. Decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. This gun was loaded when he was brave, boys. Decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. Can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Better late than never, and it's time to get into our third place game here at the Iesf World Esports Championship. Setting up behind us, we have Portugal and Team USA. Of course, commiserations to them for losing the semi-finals, but still a little bit to play for here. A bronze medal, some prize money, pride as well, because I think both of these teams will feel a little bit hard done by their performance in the semis. And guys, they have more to prove, and this is the stage.
Yeah, it really is, and I think they come from, two slightly different camps in that sense. I think the US obviously going to be disheartened by the fact that they weren't able to push Poland fully. They did great for the two first maps, and obviously things got a little bit away from them on Inferno to decide things. But I think given the fact that they're the second seed out of the groups and so on and so forth, they're kind of, I mean, again, from the outside perspective, it feels like they should be happy to be in this position. As for Portugal, they've obviously started off the tournament playing extremely well, and what they delivered versus France overall I don't feel like was reflective of how good they've been so far and what they're capable of. So they probably come into this feeling like they need to kind of prove themselves again, and obviously end the tournament on a very good note, I'd imagine.
Any team that can get a map off Poland is doing pretty well, Hawker. So the States, they are in good shape. With a different bracket, maybe they make it further, but yes, they're here in the here and now, and surely they could give Portugal a good game.
Yeah, definitely feels like it, and just a bit of a shame that those other 2 maps against Poland weren't too competitive for the US, but was that Anubis that they've been so good on that they come through on, and yeah, it seems to suit them very nicely. I think this could come down to something like that, where US feel like they play at their best when they're freed up anyway. I mean, land of the free and all that, I guess it makes sense. But yeah, it's probably a scenario where in this 3rd place game, it kind of suits the way they've been playing anyway, where you might not be as 100% fully focused. I think just naturally, even if you're trying to, earn yourself up and get into that same mindset, it's not quite going to be the same. So I think that could help the US, and yeah, I've liked what I've seen from them. So considering we didn't know entirely what to expect from them coming into this, they're definitely going to be happy with this performance, and they'd be even happier if they get this 3rd place.
It's also kind of fun because they started out obviously playing versus each other in the group stages, and now they're gonna end out or close out the tournament playing against each other as well. First time around, it was all about Portugal. They surprised us in a very, very positive manner. The US kind of got stomped and stuck in their ways. We saw a team that actually handled that aggression coming out from the US very, very well. For this game, obviously it's going to be very interesting, depending on the maps, whether or not the US kind of have added something to their repertoire, or if they're going to get stuck in the same kind of clutter that they did versus Portugal the first time around, or if Portugal are going to be able to kind of handle them, the aggression as easily as they seemingly did the first time they met. I'd like to think that the US have had kind of just like improving form game by game by game here in this tournament so far, so I'm expecting to see more from them, and obviously like a lot more competitive game than what they had in the first instance. But yeah, it remains to be seen, obviously. Like it's 2 very different teams from what we saw on day 1.
Yeah, I think this could be a bit of a test for the individuals on Portugal as well, because on that side of things, we saw them not play as well in their earlier match, but I think we had the questions of whether that was because of their opponent or whether that was just because they were having an off day. Well, I guess we'll find out here, because the USA will give them fights, and it shouldn't be a massively complex game plan from the US. So if the Portuguese players can turn it around, and it was just because they were playing against such great opposition that they were struggling, that should give them a great chance to see some of the pop-off performances that we have seen up until that semi-final match.
Let's focus in on that Team Portugal roster. I guess Zana was the standout in the semis because she had a phenomenal tournament to that point. Didn't have her best game in the semi-finals, but here is a chance for a little bit of redemption, guys.
Absolutely so. And again, not to throw Zana under the bus or anything, but we just expect a lot from her because she's been so good in the past, right? And she's consistently been good as well. So it was a bit of a surprise to us all to see her not necessarily living up to that in the semifinals. Now is the chance at redemption. I have no real reason to doubt that she's going to go missing in this one by any means. Obviously, we started out thinking Portugal was going to be centered heavily around Zana, but we've learned as the tournament's progressed that there's a lot more on offer really from the side of Portugal. And I think Caddy Jones probably has been the biggest surprise for us all, which has been really fun to see. Teamless player as of right now. I think her stock must have risen pretty significantly over the course of these days.
Yeah, definitely excited to see her. And D7 played really well in the semi-final as well, so I hope she can keep that up. But yeah, especially Zana, I think if you're going to have US just swinging at you as an AWPer, it's kind of a dream scenario.
Yeah.
Especially, like, you might get 1 or 2 flashes coming your way, but if you can dodge those, you can definitely do well. And she's even been willing to take initiative and take picks a lot of the time. So I do expect a big bounce back from Zana here.
Let's take a look at that Team USA lineup. And speaking of players that have shocked us, Olia has been phenomenal this tournament.
She's been fantastic, and again, she was the one unknown really for us going into this, and not anymore. Obviously, well-earned spot in the USA roster, and she's been wonderful all days that we've seen her play, really. And so, massive addition to that side, which is really fun to see. We've also seen, again, even though a lot of our focus might have been on Olia or, for example, Emmy to start the tournament off for the USA, for the side of USA, we've seen great performances out of everyone so far. Matt's probably one of the players who've come more and more into their own right as the tournaments has progressed as well, which is great for an IGL. And I think we've seen kind of with her individual performances, the results from the side of Team US have also been pretty damn impressive. I mean, we're talking about complete demolishing, demolitions of the Netherlands, obviously, and then Spain to follow in their quarterfinal match. So the better Mads has been doing, the better Team USA as a whole has been doing.
Yeah, and touching on Olya again, I think it's especially impressive because she's just very reliable, and the position she plays, her stats don't even have to be crazy, and she's just getting a lot of impact with every kill. So the fact she has been really good, or not really good, just good statistically is definitely a great sign. I definitely think for the US, they seem to be at their best. I've said it earlier, I'll say it again. They seem to be at their best when Emmy is playing as one of their best players. She's super aggressive. She's always wanting to fight. And then it's been great to see Mads kind of a bit more freed up and, still in-game leading, but really showing her own individual ability as well. She's definitely going to be important to watch. And then you've got the other players rounding out the roster nicely. So, yeah, I think there are chances for the US here. It's kind of hard to know based off that Portugal game we saw earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know which way to go with this, because if you'd have told me before the tournament, I'd have probably edged it towards Portugal, but now it feels a little more open.
Let's take a look at those maps and see if there's any differences from the group stage matchup. Last time around it was Dust2 Anubis, Inferno Decider. This time we've swapped out by the looks of it. Yes, the Dust2 pick is gone. Got a Vertigo pick instead, and that will leave instead Dust2 as the remainder. So no massive differences, but surprisingly, it's actually Portugal to change the veto after looking, really good in the group stages and winning that game fairly comfortably.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they still get to play Anubis again. They probably would have expected that as well, and they did phenomenally, obviously, versus the US. Vertigo is a really cool pick. I'm not sure if it's a smart pick, but it's a really cool pick for this one. Honestly, they haven't been the team to veto out Vertigo, off and on in the group stages and whatnot. So I was kind of expecting Vertigo to potentially come out versus France. Obviously, didn't happen. So maybe they just kind of want to give it a go before the tournament's over in that sense, and it should be a pretty alright map for them. And I think for the US, they're kind of in a situation where they haven't shown any inclination that they want to play Vertigo. So I'm not sure how happy they feel about it. So this might just be Portugal feeling like they have a kind of like the strength relation between them and the US is the biggest, or the difference is going to be the biggest on Vertigo compared to any other map.
Yeah, it's felt like Portugal were like one of the only teams willing to even consider playing Vertigo at this tournament. So I think that's something they had up their sleeve. We were excited to see. I'm glad they go for the pick, because I would not be surprised if the US team are very uncomfortable on that map. They have not really wanted to play it. So I don't mind the switch up. And yeah, all in all, like the Anubis will be, I think, the big deal, because that will kind of be where we get to see whether we've got the best US in this game, because that's where their aggression has always been suited. It's just so well suited to their style of play. So we should get to see early on whether the US are going to make this a competitive series, and I think we're expecting they will.
Yeah, and I mean, in many ways, obviously, given that veto, I think more so than what we've seen in the past with other matchups and whatnot, it feels very dependent on the US to win their own map pick now. Because obviously we don't know much about their Vertigo whatsoever. We're kind of assuming that they're going to be pretty uncomfortable. So yeah, I'm looking to the US to start strong, win Anubis, and we can take the rest of the series from there. Otherwise, Portugal are looking strong.
Okay, let's get into it. Bronze medal on the line, Brandon, Lucy. Let's get going.
I can tell you exactly why Vertigo's coming to the vetoes, because Ida's vetoed and she was like, I want to play Vertigo. She loves this map so much. She keeps propaganda-ing it all over Twitter. It's Entafina's one of their best maps, so she wanted to play it before the tournament was over.
Yeah, Ida is really based like that, so
yeah, true.
We're big fans of Ida here because of the veto. First time I think we've seen it, at least on the stream.
On the stream,
so that's very exciting. We've seen it get teased in a couple of potential vetoes, not had it played.
I think the only other time it was played was when Portugal played Hong Kong in the very first game.
Yes, you are right.
And
that did come through. So yeah, it's a little pocket pick to come out here. Good opportunity to do so. I think. I mean, obviously we're not going to Vertigo now. We're going to Anubis. We kind of know what to expect from Anubis. We've seen both these teams play it so much already during this event. So that's where the Vertigo gets exciting, because that is, I think, going to be very uncomfortable for Team USA. Because I don't think FlyQuest really play Vertigo. I don't know if it's really a Shimmer map either. So, oh sorry, not Shimmer, TSM map.
Yeah.
My bad. Sorry. The split wasn't that long ago. Yeah. So I feel like there is going to be a lot of discomfort there for Team USA. So they need to start strong.
Blue Atacama, I think, play it.
Okay, well, you got two players then.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I can't really remember. But we're live, and that's the important thing. And Portugal decide to start on that T side immediately. It looks like they're all grouping to run in towards middle.
Well, they were.
They thought about it.
They're just like, okay, just pause, just pause. Portugal have had their reps on this map, or if these teams have today. It's all right. Yeah, USA won this, right, against Poland earlier.
Yes, they did.
13-11, if I'm not mistaken.
They in that map, they won 3 eco rounds against Poland.
Oh, that's bad for Poland.
That's why.
Good for France.
That's why Anubis went that way.
Okay, well. Emily will see first contact in middle. Sana shows the bomb, but they're gonna fall back. Get out of the way, Ida. We're dropping. Where we're dropping, gang? Into dark, and Emmy is here. You avoid Emily, you find Emmy, Mads, catches off D7 on the A-lurk, so this has just not worked out. Everyone's dying, the bomb's in dark. Caddy Jones, though. Oh, it's not over. She's got something to say. Still need to get that bomb back, and she's managed it too. Caddy Jones has done everything.
Yeah, and I think they know about Yun, so look at this acceleration. The USA, if they can deal with Catty Jones, then maybe they can just defuse, but you can't deal with Catty Jones. That is until Oyas will sideswipe her. Yun comes in from CT. The bomb is planted for her. They just need to swing together, the USA, or maybe they just need Oya. It's back and forth, but the fact that Portugal get a bomb plant out of that is everything.
Yeah, what a round from Caddy Jones. Huge 3K from her. And just out of nowhere, gets that double up in dark and then finds that third player swinging from Obelisk. That was good presence of mind to expect that position. Certainly, you expect the buy here off the back of those heroics. Yeah, we will get it. Oh, you know what? This sort of round, right? This is what happened to Portugal every single time, right? It would come so close.
I know.
Can they convert?
Well, they're just going to pop B. They're going to have all the nades. They're going to get ready just to go straight into this site. Flashbangs over the top. The MAC-10's up close, but it's the MP9 that's doing the damage. Until, again, it's Catty Jones. D7 trying to swarm around the side of the pillar. The bomb's just being planted in all of this. They are just ignoring the players on site and saying, Catty Jones, you have to kill all of them. You can't, but it is a bomb plant.
Yeah, but I think without getting that third kill, honestly, I think that's the difference maker as to whether you invest on to this next round. I think this will have to just be a half buy. Emmy does a good job just staying alive backside. Obviously that kill from Kelsey is big and slowing them down. Mads comes through with 2.
I can't believe they just ignored everyone on site. They just started planting the bomb.
Yeah, well, that's the objective. Full spy doesn't work out.
They'll get a little bit. Catty Jones will save enough money to drop Zana the AWP into the next round. And again, a run through mid. They're just going to disrespect the utility. Mads' nade should do a lot of damage. And if that fails, then it's the spray out of Emily. Mads comes around the corner as well. There is no way through middle for Portugal.
Yeah, cleaned up. Nothing found, just some damage. Emily gets 3 on the board. 3-0 start for Team USA. Zana brings out the AWP immediately. That's going to be prioritized here, and I think that is something where Portugal are able to flex over USA here.
Agreed.
I think Emily has had some good maps, but actually in the tougher matchup, she's actually really struggled. So I think this is an environment where Zana can really flex her prowess.
Yeah, let's see Zana get proactive with it as well, because we saw against France that there were moments where she wasn't really taking those peaks. On T side, it's the perfect sort of half to try and do so, and in fact they're just going to accelerate immediately. Ida wants to take the dark space alongside Zana. Kelsey's got to be careful.
Jones finds the opener and leg shot onto Kelsey. Ida looks to scale immediately to see if she can finish the job. There is a rotation, but D7 removes Olya on the lurk. In the meantime, this one's looking much more thorough from Portugal. Mads, oh, can't quite get her. And Zana edges around. Zana and Ida both finishing off each other's kills. Emily will walk through. I feel like with Portugal, at least from the recent games we've watched, their rounds are either incredibly convincing or incredibly stressful when they're on the back foot.
Yeah, very true. I think that this round actually is a really good example of what Portugal should be doing and what they have been doing at the event, but what they should be doing, especially in this game, and that is just being direct. Because as soon as Zana gets the leg, Catty Jones also gets a kill in towards B, and they just go. They take the space, they gobble it up immediately. That allows that space for D7 to get the kill on the lurk, something she is really, really good at doing. So I'm glad that it is a trademark Portuguese round, and we get it so early.
Emily looking to snipe now. Starts over towards A. They got forced off the line. Catty Jones again finding the opening kill over towards B. We saw she was very passive, and, well, Ida's being anything but dancing around the pillar. Support is on its way. Mads was half blind. Ida felt like she was on site playing around that pillar for a minute long.
Yeah. She was wondering, where's my team?
Yeah.
This could still get really interesting because D7's got the bomb and she has to make her way over. Smokes are now just being replenished. Yun is letting everyone know that she's over here, and that incendiary won't tick Zana. They're just playing really patient here, Portugal. They're falling back into this is a fake into towards B main, except it isn't. It's going to be the commitment through water. But USA have bit down on this because two players have rotated. They're waiting for this opportunity potentially if Mad swings into Zana's scope.
Yeah, you've seen the slight pause to give the space, but Yun falls to Emily at scope. Now they can start to scale out. Mad's repositions around Obelisk. Oh, there's the barrel. Zana sees the arm. D7 sees ahead. Bomb to be planted. D7 has no HP. Two players moving through CT. This round has to be Zana.
And I think you got both the info, right? Because you saw Zana fall back. Now you're just waiting on the outskirts of the smoke for D7. Emmy will catch her off. And now you know that this AWP is in towards Dark. They can just swing on the positions together. Emmy gets removed. The bomb is being stopped by Olya. Tech9 out. A few more bullets would do it, but it's the flashbang to get the Ninja underway. Another Ninja defused by the USA.
Yes, straight from right in front of her. The smoke is perfect. The flashbang just filling under her legs. And you know you're up against the AWP in the 1v1, right? So you definitely want to be sticking that. Tech9 comes out, but can't quite find it immediately and disorientated.
I'll tell you what, though, considering the circumstances, that was a 2 versus 4 that gets put into a 1 versus 1. So significant damage despite that by Portugal. They get the bomb down as well. Their buy looks better than USA's.
Yeah, but again, that was, again, exactly the sort of round we saw constantly versus France, where it's like, you were so close. Good opener. And maybe a follow-up. Yeah, Yun's got this. Oh, timing's bad. And push is good. Team USA take the advantage.
Kelsey just pushed dry. The flashbang came back really late from Emily. And somehow, some way, again, it's just the USA pressing on the accelerator. Portugal not being prepared. I can't believe Kelsey gets a double kill there. They were just not ready for her to dry swing through that smoke. I mean, why would you be?
Olya falls back to a more passive position in storage. It's going to allow D7 and Ida to walk in.
I've actually been seeing this an awful lot this event. The CTs, when they do fall back off A, they play really passive in towards CT.
Yeah, it's not too bad because you know D7's going to want to clear here and you've got a good chance of maybe catching her. But maybe she'll catch you? No, it is you catching her. I know, 1 versus 3. Smoke's still up on camera, gives her a little bit of room to move. Maz will move over to help out Olya. First kill. Now, you should be aware another player's here. Oh, can't quite spray in time. Olya finds the right time to swing. Maybe the comm's a little slow there, that the second player should be there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it came through like half a second too late. Ida was just trying to delegate between 2 different angles. That comm comes in any sooner. She turns around. She'll be able to isolate the fight. Potentially that is a 1 versus 3. It actually is, it's similar to the France game, but it's also quite different because this time it is actually Portugal like recovering these rounds rather than throwing them away. Think about how many 3 versus 5s France were able to win. Think about how many times that Portugal were so close, where they always had the player advantage, it didn't quite work. This time it is like these clutch players coming up short right at the final kill.
Yeah, no matter the circumstances that get you there, all those rounds are frustrating nonetheless. I know it was quite stakes of the game previous, but it's still double the prize pool. So not an insignificant achievement. Not to mention helping your country place higher.
I was going to say, yeah, and it's also just pride as well, right?
Yeah.
Like it's so much nicer to say, look, we finished third, rather than we came fourth.
Yeah, it does feel significantly different. It's like a difference between 5th and 8th in my mind. I don't know why that makes sense to me. Anyway, got the AWP for Zana. USA's economy has been kept relatively honest. There is a chance. Doing fairly well at finding the opener in Portugal.
Another one of these B main plays from the USA. Zana this time has got the responsibility, and she knows that there's another one out there. Emmy lurks on the wings with an MP9.
Yeah, Zana falls back to a slightly safer angle just to clear. Emmy's not going to move from this spot. Look at this mid-spacing it's being taken. You see, Emily's aware that this gap was here. Zana will not get caught. Okay, nice adjustment from her. Emmy felt like she had that one locked in, and maybe any other gun she would have.
I remember this so vividly from the first time these two teams played against each other. Mid was open so frequently, and Portugal were exploiting it. They look to do the same again. Emily, pop flash, but it's turned immediately. Ida will do the killing blow, but Olya's pushed forward, but that is with Mads' flashbang, so now you know that B's open.
Yeah, you got all the information. Very open plant as well, makes a bit harder to steal this one away, and Mads and Olya won't be. They'll look to hold on to these AKs they've recovered. Like I'm saying, when Portugal win rounds, they seem very clean.
Yeah, that was actually a really good reaction out of Portugal, because immediately they've just been sort of dying to these extremity pushes. So this time they just take things a little bit more slow. They wait for the USA to push. This time it comes with a flashbang. The fact that Zana is able to find Emmy as well, who re-aggresses.
Yeah, they hold for that push, get both, and then the A push does come, but it gives them all the information as well. Both these teams, this position that they're in, it's a real mental drain for you, because it's not like you got blown out in your semi-final.
No.
Like, you felt like you were within touching distance of the grand final.
And then you got to go straight into another best of three.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, we'll say the cliche once, then we'll just drop it, but it is 5 rounds already for USA on CT. Like that feels a lot better than what happened last time these two teams matched up.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Portugal are really prioritising this mid-space. Team USA are playing exactly the same as they did last time.
Yeah, they really don't mind leaving this open, but Zana will pick off Mads, not anticipating.
That was a big nade. That did 99 damage. Post-mortem.
That's pretty good. Moving back. They'll pass each other. So Emmy pushed out, but didn't see them in window, I don't think. So she thinks they might be in A main. She's going to clear that momentarily, which will free up bodies elsewhere, but mid is still a gap. Portugal go into B now. It's the perfect time.
And they are.
And D7 might even have a better timing. Unlucky for Emmy, who felt like she'd been on such a good mission, got all the information, and now Kelsey getting pincered, but no drop. There it comes. Still been made interesting. Olya will remove Ida. Sets herself up for 2 more kills required. First comes her way into the one-on-one, and Olya takes 3. A big clutch from Olya. USA onto 6.
Oh, I can't believe that, because again, right up until planting the bomb, Portugal done everything correctly. D7 gets the kill on Emmy, and then on the def cam fakes that she's going in towards mid. That's why Kelsey doesn't turn around immediately. Kelsey does really well to get the first kill in on B main, But then D7 drops, it's traded, and you think, okay, this is still fine for Portugal. Comms weren't there again, because no one expected Olya to be a close CT.
Yeah, because she just killed someone, right?
Yeah.
Like, you should know that that's the likely spot to be. Great 1v3 from Olya. She's actually having a phenomenal start to this. 9-1 is Olya. And now a much more proactive mid-hold. Ida not ready for Mads just to swing. At least they will punish the aggressive play that comes out B at the same time.
Yeah, but look at this reposition immediately. They might just disrespect this. They might just try and come through the temple smoke, and they are. Defense needs to relocate, but Emily overwhelmed. And Emily's only got an MP9, but it's Olya again stepping in from CT. Mads has found D7 in the meantime. It's still falling apart until Catty Jones, the one consistent piece from Portugal, still makes it a 2 versus 2. The bomb's down.
She's having a great game, isn't she? Zana has the read, spots the arm, needs to get out. She manages to fall back. Yuen's providing the coverage. That smoke is such a pain onto Emmy. She'll have to force her way through. It does not work out. Mads on the drive-by, but Zana with the pistol.
And this time, Zana, she makes a decision. Do I want to just go with the AWP, or do I want to go with the pistol? Every single time in these 1v1s, she's sort of half-guessed what she wants to do. This time, it's so decisive. Swaps to the side arm, running towards the site. Necessary rounds, you feel, for Team Portugal. Remember, Team USA, even after winning that round, came into that with MP9s. They come into this one with just Deegs. And it has to be a force buy. There's still a world in which this half ends even.
Yeah. This mid stack in play. No one's on B, and Portugal are just going to hit B. They know they're up against the force buy most likely. The economy's not good, so decide to go for the exec. No one's home.
That feels nice. Nade forward as well for Catty Jones just to swing, and then you get Zana on the line. Deagle not connecting from Mads. And because you're forced into this, USA, you know next round's an eco anyway, you're probably just going to want to save. Look for exits. Maybe if Ida walks in towards B main, that could be a potential for a rifle.
I want to give Mads her props. I think she's been incredibly consistent for Team USA in every series. She's a big part of how they were able to go so competitive as Poland.
She definitely powered up this event. I felt like she started off slow day 1, and then day 2, day 3, she's been unplayable at times.
Yeah, because I felt like, you know, when I looked at this roster, she was the player that I was most excited to see in action again, you know. Emmy has, of course, been incredibly consistent throughout. But as Mads said, really wanted to see start firing up, and yeah, when she gets on a roll, she does not stop.
I had a chance to, well, I was watching sort of from afar the USA-Poland conclusion.
Yeah.
And some of the comms of when like they win rounds from USA are hilarious, because you've got Mads that lets out this like real high scream like yippee. And then you've got Emmy that is just running down ecos. Poland were like running away to try and save. She's like, come here now, like screaming at them. Like standing up a little bit, like running down banana.
You gotta rate the energy of the Americans.
Mads, full blind. Great flash from Zana. We are just speaking over this round a little bit. That's because it is an eco. But I'll tell you what, eco rounds here on the studio have been anything but safe.
Yeah, Mads was the only one that was, well, I suppose Emily was also ecoing proper. The others were able to save over stuff from the previous round, so they can still keep it kind of threatening. You know, you find a gun here, there's something to be said, but try peeking into Ewan. She gets a couple of nice eco, well, not eco again, half force.
She got the kills.
Previous force buy kills. Ewan gets 2, but then not ready for that push. Olya will recover Galil. You don't really want this. But also, you don't not want it.
Would you consider this? Obviously, the money's broken, so you can kind of like omit the last couple of rounds. But is this regularly scheduled programming, or is this more USA could have made the most of more opportunities?
I think the USA are actually really happy with this because Portugal had a few rounds that they should have won that USA were able to pull back. It kind of, you know, I feel like USA have ended up with a really good haul, things considered.
I think it's all balanced out.
Yeah. Sure, your economy gets broken for a couple of rounds, but you snuck a few in there that you weren't favoured in. I think there's a big difference here between 6-6 and 7-5, though.
True.
We did say that Portugal was struggling on that CT side. I wonder a lot about whether that A situation is going to continue with how it was towards the end of their CT side, or whether they go back to that being Yun.
No, I think they put Yun back.
It's interesting though, because D7's like the A defaulter on the T side.
Yeah, I'm
and
pretty...
Yun goes mid.
I'm trying to think who plays A for Na'Vi.
Astra, maybe?
Maybe.
Oh, might be decent.
I thought
no,
it was...
No, isn't it Hanker? It's Hanker. Yeah,
Oh,
of course
okay.
it's Hanker.
I couldn't remember. I think D7 used to play A on Guild. I think that's where I'm
Everyone's
muddling.
filling.
This is an A exec. This is a break on the smoke as well. Another flashbang potentially. No, instead it's going to be a drive swing, 1-for-1, but Mad steps in with a kill on D7.
I'm expecting 2 defenders holding forward. There's going to be a late mid lurk. And look at the swarm of CTs. Ida falls, that was the bomb too. Nice kill from Caddy Jones on that lurk, but now Eyes will be trained on her position.
Oh, this is really nice. They're just going to come back and fight it together. Emmy and Mads come over, double swing. That's the way to handle that. And now Zana with the AWP. Posted on the angle is Elite. You asked for 7-5, there it is.
Yeah, they can be feeling very happy with 7 on the CT side. I'm sure they had a chance to look at the outcome of the match from Portugal-France. Obviously, they were busy in their own at the time. Don't know what Emmy's pointing at.
And Kelsey was pointing at where she was on the scoreboard. We know what to expect from Team USA. High-octane action. Incredibly aggressive plays. And a smoke util set on B to disguise that the bomb's going to come mid. They could still run here and drop through the water. Instead, they're just going to keep pushing.
Yeah, they see that no one's actually committing B, so they all fall back into A. If they run into A, it's danger. Oh my god, they're coming in. There's 4 players here. The bomb goes first. You're straight into the firing line. D7 and Ewan just charging, holding that position, ready for them. I can't believe Portugal have so many players over here.
What an awesome pistol round. And to be honest, I think as soon as... The issue you've got is the first player spotted them, but couldn't get out because they had the bomb. So the bomb gets dropped into camera, and then suddenly you're going up against D7, you're going up against Yoon, the player that you've originally sort of scared off of camera. That was all a master plan in the end. So pistol success story. That was the same for Portugal against Team France. They got the conversion and then struggled on the guns.
It's good for Portugal though, because they've struggled to find pistols just generally.
That's true.
So to have one so convincing is very nice. Got a little flash to be set up for these. Oh, no.
Okay.
Straight to the head.
Sure.
Fair enough.
D7 playing deathmatch. Running down mid. We'll get overwhelmed by Emmy. That's an M4 that could potentially be picked up, but no, Zana steps in just in the nick of time. Mads hits one back, but it is a 1v3.
Yeah, that's all their M4s. Oh, you cheeky. No way, you're gonna get rid of both M4s? Do it, do it. Okay, they'll be able to recover one, but you made that costly. Let it go.
Smart. Really smart. To be honest, one M4 rebuy isn't the end of the world.
Yeah, you know, I don't. Okay, obviously, you know, if you're a proper purist with CS and you know everything has to be by the book, you're like, why are they trying to hunt these ecos? But honestly, I think Xana and D7 should be hunting ecos.
I agree. Just because I just think they need to get their confidence.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Also, Zana stepped in to protect the M4, as she did, to be fair, right up until Mads hit her in the face.
That's true. Okay, so it is Yuan on A.
I need to figure out what the actual like equivalent of that would be. Because in Pokemon, like you got like the Gen 1ers, right? That's it. It's the it's the equivalent of that. Mads has just blasted D7 through smoke. What's the reaction here? It looks like B main. A push for Cassie Jones and Ida. No, instead they just settle in. Zana's got to be careful. She doesn't take a single point of damage on that interaction. And Yun, who is this A player, is trying to wrestle with Oya. There's Mads dealt with, but Oya will find Yun.
As that push went out, Emmy caught off the bombs here. Caddy Jones, another big kill. It's just Oya in Sentry. Will force her forward into the fight, and Caddy Jones holds her ground. She has been absolutely outstanding for Portugal.
Brilliant trades. And the decision making between Cassie Jones and Ida. They take the B main space, they get the kill, they fall back in. Ida prepared, and then Cassie Jones just sits behind the pillar. She can instantly swing. Well worked from Portugal. That's now 3 rounds in a row. That's also 6 rounds out of the last 7. Momentum is absolutely with them.
It's going to be a half by for Team USA. It's great to see Caddy Jones playing like this. After the first day, we ran into the Portuguese players, and D7 was like, "Oh, Caddy Jones isn't happy with you, Lacey, because you were commenting on her whiff." And I think since then, she's just been playing the most lights out CS. So I'm sorry for highlighting one of your mistakes, but now you've just been shining.
Look at this. Zana wanted to go in again. She did find one, but trades are immediate. Double setup in dark. You don't want to give the Deagles too many chances. Was that necessary?
Mads and Kelsey get the kills. 3 from Kelsey. She's been the quiet one. D7 has to clutch it up. Bomb planted for Dark. That's where D7 moves from with pace. But Mads. Oh, Mads. Huge deagle, but Kelsey, hers struck true too. Again, a bit of that over-eagerness from Portugal, wanting to go for fights that are unnecessary against the half-by.
Yeah, that almost felt like Portugal just wanted to end the game. Right there and then. They just wanted to do the
They might have, but the other
blow.
way. Look at their money.
Yeah, it's not good. It really isn't great. Game now becomes even. Emily flashed off the angle at least, but no one's peeking it. I just got a deagle, so too does D7. Has got a pocket of space just in front of that molly. But Mads will know that this gap can be there and also put on very high alert.
Nade's doing so much damage to these unarmored players. This round doesn't pack anywhere near the punch that USA's prior did. Can't believe they got that double kill from Dark. Nice little frag from Zana. Oh,
okay, nearly.
1
1
HP.
HP.
Oh, imagine if she got it. Maybe there's still a chance.
She can get the rifle.
She's got it. Molotov though.
Look at Yun as well. Yun's just walking through the temple smoke, just trying to hit this timing whilst D7's got all the attention.
Now's the time, Yun. Now's the time.
But Emmy's holding. Emmy was holding for it, so decides not to push through it. D7 looks to take the contact again.
Yeah, he is holding, but now Yun does strike, and she'll get 2. It's planted for Kelsey, who'll get that first kill, but Yun comes through. USA ecoed them, and Portugal does just the same straight back.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, because you've planted for CT, Yun just holds her time in. You think maybe it's gone, but it hasn't. D7 did so much there, not only getting the kill towards Dart, but wasting and drawing all of the attention there.
Yeah, that was a really bad post-plant setup. No one was covering Temple at all. I mean, it was, but it was such a narrow angle.
Yeah, Emmy was holding like that pixel gap, right?
Yeah.
Emily did not know she could be exposed.
Yeah, it was poorly communicated, because Emily, by all rights, should have moved around to the other side of
Yeah,
Obelisk,
of course,
towards
but she
like
had no
default.
idea. She had no idea.
Wasn't calmed.
So we saw one eco and now we see one right back. Yun at the heart of everything. Boost up, known by Zana. Mads removed early.
Imagine how mad you are. You just got caught in the boost, but there was no reason to boost. The smoke wasn't down.
She saw the arm of the player that is boosting when she crouched. That's how Zana knew. Notice how she was looking down and went straight up.
Oh, that's frustrating for Mads, though. Because it would have been such a cool play.
They were getting ready to boost literally as that smoke was landing, but instead, Team USA are now going to reset in towards B. Double dark setup. A break on the smoke at a double swing. You get rid of one player, but are you ready for Emmy, who's just the other side of it? Well, you know now, and then D7's dropped.
Kelsey will break through, but now there's 2 in dark. Zana is still present too with the AWP. For a moment, okay, Kelsey's got something going, but such little HP, just wasn't a chance. Double digits for Portugal.
And look, D7 has got 11 kills this game, but I promise you, every single one on the CT side has been incredibly impactful. She's doing so much work behind the scenes that needs to be complimented on, because Portugal would not be here right now without D7. It's good to see Zana back to form as well. 18 kills on the board for her, overtaking Catty Jones, who was just in the limelight.
It should be Zana in that limelight, not your Bianca. A drop down to dark. They want to scale into B fast. Good call, because it is just Catty Jones at the moment. Nice little passive position. Removed, though, after one. Ida, can she drop the bomb? Wild Spray doesn't connect. Kelsey does have a Galil.
This time D7's not dropping down water, she's going all the way through B main, so it's another one of these situations in which Portugal are going to try and put so much pressure on and leave a blind spot for USA.
Yeah, I think Ida's got the info that there's only been just now that cross, so they know no one is close main.
How do you drop this silently?
Oh, you can't. Oh, you can. What? Okay, I need to learn how to do that, because D7 just slides down and takes a life. Oh, yeah. Blood's lucky to get one, but we just say PG-50 in hand. You don't fancy Emily's chances. It's just a whole pack of CTs on the bomb.
Their retakes have been brilliant, Portugal, honestly. And they keep just trying to cause so much chaos to the point where there is always just that edge, that X factor. Last time on B it was Yun, and it was D7 for the coverage. This time it was everyone else, and D7 does the dirty work.
20 for Zana, 2.0 KD.
And look, I know the scoreline's 11-8, but I'll be real with you, like, USA have never felt in control in this game.
That's fair enough to say. I did mention that all head-to-head would be pretty notable in the favor of Portugal. Does feel that way.
Nice save from Mads.
And cheeky to the door.
Seen a lot of proactivity over towards B. Now we're going to see it over at A. Zana gets the kill again at A main.
4-on-5, Team USA.
And now she's being dynamic. She's going all the way back towards B.
Bomb is still sitting outside of main. A re-smoke from Yun. I think they are going to go back here. There's a double up in dark once more, so they're going to peek together onto Emmy as the smoke fades. And now I think you do need to start supporting your A player.
I was going to say that should be the go signal for Zana to come back, come in towards camera. It's going to be D7 instead. Yun waits patiently, will get mollied out. Is there a flashbang here for her? No, instead it's just a dry swing. A 1-for-1, but that is more than enough. Kelsey has dealt with Catty Jones.
Okay, it's still interesting. Zana is low. In towards camera, they have a smoke and molly on Kelsey. D7 should be the one taking point. Maybe she'll just play off Zana's contact, in fact, and Zana still hits the shot. Out in the open, Kelsey stands, D7 sits her down. Portugal find map point on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, playing really well. Spoke again just about the round difference here, and the fact that USA were in the game in the first half. Just look at the amount of rounds that Portugal
by the way.
have won.
It works. There was a bit there where it was slightly inaccurate, but all sorted.
I think they won 10 out of the last 12 or something bonkers.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it?
No, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it was a 5-7.5, right? So.
Yeah. One round drops, and that was to an eco as well, by the way. Not a single gun round lost by Team Portugal yet in this second half.
Just 2 each on the eco. Gonna go B. Kelsey already in. Yeah, I don't think they're expecting them to be already in the site. Are you ready for Ida to be here? They clear. 2 very nice, clean entries. Yeah, Portugal are out.
Really good reaction here from USA because it is so more often than not that Ida and Catty Jones have been playing in towards Dark together. And even when they just come in and go for the Sentry Path, and they know they expect that second one to be there. They clean it out, and to be honest, if you're double Dark, defending from a whole B exec, it is really complicated.
Yeah, it's one of those positions where if it's the right play, you know, if you do have a lot of pressure coming through, like a split, for instance, you're able to deal from it from both angles, it feels great. But if it's just a straight up B exec, it's like the worst place to be, and a little bit of a hunt going on. Zana is doing well to keep the Wolves at bay. Okay. Yeah, she's feeling it right now. 25 kills. But only a 3-round game. She's at least got plenty in the bank to support her teammates. D7, are you really buying that? No, okay, just trolling us.
Good opportunity to call a timeout here as well. Just 30 seconds because you know that this is a 3-round game. It can quickly escalate out of hand. Money, it's still there for now, but potentially it could build up and break at a moment's notice. For the USA, it's been more just sort of the executes that have been working better for them. They've been able to get the extremity play over towards B main and Dark pretty consistently. Mid has been off limits.
That one's very simple for the US. Just walk into B. And won't be success. It's easily replicated.
The thing is, you now know that Portugal are going to have to adjust to this. They can't run this double Dark setup, so there could be spacing towards water now.
They're going to start heavy over this side. Are they actually just going to run it back?
He could run it back.
Bomb's gone mid though. Oh no, it's just the 3 utility. They are literally going to run it back. Mads into mid. This is exactly how the round played out before. And honestly, it's almost the same setup. However, Zana is the point of difference. Here come the smokes. Molotov to delay. They're not able just to walk in freely this time. They have to pay the Zana toll.
Mads has got space in mid, but D7 still accounting for this. And because there was no more commitment off the back of it. Oh, did she get spotted? Yes, she did. Mads gets the kill.
Very nice from Mads on the jumping player too, straight to the head. Ida now taking initiative, pushing through. She's going to hear some of this mid. It is a bit quiet. Smoke though onto camera. Zana holds off the temple play.
This can get really weird with Oya and Ida because Oya's going to go all the way around to Rug, so Ida's not going to be known. So this angle from Zana, Catty Jones might just dry swing straight into Zana. How on earth has Emmy died and not Mads?
Yeah, I think they knew that the player was far towards camera, but they didn't know Mads was close by. And Mads is like a wrecking ball, just charges through. Headshot, headshot, headshot. Ida, you're crazy. You're gone.
The double up in towards mid, I thought where Zana was just holding that line, that was going to be the setup, and then they try and overwhelm Zana, and then Catty Jones was on the close line.
That pause from the US is great. I mean, it was kind of forced, you know, because of the smoke to slow them down, but the fact they just sit there and wait for that peak, that's the winning move.
And here's the eco, so we are going to go the full 24.
Okay. Unlucky. Okay. It's a 1-for-1 in B main. Zana. Ooh, she spots something. Wait, has she been spotted? Emmy's come back, anticipating. Yeah.
Looks like it.
And Young with 3 HP. No way, no how. 24 rounds of play.
Yeah, USA now feel like they're the ones that are being a lot more assertive. They're the ones that are waiting for Team Portugal to make these missteps, as you highlighted, by actually just varying their entire game plan, just being that little bit more passive. It has earned them potentially a right here to overtime.
It's always that final round that's the hardest.
Especially for Portugal.
Feels like 12-9 is the scoreline that we've seen just so much, but once you get there, you feel like you've done the heavy lifting, right? It's just that one last round. Orp's been the difference. It can't just be Zana.
No, it can't. Cassie Jones was right there with her, but then Zana took over the game. Need one of these supporting cast members of Team Portugal to step up. Otherwise, this will be overtime. And to be honest, from that point, it can go anywhere. A double push in towards B main, incredibly aggressive. And that is Zana removed. Ida will at least trade, but Emily's there again. And now they're going to start to accelerate. Cassie Jones not prepared. It's the aggression out of Team USA that's going to force overtime.
It does look like it. Not much to be done here, really, for Yuan and D7. Smoke's going to land in Yuan's face. D7's half HP, had to reroute all the way to CT. Trying to be noisy to feign that maybe Yuan's not going to come through dark, but with 4 players alive, they don't need to blink. Emi's ready for this. No reason for her to draw her crosshair away. So overtime is secured. USA, they push us all the way.
Yeah, they're a little bit muted as well. I expected them to be a lot more hyped, so they just forced overtime,
pretty chill
right?
here, right? Mads?
Locked in. What a good resurgence here from Team USA, but you have to argue that Team Portugal have been a little bit sloppy in the last couple of rounds. Feels like they've really given away the space, the advantage. We now look to overtime. We now look for 16. Zana's bought an AWP, no utility.
Yeah, she wants to be able to secure future AWPs, right? In case you lose these first 2 rounds. They hope that's the case. Oh, the molly is so good. Ah, the HE is not going to be a bother, but... Is that HE? Whatever grenade it was.
Yeah, it was, it was.
Hit the toes.
And Yuna wants to get close to this smoke. She's been burned by Astra before, just going on these lurks, right?
I feel like that Henteva's Astra really opened her mind to A. And the ways that she can be punished.
Good nades, but again, it's the USA. What's been working so consistently for them? This B-bomb site.
Yeah. Portugal recognize this. Zana moves over again. Ollie is being a bit loud on purpose, just to feign that they are going to be putting the presence here, but I'm not even sure her footsteps were that heard. This is going to be a B split once more.
There's no smoke to deny this at all from the B players. There's only a flashbang here. Zana, the first line of defense, trying to bait in for her riflers, and she will get the opportunity. Cassie Jones finds one as well, but it's all yet in from dark. Ida's there to trade, but Zana is not missing.
It's the exact same setup they found success with before, right? That player playing pillar, one in dark, and then Zana on the left side of Plat. She gets the first contact of the player entering through main, and then you're relying on your dark players to pull through. Zana doesn't have to ever stress about a different angle.
That one felt like the simplest of the lot as well. That felt like it was really easy to try and defend against. Oh yeah, the only one really providing resistance, and that was in from dark. She was the A main lurk. It's always the one you need that comes when overtime is forced. Bit of a messy spray, but it will be D7 that comes out on top. Now Oya wants to get ahead of this, but Yun denies.
Yeah, just forcing fights now, aren't they? At least Kelsey wins the one that she fights for. But the rotations are fast because that was the bomb spotted. They disengage. Dark looks to be the play. Ida is gonna get that info pretty quickly. At least the Incendiary will split up the defenders. Emi looks to take the space, and that's a nice way to do it.
Yeah, now the rest of the USA can come in. Emi's holding the angle, okay, and does jiggle it. And that means that the rest of the team can come over. Learnt from previous lessons, bomb down.
D7's only going to start to rotate now. They really thought that lurk was coming. Caddy Jones has a nice little gap on the side of the smoke. It went really deep. So it's worked out nicely for her at the very least for a bit of information. CT comes Zana and D7. Emmy and May will have a nice angle to take the first fight. D7 does remove Kelsey, but you got Emmy to deal with. Zana will make quick work of her. Emily in dark swings out, gets that first kill, and Zana charges forward to her death.
Emily plays that so well because she knows, again, that the AWP has to swing. Zana keeps consistently being put into these 1v1 situations. That time it's because D7 is such low HP, but it's over to the pistol. You know she's going to be swinging. She does it all game.
Well played from the USA. They forced those 2 fights early, right? That was a 3-on-5. Kelsey gets the big kill to trade out Ewan and get that bomb back. Ida, a little flustered, worried about main and dark, gets caught off by Emmy. Who just charges in, being that hero.
That's another one of those rounds where you think that shouldn't have been a USA round.
Uh-oh, D7 fully blinded. Shooting shins.
But then the reset again. Team USA are never committing initially. They again want to try and catch players off guard. It's Yun this time that slides and creeps closer forward. The common reaction.
Oh! It was meant to be the freebie.
I was going to say, the common reaction is normally the double dark play. That's what Portugal have been employing quite a lot. So Yun, yeah, you feel like she definitely has got a chance on one, but no, instead it goes the other way. Ida, Kelsey, time in.
Should favor Kelsey every day of the week. Oh, actually, Ida's not committed yet, but still favors her. 3-on-5 in the retake. It's difficult. Kay Jones goes first. Ida is under Kelsey right now, and Emily will show off her position. Zana, not a nice spot to be in. Ida did hear that play come, but no chance on this one. USA take the lead. 2 rounds in overtime.
Yeah, and look, to be honest, it was their CT side that was much better than their T side, which is uncharacteristic of an Anubis, but having 2 here in OT feels very good if you're Team USA. I feel like Team Portugal have warmed up a little bit now. That's the only sort of, I guess, debate I'd throw into the mix. Someone still needs to help Zana.
31-15. The next closest is 21 kills. She has 10 kills and the next highest in the server.
It's a team effort, though, from the USA. It's so much more consistent than that of Team Portugal.
Every perspective. Molly onto Emily, forces her off.
Yeah, this is all about the map control trades and utility right now.
A super default for Portugal. I wonder how much they want to put presence in mid, given they've got a lot of space there previously.
Looks like it might come through now.
Yeah, they are going to regroup back here now that D7 is poking in prod, but Emmy takes space of her own accord. The timing of this walkthrough could not be better. Oh, she's seen Caddy Jones walk over. And she's about to clear D7. Trigger discipline. Oh no! It's all gone wrong. But Olya, she's made it right. A double up. Collateral on the second. Mads then swings through.
And that's the bomb.
Emmy's play looks like the round winner, but in fact, it's the information she gains, not the kill that she doesn't find, that matters.
It's well set up. And again, Team USA, they don't need to peek, but if they can swing together. It's all about recovering the bomb, but you can't do it. Too many players. Map point for USA.
Frustrating one for Portugal. Emmy pushes through dark, spots that cross through. They know players are coming. I presume she played Trigger Discipline on D7. That's how she died there, because D7 was not looking at her.
I think on the minimap she did take the first shot, but...
That's what I mean. I think maybe Emmy started to look to see if someone else was there and D7 swiveled and saw her. I'm not sure. Oh, sorry, you mean Emmy took the first shot and missed. Unlucky.
It's all good.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't. They got the round based off her info. She just took that risk. She just took the play. She just moved into it. And to be honest, it's a really good reaction. She's got to remember that Portugal will keep trying to prioritise this mid control because the USA have been leaving it open so frequently.
You're leaving it open just to spring on it last second. Portugal with 12-9 up, and now it's all been reversed. USA have 2 chances to take their map pick.
Zana now feels like she needs to do everything. She'll be the one taking the initiative, trying to get these opening kills. Emily, full blind, doesn't realise that she's on fire, just about gets out in the nick of time.
At least it's your ult. A lot of posturing outside of B. Oh, that's a fun Molotov. It's out of position, makes them uncomfortable, and then Emmy strikes.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels a bit pointless unless you're flashing someone through, and then they flash someone through. Good collection onto Yearn. Ida tries to take the space in towards Dark. In the meantime, a re-smoke at B main at the best possible timing for the defense.
All right, they're going to group up. It's going to be this split. There are only 2 defenders here right now. Mads is fairly far away. You want to re-aggress here? Oh, the Molly forces Ida back, but she avoids it silently too. And Caddy Jones by her side, the 2 of them, they're able to find that kill, but that's a lot of info for the CTs. They start to scramble. They need a smoke down because Mads just has an open line, and they can't punish her. And look at this gap. It's huge, but it's okay. Caddy Jones gets over. Bomb to go down. Player advantage for US.
Oh, this feels horrible though. It feels like you're really stuck. Portugal with the re-smoke and the molly will give them a little bit of breathing room. Valuable seconds burned off the clock, but there's still a kit. There's 1 flashbang remaining for Team USA. That is it, but at least they've got a player up.
Yeah, utility bare bones across the board. Gonna just have to be a fight through onto this bomb site. Setups are decent for Portugal. Ida draws 2 kills out from her position, and then D7 can strike for 2 of her own.
So important for Ida, that the fact that she's able on a swivel to go from CT to Temple, inflicts further damage but keeps the crosshair, and then D7 swings instantaneously. Really good tethering from Team Portugal, taking the contact off one another, keeping themselves alive, giving themselves another chance.
What a position from Ida. To get 2 from that off angle.
She was in the open.
So exposed. Had to deliver. She got assists on the other 2 as well.
Back to creature comforts for Team USA as well. This time leaving mid open once more. Playing passive is Mads.
Cool flash. Jumped over the top from D7. A second Molotov as well. Very quick to clear this space. The ult keeps having to fall back to different setups to see if she can get the angle.
But it's going to end at the same destination, isn't it? It's going to be this B hit once again. Kelsey just jiggling with a smoke, not poised to fight. Instead, Emmy's going to be trying to be set up for success.
Smoke goes forward. It's a bit of a fat one. Doesn't land properly in that corner, but Ewan just charges through onto Emmy. Kelsey trying to deliver. Can't get more than 1. Mads takes her chances. She's in the fire. She's cooking. She's gone. Double AT looking incredibly likely, especially with D7 holding that angle.
Both of these teams do not want to let Anubis slip. Both have had chances to close. Both have rued the mistakes and it becomes costly. And instead it's just an agreement. We run it right back again. And now we look for 19. It's so funny how in regulation the T sides were just flat from both of them. And now in overtime it has been the majority of rounds won on that T side.
I mean, that is how it's meant to go. We're back to what we're supposed to be doing. So it was just a matter of time. Good to see a few other players stepping up to support out Zana and calling upon it.
Yeah, to be fair, it hasn't really been Sana at all in this overtime whatsoever. Another one of these defaults, another one of these scavengers for information. D7 drops a molly close in towards A main, tries to make it uncomfortable for the USA. But this time it's a double Stark setup of their own. Emmy's safe in the shadows. And Kelsey's audio cue might bait her in perfectly, and it does.
Nice little bait and switch. D7 will get the best of Olya, but Mads is still here and lets them know she is.
Emmy's doing her push again. Straight through Dark.
She's going to get caught this time, surely. Oh no, she tucks into this corner.
She has missed the timing on middle, though.
Here's the thing, she's caught between two angles, so the question is, on what timing? Oh, it's perfect for her. Oh, Emmy. She lets two walk by, and then she takes them both down. The swing out as well. Emmy has won this round all by herself. Kay Jones gets 1 and 2 back, but the push in from main will be enough. Yeah, Mads converts it.
What a play from Emmy. This time the discipline will pay off. Double AWP saved as well from Team USA. No one checked the angle, and it's that fabled angle that has bitten Portugal twice now in overtime. It's back-to-back success stories with Emmy and with the pushes, and if anything, that's going to make her push even more.
Crazy that no one cleared that. High pressure moments. Emmy and Mads both on 25 kills, closing in on Zana's kill count. Mentioned there was a 10 kill deficit before.
Back to B again. This time there are 3 defenders here, or there were. Emmy is repositioned because Emily comes over with the other AWP. So it isn't a double AWP setup on B, it's just a singular.
Kelsey looks into Dark, just clears it by herself. Has to go for the swing, wins out that fight, but the trade inevitable. Emily, the whiff, gives the opportunity. Zana will trade out onto Emmy. Advantage in the post part, and D7, she's all the way on A.
I was going to say, this is weird now, though, because look, it's a 2 versus 2. They are going quite slowly. So D7 can come around in towards Temple. It's the late round activation play that should lock it in for Portugal. But you got to be careful, you got to live. That's the important thing. That's why Zana tucks in. That nade will kill her. But D7's got here in time. Mads, will she consider this angle with Olya? No, overlooked, and this time it is D7 to strike from behind.
That smoke that was down towards CT delayed for so long, and that was enough for D7 to get most of the way there. Zana goes down, and you get a little bit scared in that 2-on-2, but they're just never anticipating that late mid play.
Well, when the bomb went down, she was in A main pushing the smoke.
Crazy. That's kind of been the Portuguese strategy, basically all of both OTs, right? It's D7, hangs out over in A, sees what she can do. The rest of the squad works B. Maybe that's the change up here. Nope, I don't think so.
No, instead it's more aggressive. Zana's on the AK this time as well. Accelerating, caught with nades out, but Kelsey is there to defend.
Guessing there wasn't comment exactly where Kelsey was because she's able to get to there pretty cleanly. Nice kill onto Emily. That's the AWP move once more. And that's maybe an unnecessary push from Kelsey. Wanted to get out of Dark. And that's locked them out of the round.
Not sure.
Low HP was feeling the pressure of those players on site.
But come in to help your teammate or something. Because instead you've just completely created individual gunfights. And from a round in which Kelsey had set them up, has potentially now set them up to fail. Catty Jones tucked in towards Temple. This time there's a bit more util here on the retake, but Bomb is already halfway ticked. And again, it's this angle that is betraying USA. Oh yeah, 1v3, knows the position of Zana, but where has this final player got to? It's Yun out B main, it's Portugal with the advantage.
Yeah, taking back the lead, it's going to feel like a hot minute since they were in that position. They're still keeping positive. That one stings for Team USA. Kelsey got 2 opening kills in Dark.
You could almost
wait, sorry, was that the round before?
No, that was
that round.
But
yeah.
you could genuinely just call it 1 opening kill because then she just gives her life over on a silver platter. To be fair, why would you expect a third one
third
there
player,
on a delayed timing? We know how good this USA offense was. This was the side in which they forced overtime back in the first place. But for Portugal, it's a second wind. It's a chance to prevent that from happening again.
2T rounds for the story of each OT. Yun's very aggressive in A main.
I think she just looked at the minimap, realised where her teammates were, and is now falling back a little bit.
Yeah.
D7 comes over. Where's that AWP? It's in towards CT from Zana. Flash forward from Emmy, but she doesn't commit off it. Zana is still trained on B main.
Emmy will get the opening kill.
What?
That's from Dark.
That's a wall bang. And this push from these two players, oh yeah, needs to be cleared.
That timing is terrible, but it's okay. Yun will recover to do with Emmy and then gets the trade onto Olya.
And now we'll smoke and delay, and that means the rotations can come over. If you're Team USA, you've just got to push this smoke. You've got to disrespect it, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Worried about middle, so they're not quite sure this is going to be the play, and they burst their way through. It's the pistol that gets the kill. And the CTs are very far away as the bomb goes down.
And there's utility that they can now put forward in towards camera. It doesn't matter too much, because the rotation is coming in from CT, but with the smoke up heaven, Ida and Zana have to go through one choke point. Emily dictating space over at A main. It's the AWP and the rifle to swing. Look at this tucked in position from Kelsey. She's been spotted by Ida, and Emily lies in wait. They can both swing together. Emily finds one, goes for the second. It's Ida that gets on the bomb, keeps tapping it, keeps trying to secure it, but time now a limiting factor. Ida trying to run Emily down, but it's Emily that holds on.
Can't believe Team USA win that, to be honest. Even though they have the advantage in that 2v2, Kelsey's position is so exposed.
Yun did so much as well from a position of almost, again, being neutralized outside A main. She then gets 2 more kills.
They didn't have the info on middle. She gets caught off. Emily, a huge impact round. She didn't even see Ida cross to cake either. It was in that moment between the shot going off and the rescope in. Ida almost catches her off guard.
This game's crazy. This game is unbelievable.
I can't believe she wins that round.
Me neither, but she did. Bloody hell.
We're in that crazy part where anything and everything can happen.
Oh.
There she is. I feel like I've not seen a Zana kill in rounds.
That was Olya just trying to cross over ahead of the CT smoke. Gets denied. Zana's still holding the angle. Re-smoke in from A main. Portugal look to play this one passive, at least for a moment. Because again, it's Yun, it's D7 trying to work their way close by this A main smoke.
You do not want to peek this Ida. You do not want to double swing this. Not in the 5-on-4. Not when Emily is trained on this angle and Emmy gets up close. No, it's the re-smoke that comes through instead. Warning shot fired.
Yeah, you have heard that fire off now. And does that incentivize your A main players to push?
I'm scared about this double dark setup. Good HE onto Emmy. God, they're just throwing utility at each other.
50 seconds. Kelsey's got a time in potentially where she can come through. Or a little bit of a shimmy. Shot presented but not collected. Here goes Kelsey in towards B main. But by this point, Catty Jones had turned around. Mad's got that kill.
Now they just walk in. Ida will at least get the one onto Emmy and D7. That's everything. That's the bomb as well. Emily runs forward to pick it up, charging down with the pistol.
Again.
She gets more with the sidearm than with the AWP. Kelsey will get caught by Ida, so it's Emily again. She wanted to run back. Swaps to the AK. Zana's holding this cross. The flash is perfect though. The re-peek. Emily throws the molly up. Bomb going down. Ida is charging through main. They're running her down. They don't want to allow her into the post plant. Portugal find 18.
And that was either you commit to the plan or you get off it and fight Zana. Ida's right there. Really good approach for Team Portugal. They did not want that to get stressful. So they inflict the stress on Emily instead, who does it like incredibly well to even get in that position in the first place. Chase downs D7 with the pistol, able to flashbang Zana off the angle. You feel like she's got a chance, she just gets hounded down.
There's that CT round. Can they make it to? This has been quite the map 1 of this deciding third place match.
This feels like the grand final when it isn't.
Yeah, that one's still waiting, guys. Poland versus France coming out later. It's gone so long, our TV's gone saying it's going to turn off if we don't press a button. Come on, Brandon, press the volume button or something.
Oh, it's not working.
Don't turn it off.
That's okay, we've got 5
guys,
minutes.
We can't lose. Okay,
Guys,
yeah,
we've got 5 minutes.
If it goes triple AT, we're screwed.
We'll see.
Hawker, you look like you're a tech support guy. No, I'm kidding. Let's get into this.
The numbers, Hawker, what do they mean? One more chance on the offense for the USA. And it has to be a positive result. This time it's 2 players. It's Yun in towards middle because Zana starts A.
Zana wants this fight. Again, it's this double up dark setup. They really know how much the USA put the pressure on here. Emmy's eaten this nade every single round.
Kelsey might just go through.
This is identical to every round. Oh, Emmy's flushed forward. The Flames actually get the kill. So 1 for 1. But look at Kelsey. She walks right in. She thinks she has the timing, but no, D7 is there. 4 on 3. Yun takes a risky peek. Doesn't see too much. Zana never moved.
That's the key thing. Zana did not move off this angle. USA looking to reset. They need to flash this AWPer off.
There is one. Do they use it or do they walk dry into the sniper? They do, but Zana gets away. Falls back. Lucky the flashbang comes over to Yun that provides that kill. And Zana's still tucked behind Cake. Mads will fight one back, but Zana taking down her teammates. It's only Mads. It's all Mads. She has some room to breathe to get this bomb down. The rotations are on the way.
So far away, though. That's the thing. And if you're Ida, you feel like you need to wait for D7. And Mads now starts to piece this together. Where could they be coming from? She's just trying to divvy up the attention. Needs to take a fight. Needs to isolate one of these kills. Can she get round the corner in time? No! It's D7, and it's Team Portugal that draw first blood in the series.
Yeah, they're going to feel like they should have got this quite a while ago. 12-9 was the scoreline. USA do a brilliant job forcing it to OT, forcing it to double OT. And then finally, Portugal, they step up in the big moments at the end to take their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, you can tell by their face, like they're happy they won, but sure, it should have been done quite a while ago. But Team USA, it shows resilience, it shows strength. I think Emily was unbelievable on that map.
It's kind of brutal for them though, because you know, we kind of looked at this map feed and we said they have to win this map. They felt like they could have got it right. They get to map point in first OT, 2 chances to close, couldn't quite get it. They're gonna have to show some good mental resilience to bounce back going into Vertigo, which is a huge unknown.
Exactly. You go into Vertigo, like what's there to expect? You feel like the USA really needed that map. They felt like they needed it. They were arguing and fighting for it at every single opportunity, but could not get it done. The analysts are ready. Our monitor's about to turn off. Alan, please take over.
Will do, Brandon. Well, that was a chaotic affair, let's describe it towards the end. An absolute bar fight of an overtime. Guys, where do we even start with that one? That map had everything.
Yeah, no, initially I wanted to talk about, the first half and what happened in the second half, but then we had an entirely new game happening throughout those overtimes. Again, it's obviously like a story about teams kind of figuring each other out as we go through the motions and go through rounds, etc. I got to a point in the second half there where after a rough start and obviously some ecos going, or anti-ecos not going the way for both sides, The US started to claw back by finding openings towards the B-bomb side. Then we saw the adaptation of putting Zana over on the B-bomb side to shore up that with 3 players on the side of Portugal. And then everything just kind of slowly evolved into chaos.
Yeah, that's the way of putting it. It's, I don't even know where to begin, as you said. I think initially, important to point out that in the regular portion of the game, I guess we'll call it, Zana was playing very well, and that's something we were expecting here with the Team USA style. I think towards the end of the regulation, USA, they took that timeout and they suddenly started hitting that B side pretty heavily on T side, and that was working for a while, and Portugal just about adapts and then bring it back, and it's going all over the place. You're not really sure what to expect. I think all in all, we definitely saw more of the Portugal individuals. Catty Jones at the start was especially really good. And so that's something we were expecting to see here. And yeah, for USA, it was like there were so many good moments, and yet you come away with the frustration. You know, there were Emily clutches at points, there was Emmy going aggressive, there was Mads making plays. There were a lot of the things you wanted to see, just not the result they wanted to see.
I mean, I think the biggest point that's going to stick with the US players really after this one is, okay, they lose pistol second half. They have that anti-eco round where Kelsey gets a double kill with the leagues, and yeah, you could definitely, you know, I guess put a point on the fact that Portugal were definitely way too aggressive in that scenario for that kind of a round, which gives the US an upper hand. They have that perfect scenario where you've reset the CT economy after they won pistol and fully invested into it. You've gotten free guns with you, and then they kind of fumble it in an after plan over towards that B-bomb side. That's the one that's going to stick with them, I think. And obviously having opportunities as well in the first OT to potentially close things out, also going to hurt. A little bit saddened by the fact that we kind of went away from seeing something that actually did create openings for the US on occasion as well, which is Mads working through mid. That's something that kind of went by the wayside once we got into OT. Everything just relied on the edges of the map. We saw basically this standstill that was going on in water next to dark, with US kind of just tossing nades in and Portugal tossing nades back, you know, between smokes. And I would have loved to see some kind of change up from US in that scenario, because everything got a little bit static towards the end. But it's understandable. Again, like, it's a taxing game. You feel like you've kind of ran through the playbook already, so it's hard to come up with stuff that's meant to work on the fly. But I think that eventually cost the US their own map pick.
Yeah, it really did become that war of attrition, and as we said, that's to be expected. You know, they've already played earlier today as well, and you've got an overtime game on top of that. There were obviously mistakes to be made once you get into the overtimes, and it came down to the US. They had a few moments where they were actually making the right move. They were able to catch players trying to fall back and actually get onto bomb sites, and Emmy got into good positions. But all in all, you just saw Portugal just kind of shine through towards the end there. And to be honest, I think they were the better team on this map. I think they actually were able to outplay US on this map, which we weren't expecting coming into this. We were saying this is the map that US have been so good on. This is the map they really should be and kind of have to be winning in this series, and that's going to make it extra bitter going on in the rest of this one.
Yeah, it is very, very tough, obviously, considering we don't really know what we're going into. Again, like, usually as the tournament progresses along, we know more and more about the teams and their tendencies, you know, at this very moment. Going into the next map, which is going to be Vertigo, who knows what the US has to offer here. All we know is that Portugal feel confident enough to pick it in such an important match. They played it once versus Hong Kong in the group stages. That's about it. That's all we have. They haven't vetoed it specifically, right? So that tells you something. So this feels like it's going to be an uphill struggle, an uphill battle for the US, but we've been surprised before, we might be surprised again.
Zana for me is a question here on Vertigo, because it's not a map where an AWPer gets free reign like a Mirage, like a Dust 2. It's going to be harder to generate openings. She was obviously pivotal on the defense there on Anubis. Yeah, this could be a tall order to expect Zana to pull off a miracle again.
I do like her chances, though, in terms of, at least for the CT side. I think T is going to be a little bit more tricky to actually get openings for yourself, but CT side, if you're basically allowed within your team, and obviously if the spawns allow for it, you do have the opportunity to go for early picks towards B stairs. You could do the kind of like walking push in towards mid to see if you find contact type of thing. Peeking down A ramp is a little bit tougher now with the different spawn timings that you do have on the new edition of Vertigo. So you can still go through towards yellow and still find something there potentially, but there are opportunities for her. And luckily for Portugal, she's not someone who's necessarily been 100% reliant on being aggressive. She can still like play a laid back role as an AWPer and still work really efficiently for her side. But again, she can't be left in like a 1v3 situation and then have to clean things up. That's going to be a whole lot harder as an AWP on this map.
Yeah, normally I would say on T side it would be hard, but actually if there were a team where you might get the chances, it would be against the US.
True,
I wouldn't be surprised if you hang around at the bottom of a ramp, eventually you'll get something coming your way. It's just a question of how much utility there is to deny you at that point. And in theory, shouldn't be too hard on ramp if the CTs come at you to use their utility well enough to deny. But it doesn't always work out like that. You know, if they just try and go for a simple flash, those are actually somewhat easy to dodge at times. If you're playing behind the box area, you know, you could maybe tuck in, then tuck back out if you see the flash coming. So it's maybe not as impossible in this matchup, but you're right. It should still be more of a focus on the riflers, such as Caddy Jones. You know, if you get those ramp fights coming in, you want to see her cracking heads. And then the one thing that's maybe a bit of a shame is D7, I think she really likes to lurk and she really likes to get behind people. And on Vertigo, like, you really are relying on the rest of the team to allow that to even be a possibility, because just walking up mid and walking up B, it's not going to be that possible unless there's stuff going on elsewhere. So it's maybe a bit of a shame on that front, and it kind of means the more aggressive riflers from Portugal might need to shine it.
True. Final question, guys. Free map series or not?
Given what we know, this is starting to feel like a Portugal 2-0. I have to be honest. But again, US have been impressive. They've fought tooth and nail. They're not going to give up, obviously. But this is starting to feel like a 2-0.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think if you don't have protocols on Vertigo, it can look real ugly sometimes. If you try and fight for ramp and you just don't entirely know what you're doing. And I'm a bit concerned for US. And also, what a demoralizing loss that is going to be. I mean, they'll try and reset, but it's a tough one. I think the 2-0, it's looking likely.
Yeah, I mean, also, at what point does just fatigue become a factor here for these girls? Yeah, looks like a 2-0 might be on the cards. Lucy Brandon, we're here soon to take you through it.
You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Brandon, if there was a bush here, I would not be beating around it because I really think that Team USA needed to win Anubis. Now we go to Vertigo. This is the pocket pick coming out. Sorry about that.
Okay.
This is the pocket pick coming out from Team Portugal. We know that the players on this team, some of them love it, some of them tolerate it. That's probably more than Team USA players.
I would say so. Yeah, for the lowdown, Ida loves Vertigo. Zana doesn't really like Vertigo, so she's done her job in map 1 by getting like that monster carry performance. Now she's going to go, all right, Ida, your turn.
To be honest, Ida did step up towards the end of that map, and we saw even in the game yesterday, she had a lot of late round impact. So yeah, I think this is a map where she's going to be very comfortable, not just fragging, but also calling, right? And I think that's a key thing with Vertigo. There's a lot of mid-round rotations. You've got to be very careful on that CT side as to where your setup lies, because it's very easy to get caught out in some of those timings.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Ida's no stranger to calling on this map. This is one of Entafina's best maps, and that's the team she currently plays under. So what's really cool about this is the way that they sort of do their T-sides. It's a lot of explosivity over towards B. That they've kind of been leaving A quite a lot recently. They've just been ignoring it. They've been going for more of these like mid and B stacks. And where you've got these lurk opportunities, I think like D7, for example, just walking up gap, hitting that natural timing, going towards elevator, like that feels like that role is perfect for her.
Yeah, I know people always talk about Vertigo as feeling like sometimes claustrophobic and things like this, but I actually think it's one of the funnest maps as a lurk kind of player to get a lot of impact, right? Because there's so many timings you can hit on that A side, you know, when you're playing mid, B, so many ways that individuals can just sneak in and find those gaps. Now, I will say that will kind of apply to the T side of Team USA as well. We saw Emmy doing that a lot, all right? It felt like towards the end of Anubis, she was the one that was making the space to make those rounds possible, even when they'd lose advantages. Remember that round where she just charged into B by herself from Dark, got the kill on Ida and set them up for success. That's the sort of thing you can rely on Emmy for, so that still applies to her as much as it does to apply to the Ents team.
Yeah, it also just applies to Team USA in general, because what I saw a lot in overtime is there are a lot of opportunities. I don't want to single out a player, but because she was there so much, I am going to do it, and that was Kelsey over at B main. There were so many chances where I think she could have taken that risk a little bit and had just pushed the smoke at B main on Anubis, especially when there was so much pressure being applied over at Dark, but that's the thing. Everyone just needs to be confident, throw caution to the wind a little bit.
Yeah, one thing I actually liked just on that same exact point is that Caddy Jones, I think we saw a very different game from her on that T side. I think she was a lot more proactive with those pushes in towards B main and finding those timings.
I think everyone was. The whole team was just push, push, push.
Yeah, it was really good to see, because that's what we anticipate from this team, but it felt like in that high pressure game yesterday, they were playing a little bit too scared in some of those situations, and that was putting them on the back foot.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It'd be interesting to sort of see even though Zana doesn't really like this map, it'd be interesting still to see like the Emilite Zana heads ahead with this, because you imagine Emilite was playing fantastically. Like I really feel like her performance was exceptional, and she could probably do it again.
I think my one caveat to that is I actually felt that it wasn't the AWP that she was finding her impact with.
Yeah, true, it's a pistol.
But actually, that's not a bad thing going into Vertigo, especially on that T side, where again you see a lot of AWPers just operate with the rifle instead, and that can actually apply on both sides of the server, to be honest. So I actually kind of rate her here in that head-to-head and stepping up, because yeah, you talk about her delivering a lot of games so far here, but it's been the big ones where sometimes she has gone a little absent. So it's good to see her really starting to come to form towards the end of Anubis.
Yeah, Mads is pretty good at Vertigo as well, from what I remember when she was playing on TSM. When they always had those games against FlyQuest, it felt like that was consistently the map that TSM would beat FlyQuest on. So I think you can't rule out Mads in this either.
Yeah, absolutely. Mads, to be honest, is the player I look to here. She's 100% going to be the difference maker. She's been so consistent for them, and she's the figurehead of this squad as well. Yeah, the Cloak, it's... I don't know. Sorry, we're not talking about you.
We are. We couldn't, we didn't time that.
Oh, wow. Well, that'll have to be
I won't talk about the Griff anymore, of the mouse, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. All right, let's get into the action. Third place decider, $10,000 on the line. Double the prize pool of fourth place. And also a bit of glory for your country, whether you're Portugal or USA.
And you get a medal.
And a medal. Everyone wants a medal. Portugal, one map away from getting a medal. Sorry, that sounded really condescending, didn't it?
No, it wasn't that so much. It was everything went quiet in the arena for like a second. We hear medal.
Echo. Yeah, it's a pretty loud arena. We got Mobile Bang Bang League over there.
Yeah,
don't know what that is.
That's the name of the game.
Looks like some sort of strange game with little dudes. Little dudes here. We're straight into the action. Straight up comes the wonderful women of Portugal charging up. The ramp G7 draws first blood. Emily will slide out. She gets a collateral.
What?
Wait, no, that was 2 bullets. Yun's left alone. Oh, no, so Ida is left alone. Yun went down. And a 1v2 for her after she finds the first of this clutch. Good timing onto the first. The swing out from Kat. She gets the goosh. Oh my god, it's overwhelming. Break it down for me, Brandon. What just happened?
We said Emily was good with pistols, and I don't think, was aiming at one of them and just got 2 headshots.
Yeah, I didn't think she even shot twice, I'm not going to lie. That was crazy.
I don't know. She got the kills, though.
Yeah, it happened.
It did. That was a really fast-paced round as well, set by Team Portugal, and USA matched it. It was really cool to see them just play around the smokes, just bursting little holes in it to get the info for then the players to peek on towards Cat. A free Cat commitment as well from Team Portugal.
Meow.
I can't remember what I was going to say though.
You've seen that the new Wingman map has a cat on it?
Yeah, you showed me.
Yeah, okay. I was trying at home to know there's a cat. Also, there's a sign on the map that says missing cat. And then at the end, when the map's over, the cat walks across, which is cute.
Cool. Anyway, Portugal trying to take the A site again. Emmy.
Oh, Smoke's cool to get the bomb down.
Okay. Yeah, don't mind that at all. Can it go down? Yeah. Perfect. Objective done.
More pistol kills for Emmy. God, the war cries are coming out over there.
That's what the F is a kilometer ra, I think.
Yeah. Emmy's like, what are you doing?
I love it amongst all of that is the Portuguese team are looking and laughing, and the coach behind is just giggling like no other.
You gotta appreciate the theatre of it all.
You do. I really hope that does get picked up.
That'll throw me off my game.
Yeah, well, it has. It's thrown me off mine. It's the gun round, and Emily can't boost.
Yeah, well, this is... It's slippery.
NT.
Yeah, like we said, I don't think, as a team, Team USA, going to be super at home on this map. So pistol round, the second, all this sort of, not free, but the more gambly rounds you want to be taking. Anything you can do to get yourself an advantage. Ooh, G7, that timing.
We said she'd probably be the gap player. She is. Meanwhile, everyone else at Team Portugal, they're heading towards B. Mad's the only one here at the moment, and she's got an MP9. Kelsey can come and support, but there's no flash to throw over for Mads.
At least Kelsey has some util, but you're right, the lack of flash is what makes this tricky. In fact, the Molotov goes forward, so there's nothing to delay this. D7 also finds success on her lurk. Now the strike comes through. Mads, so tucks through. That smoke does help her out a lot. And now Kelsey, oh, she was spotted. Oh, that's so unlucky. It felt like actually the game-winning play.
I was going to try it. I was going to go through the smoke as well. And she will deny Catty Jones. Yun now on the bomb site with Zana. Flashes forward for herself, but it's Olya just tucked in. A smoke goes on the bomb, but it's Zana to get the kill. And Yun follows up. Team Portugal do not let any of the shenanigans happen.
Yeah, they do their own little shenanigans. I heard the little war cries coming back. Return favors. That was a pretty decent response from Team USA considering the situation, right? Mads is calling this hits coming through at the same time that D7's activating. So already there's this kind of chaos being caused in the comms there. But Kelsey's very fast to drop that smoke to help her out at white.
Yeah, the fact she even got one there is really impressive.
Yeah.
And then further smokes being put down. That nade does a lot of damage, or at least so you'd think. It didn't, it did 7.
Kelsey. Crazy little swap of left and right hand. This is a force buy, by the way. The kill they finds with the Deagle, 2 M4s on what remain.
It genuinely feels like Team Portugal could go B and exec it every single round. I wouldn't actually hate that from them. I know how strong it is, and I know how well drilled it would be, because Ida loves a B exec. Finally will get that bomb down. If you are Emmy and Emily, it's just a save with these M4s. And to be honest, if you're Team Portugal, I don't think you really want to hunt this. You want to prioritize your money over your opponents. Yeah, they're all going to group together.
At least you get to hold on to these 2 rifles, which were the most expensive reinvestment. Mid's been more or less left open thus far. Portugal leaving their options by being so prevalent on B early. Gives them plenty of room to flex later on as this T-half progresses.
Oh, that was close. That was really close. There was a player gap. If she swung, she probably dealt with Emily, but didn't. So they will hold on. I wonder how Team USA are going to utilize these rifles. Where do you want to put them in the powerful spot? You imagine one goes B. Where does the other one go?
Yeah, I think you'd want to utilize the boost, right? Maybe not the one that you weren't able to get working before, but the standard boost. That always feels like a nice way to use the rifle.
I like this as well because you're in mid, so you can come and quickly help out if it is a B hit.
Okay, yeah, not too bad.
Unfortunately, it's A.
Guys, just go for the normal boost. You can't do this one.
Oh, you have also now let them know that you are there. Look at D7. Look at the scaling. They're not going to be ready for her to be there. But she's not really ready for Olya to be there either. Trade out, but Catty Jones slides back in.
Emily will get 1, so she's still here with this M4. Oh, the timing. Mads is spotted. Bomb is on its way. Portugal have the site. That smoke is funky. So Ida can't really cross over, but that's okay. She can just hold this. Bomb can be planted. There comes another smoke. 3rd one. Emily will strike. Ida, very good trade. Mads' Deagle doesn't have armor. Don't anticipate that she can do something here.
She does have the element of surprise.
Oh, they're waiting for her to make the play. Yeah, Catty Jones thought she might be there. Big round from her. That was just the saved rifles with a couple of other bits and pieces thrown in. And it's actually one of the more competitive rounds.
Yeah, there was a number of missed pieces of utility there for Team Portugal. It also felt like once sort of D7 and Caddy Jones had got the control of the site. They felt like, okay, that was it, round done. We'll have to see what this round brings instead. No AWP yet for Emily. And again, look at this quick scaling out of Team Portugal. Around the left-hand side of the box will Pete. The flashbang is brilliant to set up Kelsey.
Really nice. She was under pressure there. The move to white box, though, not expecting Caddy Jones to be close in towards danger. And spam from D7, fantastic. Mads removed, they're just running through. D7 has charged in and headshot everyone out of the server. They don't even get the bomb down.
They don't need to. They don't need to if she's just hitting headshots like that. And that's really cool because you've got the scaling up the left-hand side. More often than not, you always need that player to hug, to scale the right side of generators. D7 is at the bare minimum going for space. In fact, she just takes the whole round.
Portugal onto the pistols.
What's been really cool is just this pack mentality out of Team
USA.
Portugal.
Sorry, I said Portugal into the pistols, I think.
Oh.
Well, they are getting pistoled.
They are.
3 kills. Somehow, this was just some upgraded pistols, and Kelsey
That's the bomb.
slipped down. This was the easy one. And surely you should know from where Kelsey has come from that the only play for Caddy Jones is mid or somewhere thereabouts. First kill's hers. Kelsey with the follow through. How did it all go wrong?
I don't know. To be honest, it's more Kelsey just pushing B, getting that space, and then USA just gamble rotate over towards A. I'm not going to lie, like this is maybe like the 7th or 8th eco round win that USA have got all event long. It feels like they do their best work with these pistols.
Yeah, it wasn't even like that one had a surprise setup though. They just had 3 players.
No, they just swung.
But because Portugal contacted up ramp, USA were able to just hold their lines and hit their shots.
Yeah, maybe a little really silly as well. I was about to compliment about how Portugal are keeping things safe and they're just playing pack mentality CS. Nade will deal with Zana immediately. The counter flashbangs are
Everyone's
ready.
here.
Everyone is here. All the rotations are here because it's Portugal's fail-safe to reset back towards B, but it doesn't work this time. It's Yun thrown into this 1 versus 4. First kill isn't even hers, it's Olya's.
That's a crazy rotation.
There hasn't been any fakes, that's the thing. In 8 rounds of play, Portugal, as soon as they throw 1 smoke onto a bomb site, you know they're going there.
5 CTs were on the B side and the Ts hadn't got past the white box. That's so crazy. That's actually insane. I don't think I've ever seen that in a full buy round.
The thing is, USA are just going to go for these gamble stacks. Like, as soon as they see anything, they'll probably just over-rotate, and that's something that Portugal should be aware of. It's just whether they take advantage of it.
Deep smoke to allow Emmy to play around. She's been given a lot of responsibility. Emily holds a very passive line backstage. Caddy Jones has now started to fill this lurk role in middle a little bit more. We saw her forcing that 1v2.
Oh.
Emmy needs to be so careful here.
So does Zana, though, at the same time.
Oh.
Oh, that's been heard.
That wasn't careful.
Well, Zana now knows. So Emmy will fall back. Portugal will look to take some space over at B. Is
3
there,
players.
Is there an A exec lining up, though? Like, you have to do something. Maybe it's just going to be Zana flanking through.
Zana will flank through and take 2. Mads has held her ground for at least a kill back. Fully flashed in the open though. D7 will remove her. Olya pushing the smoke, being careful. Yun holds it.
That's the timing. So Emmy's being loud. Zana hears her fall back. Ida says, that's fine, we'll just commit on towards B. We'll give time and space for Zana, and it works out perfectly. And where there isn't the whole roster of the USA on the B bomb site, Portugal are able to trade out evenly.
Not bad considering USA had 3 players ready for it. Zana said she would have to take back. She could take the back seat now, but no, she also wants to drive. Kelsey wants to push this again. Yoon is holding for this exact play. Punished.
Are you ready for the second one of Mads that might also just start pushing? Catty Jones off the back of that contact will again start to make her mid lurker a little bit more of a priority. And it's that old familiar bigger keeper core that are trying to pull rank over at ramp.
Flash play, they want to swing and fight this, and it's worked out okay. 1 for 1. Zana at least gets the trade. But this fight is just about information for Portugal. They want to get the space. Keep bodies rooted on this side, and now this time when they go to B, it will just be Mads here.
Yeah, Catty Jones has dropped a lurk smoke as well, so you know it probably is going to be this mid to B. They're just getting ahead of it, but Mads is ahead of their utility as well. Creeps up close to her own smoke, it blows open, but they're not ready for her. Zana will get the trade. Catty Jones in mid gets that spray that is so vital, but with Olya, who's already rotated, it throws it into the 1v1.
Rotation's just so quick, yeah, Olya ahead of everything. And that was the key thing for USA, getting ahead of the play.
Again, ahead of the utility as well. Mads uses her smoke to her full advantage. Gets 1 kill, repositions on the right-hand side. Portugal had no idea where she'd gotten off to.
Beautiful play from Mads. Her and Olya delivering that one back. But the Portugal looked like they made all the right plays. Keeping it incredibly competitive. 5-5, and USA might just take the lead.
Yeah, they might. What a scenario to be in. Easy does it for Emily, and then everyone else chimes in with a kill. Bomb plant was the objective again. Don't think it's happening this time around. No, there's even a flank. Everyone stays alive. The success story and the dream of third place continues for the USA.
You really anticipate Portugal would win out the T-half, like honestly.
I mean, yes, but I will say that I think USA are playing this really well because they are just being like quite random in what they're doing, and it is really catching Portugal off guard. Like, you really expect players to still be on A.
Yeah, it's crazy, the rotations. They're absolutely nuts. But they've been right every time they've called the gamble. Yoon. Spot out Kelsey, do some good damage. Whoosh. Very careful. She doesn't do a great deal. It's causing a lot of concern over on B.
They've actually not rotated this time.
Well, they do have 2 plays here and 1 at Guardian, so... Kelsey's just staring back at her. Okay, it was an exchange of smokes.
Portugal got no map control, by the way, except from the B stairs. So you're probably just going to go in towards B again. You might just go completely silent this time around. That molly lands, but it doesn't affect anyone. You might not be aware of this because at the same time, Team USA, the only jiggle and info they've got is that Emmy periodically checks gap.
Yeah, they're not seeing anything midi, they're not seeing anything, and now all the sound cues come. 3 players will be on site. Look at the rotations. Everyone is charging to B right now. Mads, again, pushing forward, being such a nuisance. Kelsey as well. Finally, Catty Jones answers with a couple of her own. The HE will take down 1. Zana, 1 on 3. It's so single-minded from Portugal.
Yeah, and it's, again, Emmy is jiggling gap periodically. She doesn't see anything A. There's just no map control. So you feel like you have to go into this B site, but again, maybe you could contact it, maybe you could drop your utility a little bit later. You need to do something that doesn't telegraph for the US to rotate everyone over.
Yeah, it's strange.
It's the first definition of insanity when you're doing the same thing over and over and over again.
It's crazy because every time they went to A, they actually had success, outside of the one round where they just shift walked it up and got caught off by the stacked pistols. I'm just surprised we didn't see more A action.
Oh, back to B we go. instantly. Yun just tucked on the corner. This needs to be cleared. Contact being taken. And they go, do you know what? We're going to go A.
JK.
That has brought the rotations over.
Nah. Well, it's because the Ida is peeking down right and seeing nothing, so it's going to be reset into middle. We do a double setup from D7 and Zana in play. D7 tucked at the headshot angle. Zana can take first contact. It's powerful, but it could be overwhelmed. No, Zana will take the first kill. D7 still hasn't shown her face. Now she does. They both fall. There's still two defenders on B itself, and they've got the dualies in their hands. But Kelsey, Kelsey! Dual Berettas, dual kills. Lets them know.
She's BMing when they haven't even won the round yet. Ida just at generator. This still could get a little bit hairy if she's given the opportunities. They're still peeking one by one. Ida creeps in close. Only 5 bullets left in the magazine. Kill cannot be collected, no matter how hard she tries. And finally, they all try and hunt her down. But Kelsey, first in line at the chopping block. Remember, this play is quite low, but Olya will still get the kill anyway.
That's crazy, man. I don't know what else to say. Portugal had 2 players in middle in powerful positions to deal with it. I think D7 activates a little too late, to be honest. They're already above her. They only get the 2 kills there. The side defenders get nothing, though.
Well, I don't think the side defenders are ready for someone to be over D7's head, right? Like that's the thing. This is a bizarre vertigo, to be sure, but one in which Team USA are running away with.
The A side exists. Will Team USA go there? I'm amazed. Team USA, vertigo of all maps, are really putting Portugal through it.
Never let them know your next move. There is that A site. Ida will get there in time. In fact, there's a double sandbag setup. Zana only goes 1 for 1. Emmy was just hightailing it up there. Yun is trying to be a problem. Ida now smoked off. They know. They know that this player is still in the sandbags. There's a slight gap in which she can exploit, and the nades actually blow open the smokes to give her a sight line.
Couldn't quite manage the second, but she'll feel like she's done enough there. You'd hope. 2 on 2, Kelsey below half HP. Caddy Jones is on the site itself. USA just pause, holding to see if there's a gap push that will come through.
They can execute as well. They've got 2 smokes available to them. If they want to go back in towards A here, they've got a molly that can also go headshot. Instead, they're just going to contact.
It looks like Portugal start to move more heavily towards A. Smoke will land, so it'll give them the hint. Molly goes off the building, but not going to stop the plant. Caddy Jones is close in Ellie. D7 will rotate through CT. Oh no, she joins her. In fact, a re-smoke onto Ellie. Oh, Kelsey! 40 damage done. D7 will do the final 2 required, and it's a 1-on-1. Olga's been playing incredible on Vertigo. D7's going to have no idea that Olga has walked around behind. Played to perfection. Surely about to lock it in, and she will confirm. Double digits for Team USA.
Again, it's not one of these trademark USA slowdowns in the mid-round that just force the rotate. Caddy Jones goes back in towards mid, try and help out D7 that's over on B, and they just walk in. Look at those rounds in a row from the USA. This was 4 rounds, plays 2, and suddenly it's a 10-5. Feels like Portugal are out of it.
Yeah, this timeout I think is crucial to bring them back in. This round's a toughie. So it's limited chances to take this in 2. And we saw America, USA, put Poland through their paces on Dust 2. Almost eliminated the favorites.
speak about the USA just sort of powering up through this tournament because it is Portugal that sort of had the clean run through to the semi-finals. It was them taking down USA along the way there in their opening game, and since then they just, I don't know, USA have just been going from strength to strength to strength the whole way through. Oh! Okay.
Oh, almost.
That was still a sick shot, like, I'm not gonna lie. That was unbelievable reactions. Emily did move off the angle. And Yun tries to run her down, but no, it is trades. And that's good for USA.
They're going to be... Oh, Ida dropped so loudly. You don't have the info. Ah, they ran right at them. If they just walked. The bomb was coming to them. Nice shots nonetheless. But this is the round they're counting on. Zana's orb comes into play.
Yeah, it's the round that they're counting on, but I guess it's just the round to sort of resuscitate them. Like, they've been down and out for a number of rounds here, Portugal.
I mean, look at the streak. Sure, no pistols on either side, but the gun rounds on this second half are all USA. It's a whole team effort. Sure, Aldi is a slight bit ahead, but everyone has contributed.
And then Mads is just getting every single kill as well. Ida tries her best, but gets sidelined and now has to watch on as Yuna's got to try and defend the entire A ramp by herself. Zana hasn't moved off middle. Kelsey will peek her, but it's a missed shot and a missed opportunity. The USA can split into B.
Can't believe Zana misses that one. That was the chance. Kelsey's just walked through. She's removed the 2 stars. Swaps to the AWP from the floor. But this is going to be 12 and a save round for Portugal. They have to keep these 2 weapons. Where has the fire gone?
Yeah, that was just the individuals. That was Ida being caught out at A ramp. That was Zana missing a rare shot. And the USA just take the space. Again, it's just so decisive. Intent was always to go mid to B. That's where they end up. On a map pick you felt like was destined to be a Portuguese success story. Instead, the Americans throw a spanner in the works.
Gotta give you props to Kelsey on this map. That round is single-handedly won by her. And all the support she was giving B during that first half was the difference maker too. That run of rounds.
Fair play to them as well, who obviously had chances to close Anubis. Their map pick, it's a slog for double overtime, and you come over here with just a statement on Vertigo. Again, A looks like it's going to be the play, at least in terms of map control. Emmy's just dealt with D7.
First time they played at this tourney, and they look like they're the ones that picked it. Four kills to find. And again, this prolific mid-push. Kelsey is just a nuisance. Just parks herself up here, holding Guardian, holding to CT. Caddy Jones is stressed.
Zana has pushed A, so there is help on the way in form of a flank, but Catty Jones just needs to live.
Boost up. I don't even think we even saw Portugal boost.
True.
Molly will miss the mark, so Caddy Jones has some space to work with. Rotations will be here. Yun wins out that fight.
Zana's here.
Caddy Jones goes down. Zana is here. But can she be the difference maker? The smoke blocking her. That push needs to come through and find success. Yun is stuck. Zana gets one. Ida as well deals with the lurk. Zana's found the double. Mads has pushed through the smoke. It's being accounted for.
Yeah, well done. I mean, look, that is all on the miss Molly over at Quad, because it means Catty Jones can stay alive for so long. But Zana bides her time, waits, guarantees that double kill. And from there, the rest of Portugal can come and help out. It's a step in the right direction. Don't call it a comeback by any means.
No, not at all. We've seen some good comebacks, but this one requires something special. D7, you've got a USP. What's going on here? Is that a bug? No, it's just, it's been dropped, I assume. Yep. Awkward. Kelsey more active in middle this time. Very active. Caddy Jones sees her.
All USA are doing right now is just trying to push every single area of the map to see if they can find a success, see if they can get a 1v1, and by and large they've been winning it. Look at this boost, that's how you do it.
Yeah, there's some lessons in the boost. Will it find success? They crawl up the ramp. Surely Young will spot one very soon. There it comes. Nice kill onto Kelsey.
But you have got space up ramp here if you did want to accelerate. Bazana steps in, tucks in towards this corner, and you got space in towards middle from Catty Jones.
Yeah, this is a great setup for Portugal. USA really make them sit in it.
You know it's not coming B at this point. You have to remain rooted on A, and they are.
Smoke's being thrown. Gonna start to scale through Olya. She's been good finding these kills. Looks to be the first point. It's a 1-for-1. Utility gets the trade. Nice off angle. Olya does account for it. Emily finds one as well. And Team USA have broken through.
Yeah, trade's brilliant. And Ida stays alive just in the molly. They can plant. They can get the bomb down as well. There's enough utility here. Catty Jones has got a kit, and there is a smoke on the board.
One player spotted, brought down low. Surely they'll swap weaponry. Yeah, they do. D7 just going to stick it. Just going to go for the full defuse. Catty Jones providing the cover. Mats tries to go for the knife, but not quite on the mark.
Oh, wait
what?
She got off it?
She got off it.
She got off it, they got back on it. Oh my god. They got the round.
She got off it.
They got the round.
She was like a second off finishing and she got off it.
They got it. That's fine. It's okay. Oh my god. It's fine.
Oh,
it's all good. 12-7. Yes, yes. I can hear me somewhere.
I'm sorry.
Me too. What a round. That gets so chaotic. Emmy on her favourite angle deals with D7 this time. Mads with the follow-up. It's a 3-on-5.
Yeah, quick kills to open up the accounts for USA. They can do anything now. Has been pushed down, sort of. No, Yun will fall back, playing around these smokes. But she needs to get the info, I feel. This is double push in middle. Mads is holding. Suddenly she's the primary AWPer on this map. Fair enough. She's making it work.
There is that push, but it's come in way too late. In fact, both of them are pushing, so there's no frontal defense on the site. Mads looks round and gets another one onto Yun. This is it, surely. And it will be confirmed by Mads. 13-7 against all odds. The USA take Vertigo.
Yeah, that's more like it from Team USA. They felt like Anubis should have been theirs after forcing back OT. They come into Vertigo, completely reset into the unknown. But they're the ones that stand victorious over Portugal. And honestly, Brandon, I am really disappointed in what I saw from Portugal.
Yeah,
that was flat.
Yeah, I am as well. Look, I feel like if they just played a little bit more default, I think it would be a lot better for them. Also, USA were playing so unorthodox. Like, you had no idea where they were going, but it was very telegraphed on that T side from Portugal. You knew exactly where they were going to go all the time.
Yeah, it was so clear. Like, I'm shocked at just how one-dimensional it was. Every single time it was just group up as 5 and go. And Team USA's rotations were ridiculous in terms of they would just over-rotate like nothing else.
Yeah.
But it was working. It shouldn't work. I don't understand why D7, Catty Jones aren't on these different lurks to try and punish that. So maybe the desk can try and shed some light.
We'll do our best, Lucy. Vertigo pick backfires, guys. It was the difference between the veto in the group stage and the veto here. Hindsight's 20/20, but maybe another map would have been the way to go for Portugal.
Yeah, no, it definitely didn't seem like they had their I guess, yeah, just like playbook fully fleshed out for this map as well. I think, yeah, one of the things that struck me the most was their T side, and this is something that both Brandon and Lucy mentioned, that they were so telegraphed about everything they did throughout their entire T side, to the point where, yeah, no, the US are massively over-rotating, and normally that would get extremely punished, but they just grouped them and won as 5. So there's literally nothing, like, they didn't have an opportunity to punish the US. The US, yeah, they made, I guess, in one sense, a normal Counter-Strike, a cardinal mistake of over-rotating, but in this sense, it's the perfect move. And you saw it so many times. You had several B takes where you have 5 CTs kind of just welcoming 5 Ts coming up the stairs. Like, that shouldn't happen, but it did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
honestly, a little surprising in that sense, and maybe we should have given USA a little more credit for having chances on this map, just for that reason. I think it can play out pretty simplistically at times, Vertigo. It can be one of those maps where you just get a lot of these sight hits, but yeah, just a little too obvious. And I think for USA, I mean, it obviously helps that their entire team played well on this map.
Yeah.
The frags are so evenly distributed, and sometimes Counter-Strike can be this complex and intricate game, and sometimes it is a very simple game where if you just aim better than your opponents, you've got a great chance. And that was definitely part of it as well. Seeing some of those rounds, seeing how USA were just sharp on pretty much every player, definitely a big help to them. And then Portugal, you know, at the end, I mean, that second half, it doesn't even really get going, and it's like they're too far behind at that point. So yeah, a little disappointing. And I mean, you know, we get Dust 2 coming up, and that was a very close map between these two last time they played. So Portugal, they'll be kicking themselves.
Yeah, I think one of the factors that was brought up by the fact that opping on Vertigo not necessarily going to lead to a whole or bear a whole lot of fruits, and Zana probably had her quietest map, most quiet map that we've seen in quite some time. So maybe, obviously, like, this is going to be a completely different ball game, hopefully, obviously, for Portugal, but I think that also, like, makes it smart. It takes its toll on this Portugal team when she's not able to have the kind of impact that we're used to seeing her have. And I think it frees up a lot of the, I guess, it frees up the US players to take a lot more risks. So we see their entire T side is basically just pick-based for the better part of it, and it's working out for them as well. I don't think they have that same fear in them that they might run into Zana in different positions because he hasn't been as mobile. And obviously getting off to a decent start on their T side also limits the economy for Zana as well to get multiple chances on that op. So better things to come, hopefully, for Portugal. But yeah, this was a bit of a misstep. I never expected it to be as simplistic of an approach on Vertigo for a team that actually opted in to pick it.
Do you think it's a fair characterization to say that the US has more depth to their lineup? Because it certainly feels like for Portugal, if someone like Zana, if someone like Catty Jones isn't there, the wheels fall off pretty fast for these girls.
I'd say so, and I think the US players have been maybe a bit more consistent. Like, I think Emmy's pretty much always having good maps at a minimum. Mad's kind of similar. Oya, actually, again, like, it's just so good. So consistently good, you know. Didn't know what massively to expect from her coming into this. I think she's been a real revelation for this team. So it's more that I think the Portuguese players just seem to have way bigger variance in how they're playing, and that can be very good with Zana, sometimes just carrying maps, and unfortunately sometimes that can seemingly be them completely missing.
Yeah, that is kind of the feeling I'm left with as well. The US players have never really had that low of a valley, so it's a benefit, obviously, and I think that also comes down to a little bit of experience. The one we were the most uncertain about, Olia, has been managing to deal with that kind of pressure throughout the entire tournament for the better part of it, and the others should be perfectly capable of handling a situation like this because they've been here before. I think it's been one of the reasonings why we see that. For Portugal, obviously, like, they're going to have to hope that their star player can, turn it up yet again, which is a lot to ask for Zana if that's going to be the case, so often, but it's kind of the price you pay for being that good.
I do think it should come through here. They had that previous matchup on Dust 2, and Zana top fragged the server, and she had a lot of impact on that one. And that could honestly be the difference here, the AWP difference. We always say it, but Emily's solid, but not on Zana's level when Zana's playing incredibly well. I do think on the US side, Emmy should also be really good on this map. Just the ability to have aggressive plays on Dust 2 and just fair fights is there, and she's that player. So I think we should see the best player on both teams have a really good chance to show why they're the best player on their team.
Yeah, and this is going to be like a real measuring stick, really, to see kind of how far the US have gotten in terms of their improvement from the start of the tournament until today, because what we saw in Dust 2 versus Portugal the last time around was a lot of like really strange mistakes. I mean, we're talking 1v3 retakes where they kind of just run at Zena one by one, instances of not using utility when you have it available and you do have the time as well. Like these kind of things, and obviously the US have improved across the tournament, so I'm expecting less of these mistakes, and I think that can be a significant difference maker, obviously, as on the overall results as well.
Okay, Dust 2, all that remains in this third place game. Winner gets a bronze medal. Quick break, and we're back. We'll see who's taking that medal. We'll see you then.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
The minute this gun was loaded, one of you brave boys decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. The minute this gun was loaded, one of you brave boys decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
One more map separates these two teams from the third place prize. Dust 2 is where we find ourselves, Lucy, and with USA having a remarkable comeback on Vertigo, something I don't think either of us expected. Now we look to Dust 2, where USA really pushed Poland to their limit.
Yeah, not the first time in my life that I've been surprised that I've found myself on Dust 2. Shout out to whoever's my lobby leader and face at one time. But yeah, it's remarkable that we've ended up here because the veto spoke to this being a 2-0 for Portugal as soon as they won Anubis. But what a dominant showing on Vertigo. And Dust 2, we saw what the USA did to Poland yesterday. No, earlier, sorry. God, every day just
honestly,
blurs into one. I think USA are going to win this. I'm saying it right now.
Okay.
I think they're going to win this. And they're already setting the tempo, pushing up top middle. Yun. Oh, they've heard a sound cue. They've heard a sound cue.
Yeah, and they're just going to go. This double car setup, though, still could be really intrusive. D7 deals with one, but are you ready for Mads? I don't think so. I don't think they're going to clear her whatsoever. Back turn. Mads with the USP, but it's Zana will trade. A 2 versus 3. This is still in the realms of possibility here for Portugal, but it gets removed immediately by Emilite, and now everyone converges on Yun.
They are setting the tempo early, but what was cool about that was they ran towards top middle, and then they see that disengage from Yun. I think just on the edge, they saw her fall back, and like, okay, they've heard it. They know the play. They don't overcommit to it. Mads delivers from car, unchecked thanks to her teammate going down.
Last time these two teams played against each other, Dust 2 was that first map, and it was 13-11 in favor of Portugal. We're set to go the distance here. I feel Emmy in lower tunnels. They will try and get by her, but Mads steps in the wings. Finally, D7 will overwhelm that MP9, and the acceleration will now go in towards B. Kelsey standing up high, is fumbling a little bit.
The repeat. Oh my god, she repeat.
She did, but it's okay because Mads is there as well.
Yeah, grab the M4. Okay. She was 2 HP and she re-swings from window. The absolute mad woman. But she did have a very good vertigo and she's feeling herself. USA 2-0 out the gate. Yeah, it was a close affair last time, but you know that was one of the first times USA played Dust 2 at the event. And then I feel like progressively they're getting stronger at it.
Yeah, I feel like that's just been the mantra for USA. Portugal just fall back into a familiar default. Tunnels control established. D7 flash forward in towards lowers. They'll look to take short.
Low on the smoke, and Emmy will take full advantage of that gap offered over. Really nice way to get that opening kill. Utility constantly being thrown around from Team USA. Oh, dirty from D7.
I thought they were going to boost up, but no, D7 had that slight gap. Emilite removed instantly. Catty Jones now resides in middle. There hasn't been a push out long yet. Olya is just waiting by the doors. But there is a push in towards tunnels. USA are taking that space, and now they can guarantee that this is going to be the A finish.
Yeah, still don't have anyone active here, though. Emmy, for some reason, I think because that mid to B smoke just landed, she's worried that that's now going to be the play. But it is just straight into A. Mads is isolated. If Yun goes down to Olya long, USA still have a good chance in this round.
The way that Yun's playing it, it's so safe. You feel like that she is going to clear that corner. Olya, was going to get the timing, but Yun hits the headshot, and Catty Jones has found Kelsey. But Emmy is right behind her and strikes. 2 versus 3. Mads now looks to close the gap, and she will on D7. You know that Yun is out at long, but where on earth is Ida? She still sits sight. Creeps close. Gandalf checked and cleared, but Mads versus Yun is that final fight, and it's one that Yun wins out.
Oh, you started to believe for a second there. Mads on the wide swing knew exactly where Yun was. Yun holds her ground, gets Portugal on the board, and that was from a position where it felt like Portugal had a massive advantage too. Like, that it comes that close is very scary for this team.
What I'm really let's try again. What I'm really impressed with Team USA is how much better they are at playing off each other. And what I mean by that is Emmy plays off the fact her teammate dies, gets the kill in short. Whilst that's going on, like Mads making her own move. It feels individual, but it is still together.
Half by, Mads invests a little heavier. See, the AWP will be prioritized early for Team USA. But we've also seen USA win plenty of these sort of rounds. Cheeky little setup, but meanwhile everyone else is falling and, well, Emmy actually swings. Emily reveals herself, and you did get one frag, but that should be the extent of it. And in fact, D7 will just deal with Emily.
Yeah, again, don't mind that out of D7 and Zana, like we were saying about that on Anubis a little bit, but that's D7 just jumping out a short into CT. She's like, right, there's no chance you're recovering this rifle. We are just going to kill you. 2 casualties is not the end of the world. Emily's got a raw.
Yeah, actually saving that rifle would have been really cool too, because she could have dropped it to Mads or Emmy. Instead, they're on MP9s. And we have B as the destination for Portugal. Not going to be the immediate rush, but it does look like they look to pounce. Oh, if a Molotov goes to this corner, Kelsey's in trouble. No, they fall back.
Yeah, they've reset. They've gone all the way back in towards spawn.
It's crazy. I wonder what caused them to not go.
I'm not sure.
Because nothing happened.
Only themselves will know. D7 now gets info that there was a flash play being made in towards short. Flirting with the idea of going in this smoke, Emmy has pushed long doors, and she'll have the shadow advantage. It needs to be hard cleared by Ida as she goes round this corner, but it's Emmy that deals first blood. And now it even swapped to the AK. No flashbang, they're just going in dry.
Emmy takes those fights every day of the week. Mads is quick to slide in. There is going to be a Molotov surely on this position. Oh, she has nothing to help her out. She has to swing into the open with the MP9, and yes, straight to her doom. D7 also found success on the short play, so this is certainly Portugal's. Do you really want to give this retake a go? You don't have a kit, you've got a couple of flashes, but it's an AWP as part of this.
Yeah, but she has got a pistol. She has got a pistol. It looks like that will be the disengage. It looks like it will be the save. Got to, again, credit the lurk timing out of D7 there in towards short. The molly going in towards car, that makes the comms frantic. Olya was holding for D7's push, but because she delays it just enough, Olya feels like she needs to go and help out Mads, and that's where D7 can just swing and punish. And that was even with Emmy getting those 2 opening kills at long.
Yeah, exactly. From a tough spot, what's the advantage to them for a moment? Impressed by the energy of all these girls on the stage.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Gotta remember, they've been going since, I don't know, when was the first game?
12.
7-hour point now. 3rd map for all of them. Sorry, 6th map for all of them.
Money ain't great, right? It's just those save rifles, a few pistols. Portugal, they're doing exactly the same round, but now they're just speeding up. Clever with the range advantage. Where is Emily? Very far away. Rifle will be here for Kelsey on short. Flashbangs forward. Spams in the smoke. Ida looks to scale and has identified the rifle.
Yeah, been spotted, and that's in a position where you can't really set up for a multi, and she doesn't even get the first that she wanted. Orp slides in. But actually, it isn't the one that gets the kill. It's the Deagle and the 5-7 that strike. Olya recovers the AWP.
I'll tell you what, every round the USA are making look incredibly competitive, and you've got this really quick lurk in long, but it is now being covered. Zana will deal with Maz, who only had a Deagle, and Olya will just look to save.
Yeah, that's the time to leave. No armor or anything. I kind of understand Kelsey getting to Gandalf quickly, but the timing of it was just a little too late. I think at the point that the smoke's gone down and Emmy has seen at least one at car, you can't really risk that cross because she got spotted and then there was nothing she could do there.
Yeah, she kind of had to try and fight, and she just
Yeah, she felt the need to get active right because she has that saved rifle.
Oh, I haven't seen this angle yet.
Nice.
Little debut for it on the broadcast. 4 rounds plays 2. This is 4 rounds in a row as well from Portugal, USA. Very similar to Anubis actually got the pistol and the conversion and then struggling on the gun rounds. And I guess I didn't mention it at the start of the third map, but everyone will know that I am still Team Portugal.
Don't tell the Portuguese, but I might have been converted.
Here looks like the B hit. Ida's already lining up the utility. It's a flashbang straight through. And they immediately give over the ground. Kelsey will at least swing in towards the window, but Portugal have got the sight, the smoke. It doesn't bloom.
It misses. It bounces off the door instead of into it. So Kelsey, she can play around that now if she wants to. A re-smoke has to be expended. Bomb tapped, expecting the push through. It's not coming, and that's going to kill precious time. How does Ahuchi not do more damage?
I don't know. That's again catchphrase of the event.
There's going to be a push through from Emmy. It's going to keep Cuddy Jones' attention occupied. She smokes herself off and walks through it.
Well, okay, it works, but Kelsey's found another kill. Kelsey's doing everything on this site. It doesn't matter, because now you know that Cathy Jones was in tunnels. Kelsey with a 4K.
I tell you what, Kelsey's been really good over on B so far, and the 2 times that she has been tested, she has delivered, and it's not playing a super active role in the site either, right? We saw against the second round, she played at window, and was very confident in her re-swings there. This round as well, same situation, she's towards window, catches the perfect time to swing out, get the kill, then disengage. That's the important thing. Doesn't overextend.
Yeah, I mean, she re-engages, if anything, because she noticed that the smoke wasn't landing properly. So she takes full advantage of it. She's able to reset and fall back. And now you're at a point where USA finally, they feel a little bit more comfortable. AWP out for Zana, and she's put it to good effect. Emmy is dealt with already. And that meant that Kelsey had to pick up middle just for a second, and she keeps playing passive out here, but she keeps succeeding, and has even spotted another player. Look at the rotates again from the USA. They're being proactive, and it's Kelsey's window, and you can't shoot her out of it.
Yeah, she is living in window, farming XP. Bomb will go down, but it's a similar position before. This time the lurk is down towards middle, but Kelsey continues, and the lurk finds nothing. Zana has a 1-on-4. Miss Molly gives us some room, but there's none on the side. Of course, it's Kelsey filling the feed.
Back-to-back quad kills for Kelsey. And they're all screaming her name. You can't kill Kelsey on B.
Certainly seems to be the case.
Double AWP now as well, right? And that's not even for your B player.
That is crazy, isn't it? Well, to be honest, Mads look great with the AWP on Vertigo, so why not?
A reminder as well, if you are just tuning in, you can see in the top left, this is the 3rd place decider. This is not the last best of 3 of the day. Coming up after this, we have the grand final between France and Poland.
That's going to be an absolute banger. The 2 favorites from each side of the bracket made their way through, not without being tested. And these 2 teams were the testers. Yeah, don't go B. Kelsey's got that one locked down. This is just the half buy.
They have been able to get the space out towards long, to be fair, to Portugal. But I mean, this setup it is really difficult to deal with. You're looking for timings in the smoke, and yeah, just spray down out of Emmy. 3 kills immediately. Mads is still holding with the AWP. There is this timing in towards short. Cathy Jones is able to deal with her, but can't find any more. And Ida can only recover the rifle for about half a second. 5 rounds plays 4-3 in a row now for the US. Momentum is very much with them. And that is something they look to hold on to and bring forward for the rest of this first half. Zana is back on the AWP. Last time she had the AWP, she got the opening kill.
Now she's got 2 that she needs to contest with though, right? But it can't just be relying on this one player getting the opening kill. Ooh, careful on the jump there. Zana peeks up and Emily lying in wait.
That's a classic example of, oh dear, that Xbox smoker's missed as well from Yin. That's a classic example of Zana feeling like she has to do everything. Trying to take the game into her own hands, but overextends into Emily's waiting arms. Old familiar. Where it comes to this default control, smoke dribbled down so you can cross, but a really good response with the incendiary. That buys precious time.
D7, oh, D7!
How's she done that then? She just walked for her own smoke? Completely catches the USA by surprise. 4 versus 3, HP bars are quite low. Portugal know a thing or two about that from the semi-finals. I hope to use that to their benefit this time.
Sometimes she just walks in and kills you. That's just what D7 does sometimes. However, this could still be very interesting. 2 players very low. Both of them, in fact, close to this double setup in middle, D7. You're done for. Oh, wow.
No, you're not.
Just about gets over. I can't believe it.
But you do know now, right? 30 seconds left. You've got to start accelerating up and towards short. There is an AWP on the line, and it's Mads. And then you've got the, I was going to say scaling, but D7 again. Kelsey missed her opportunity, and D7 acts revenge.
Yeah, you got to say, like, there's no way you're expecting Mads' AWP to be there. So it felt like that was going to be the setup that won the round. Oh, yeah. Nice first kill. That was one of the low HP players. D7 still is very low. Drops down. Let's play the headshot line. Oh, you're not seeing too much yet. D7 falls back. There's that headshot. But it's Olia that removes D7. Does she anticipate Yun to be tucked in to go? Surely it's a position you clear. Oh, can't get over. It's Yun that gets the kill. We're tied up.
Yun has been so clutch, and even in the games in the series that Portugal have not won, Yun, when thrown into a 1v1 situation, you bet on her, honestly. Like, think back to that Anubis game where Asher was running over Portugal. Like, it was Yun that was getting the best of her in that head-to-head. That's a necessary round, all crafted at the hands of D7, collected by Yun. Emily on a familiar angle, just looking to try and get the fight. But the doors are smoked off, and that means that Ida can scale with her Mac 10.
Just managed to get ahead of this Molotov. This is not going to be known. Pads will quickly find out. At least that smoke that T's drop helps her out, and Emmy gets that kill. Bails her teammate out. Sees the scaling, double headshot through the edge. Yun will remove her. Smoke forward, they want to take this space. A lot of counter utility being thrown in. 2 players out long, 2 in CT. Oh, this is very strange.
Okay, they saw one head. Yeah, I'm not sure that they're just trying to fall back. D7 has found Mads again. This is ridiculous. 4 HP, they can't contend with her. 2 players are in lock for the USA. Kelsey trying to jump up, thinks better of it. And Yun still remains here, and I don't think that Olia saw her.
Yeah, I don't think they know she's there. I think they think of the disengage, but D7 gets caught on the lurk. Zana now baits in Yun's position. Emily had a small chance there to hit a flick, can't quite. Zana looking to wide swing out the side. No, just a step forward, and there's that flick. It's Yun that needs to deliver, and she can't get it done. Kelsey over the top.
Yeah, Zana really wanted to try and just overwhelm Emily. And Orpa herself, she knows the angles that Emily should be adopting, but it's a really nice shot from Emily, and that allows Kelsey to scale. She can do it on A, she can do it on B. But it's USA that take the slight lead here. Portugal, we know how strong the CT sides have been, predominantly this series, specifically on Anubis. So for them to come into this on as even would feel pretty good for them, but the USA, again, leveling up. Trying to disrupt Zana is Mads in middle, and that was so tantalizingly close.
Wants to keep going. Sees them jumping past, but again, they're scaling into short. This has been where Portugal want to go. Emmy changes up her setup. Olya removes one out towards long. They wanted to split through.
Look at all the smokes in long. Like, there's so many of them.
Smokes everywhere. Oh my god. Okay, Mads will hit D7 on that attempted cross. Smokes everywhere for the CTs, but none for the Ts. It will land, but already the Orbs are doing their job. One from each side, and it's a 7-5 half for Team USA.
Yeah, I mean, they deserve it, really. I think Kelsey was unbelievable on that B site. Portugal just, as soon as they lost back-to-back rounds against Kelsey, they just kept going A. And again, it felt a bit samey. It felt a little bit flat. Very similar to Vertigo T side, doing the same thing over and over again. Long wasn't really prioritized. Zana was always putting the same angles in towards top middle. USA with the slight edge, but now it's Portugal on this defense. Who will be third place in the World Esports Championships 2024 here in Riyadh? One smoke, double flash for Emmy. USA congregate, they're gonna go B.
Yeah, but they don't go. They're waiting to see if this contact out long will draw something and maybe they make moves. They're expecting a push through. We've seen this setup like 5 times, I feel. I'll be surprised if it's rewarded. Although they do start to push, but the timing isn't great for Team USA. Or maybe it is. Who knows? First contact will come for Team USA, and it is pretty good. Remember, Yun got cushed. Still stands tall. Now the charge comes through. She tucks in. Getting run down by Mads. Ida tries to arrive. A smoke will get in her face, so she can't help out. Bomb going down, but D7 catches the lurk in tunnels. She doesn't slow down, looking to push forward. They're running at her, but she's the one that's finding the kills. Emily looking to find the finishing blow. The knife comes out, and D7 shanks her.
Yeah, can't hunt the bounty hunter, D7. Ridiculous. They keep charging her down. They keep wanting to try and take these fights. They want to just jiggle peek her. They don't want to full commit, and that is the biggest mistake. So much money being made, and you feel like that is the most crucial round for Portugal. D7 can even drop a second round AWP to Zana if she sees fit. Force buy in for Team USA.
It's not the best one, but it'll do. 3 max 10s.
No warp.
Okay, they want to fight long though. Ida, are you ready for this? The burst out. Molly forced him in the open, but half blind. Ida, how has she gotten 2 there? But the same can be said for Emmy. I think Ida was more blind, to be honest. The feed is a bit of a liar there. Either way, it's even for both.
Zana's just pushing.
It's being held for. Doesn't matter though. She'll see them. Almost lines up 2.
D7 wants more as well, just wants to keep fighting this, and that's to buy time for Catty Jones, who is now making inroads in towards top middle. Doesn't really need to push, instead just holds for this short line. The USA reset, they leave. Look at the litter of bodies, the numbers that are slightly blurred out in towards long. They want to go all the way around the world, back to this B bomb site. To be fair, they got the utility for it. One smoke, it needs to go doors.
It's going to be open. And D7, surely there's timing here. And they'll group up towards short, but it's going to be way too late. It has to be a retake now.
They didn't even smoke.
No, well, they just run across. That means the smoke gets a couple of extra seconds. Bomb goes down. Remember, Emmy incredibly low. Not a lot of util for the CTs. Smoke just to block off the tunnels, but that's not where either of these Ts are. Emmy with low HP, but it's a good position to be. A lot relies on Mads here, and she'll take the initiative. A peek out sees 2. D7 gets the trade. Emmy so low. And now D7 knows. Just needs to find this one bullet. It goes both ways. Emmy just jiggles her to death.
She swaps out of ammo. She goes to the FAMAS to have more ammo, and it doesn't have enough in it. But one bullet, that is all that would be needed. Again, it's a low HP bars coming back to haunt Team Portugal. Worst case scenario, on the CT side, you win the pistol, then you lose the force. That means you are left with nothing. And the CTs know it. They have to just eco. They have to just play pistol. Zana, Yun, ready to be flashed forward by Ida. It's not even a flash, it's just a decoy, but it doesn't work either way.
D7. Should be able to do any interesting damage here. Okay, a dig. Okay. Almost two. Imagine if she found that. That would have been the bomb. But I think it should be all fine now as Kelsey removes Ida.
Yeah, Kelsey, who was the player that was let go originally by D7, is the one that then walks through the B doors and just cleans up house. Yun hoping to save the AK, but Olya knows that that rifle probably was going to be recovered. And between the two of them, Kelsey again getting more kills. Kelsey is 17-7. And the USA are 4 rounds away from winning the third place decider.
Remember, it's double the prize pool and the honor of taking third. And honestly, Team USA have felt like the team that have been in command of this for the most part. Mads looking for the fight again. Flashbang's great. The second one is perfection. They weren't anticipating that. Ida needs to be careful trying to recover that gun.
Oh, good trades, but again, you are just losing players left, right, and center. USA 4v2. They've got the gap in towards middle. There's only one defender here on B. Catty Jones needs to be careful. She's just standing on the edge of her own smoke, and Ida over the top will clothesline Emilite. So it is up to Olya. A 1 versus 4. This would be staggering. She's won clutches before, but this feels a little bit out of reach. Bomb not down because it's all the way in middle. And they know exactly where she is. Zana locks it in. Portugal keep it competitive.
Yeah, and good to see Portugal not letting that one get out of hand either. 2 nice kills out towards long. They're ahead of the maneuvers back to B. It's a big round to be picking up. USA will still be able to invest into it, but Portugal finally flexing a bit of this CT side.
Still no walk for Zana. That's your consideration, though. Catty Jones still relegated to an MP9. It's going to be her on her own. Sure, D7 is in under, but Team USA are already making moves. D7 will actually get the first contact, and they line up for her. She wants even more. Kelsey naded. Catty Jones coming through this smoke. The push out long is caught by Emmy, but D7 has still got the bomb.
This is funky. D7's low, and it's just trying to be a nuisance. She doesn't have a lot of support, though. Now, when people start to move over, Ewan in short, Zana, but D7, yeah, surely dealt with. Ewan did catch off Emmy. Catty Jones starts to move forward. Nice little double layering. Zana, yeah, she'll swing through.
And it's simple things here, but it's really impressive that Catty Jones never pushes in there. D7 has just said to her, look, I'm low HP. I'm going to play to my death. We then need these rotates to come over. Zana can swing up close, and then you can be that late round activation. You can be the one that picks it up just in case it gets a little bit pear-shaped. It doesn't. And that was a fall by. Now it's an eco. The USA only on Tech 9s. The bomb is with Mads as she goes towards A. The rest of the squad, they look lower. Tell you what, long control has been under lock and key for Team Portugal all half long. And now Zana finally has got her AWP. Flashbang to be set up. They're trying to pop through the doors. Ida might be caught off guard here.
Bomb comes through. Ida is caught off guard, but D7 and Zana are not. Oh, D7 has no troubles. Zana had an open line to take every pot shot she wanted. D7 has taken this into her own hands. 21 kills. That's kind of the D7 we anticipated to see on so many maps prior that, honestly, I've been surprised we haven't seen.
Yeah, but let's be honest, look, what a time for it to actually come to fruition now, right? When it matters most in your tournament run. Final map that you play here in Riyadh. And she's already dropped 21 kills. They want it to be a little bit faster here. Mads full blind. Catty Jones is still rocking this MP9 and rocks the head back of Oya. But the damage not sufficient, and it's D7 again.
She just doesn't stop, and again has got the bomb.
Every time she gets a kill, it's on the bomb carrier.
What a push through unders. They get the two of them push through, and they drop 2 with the bomb.
This is so reactive, and again, this reminds me so much of Anubis CT side, where as soon as one player took contact, the rest of Portugal would just move in unison.
Null smoke lands. What do you do here?
You can't do anything. You can go back in towards mid if you want, but that's being watched by Yun. There is no way through. There's one flashbang off Oya, and that is it.
They can smoke this again, twice.
It's a stalemate, but you're done for.
There's no way. It's just not possible. Zana throws her smoke.
And this is just frustrating.
I just got another.
Oh, you want the bomb? You want the bomb, guys? Gonna...
They're just been staring at smokes.
You're gonna come
for
our
a minute.
Smoke? What about this smoke? Or maybe just this molly? Yeah, they prefer to do that, but again, not gonna end well for you. More mollies litter the floor. Emily just being pelted with utility. And it's done. Portugal take the lead. They're the ones that hit double digits first.
Big moment. They've finally broken past USA, who had a commanding lead. Must be said, 4 consecutive for Portugal. And now you're in a position where it looks like it should be 5.
The thing is that USA haven't even made it onto a bomb site. We keep speaking about D7 continuously being the one to drop the bomb. And because you can't plant, it is consistent. One round you get a buy, next round you're back onto pistols. A scale in towards short. Guess what? You're going into Zana's domain. Ida's here as well to drop even more utility. The bane of Team USA's existence.
It really has been, hasn't it? Meant to be smoke. D7 just drops a counter of her own.
That's a really nice one, actually, because you can see over the top of Xbox, but also it just blocks both sides, so you can't progress through. Ida's now back just on the little boost, and Zana's going to take contact.
Flash play over the top, but Ida's ahead of it. Smoke will land. Actually, there comes the flash, so it's good to at least get them past for a little bit. A drop down attempted. Ida able to take down 2. Zana, it's all heads rolling for USA. Mads dropped down, but spotted. Catty Jones, someone, some way, will remove her. And of course, it's D7.
Potentially USA's final stand. They take a timeout. It's the first time I think we've seen a timeout from the USA because that text is abhorrently long.
It's outrageous, yeah.
First time we're going to see Emily with an AWP in quite a while. Fight forwards long has gone like okay for the USA, but it's Portugal with a double layering of the flashbangs that has really punished them, but now you know this.
Listen, if you were ever going to call your first timeout of the entire event, now's the time to do it, I guess, when you're 9 to 11 down.
They have got B spawns, is all I'm saying.
That's crazy to call a B rush at this play. Yeah, they're just going to go for the default.
If anyone would have called the B rush there, it would have been USA, which is why I said it.
That is true.
Oh, this might just be an aggressive push, just double. Yeah, Zana's leading with the AWP. Kelsey waiting. B was her domain on the CT side. Tunnels, she looks to make her home, but a missed shot will still adjust. Zana now goes on the peak, and Kelsey is so low, finally dealt with by the AWP, but keep your eyes on middle.
And drops the Incendiary, trying to separate them, does a good job of it. They want to force their way through, and she's got support in the spam. And Zana, with the AWP, strikes another one down. They push through. She is quick on it today. Over the top, and down she goes. Zana secures 3rd place. place decider point for Portugal.
Yeah, I tell you what, Zana's been incredible because we were talking about D7 and how she's been just performing. Zana's just been quietly chugging along, and I think ever since she bought her first AWP, she's not died this half.
Brilliant.
6 in a row for Team Portugal.
6 in a row. Contest long, perhaps. D7 pushed mid. I think she was spotted, so she'll just retreat. You can see already, yeah, counter utility down lowest. Make sure she's not home. That's the threat that she is. You now have to be thorough and clear all of this because she could be anywhere.
Portugal do such a good job with their utilities. Zana's now going to peek behind the incendiary. Emmy's dropped. And that is a big talisman piece. Ida now in middle follows up. It's a 5 versus 3. And it could even get worse with this spam.
Mads is holding for the push. Oh no, D7 hits the shot from deep mid over the top of the smoke. And of course, D7 has dropped the bomb. Ida takes down one more. Oh yeah, there's nowhere to go. Portugal takes down USA and takes 3rd place at the Iesf World Esports Championship.
Yeah, well played to them. And to be honest, with this run, I feel like this is something you could definitely be happy with. Even Team Portugal, but also Team USA, because they came into this with limited expectations. They didn't know what they could achieve. And after the first day, they saw something. They thought they could go on and get more. They put Poland through their paces. They put Portugal to the limit today. They can hold their heads high, but it's Team Poland that get the victory.
Yeah, they proved us wrong, absolutely. Sorry, Team Portugal. They proved us wrong today, Team USA, that is in terms of their run so far. Portugal, I'm still shocked about the vertigo, it's got to be said. That felt like a pocket pick to secure it in 2.
Yes.
They just wanted to extend play for a little bit longer, hype up the US fans a little bit, and honestly, this is just an entertaining series in terms of the energy both these teams were giving. They really left their hearts on the server.
Yeah, they really did. And see how much it means to them, really, because again, it's bragging rights, it's more prize money, it's a chance for you to stand on the ceremony. So it's
sorry, that was just like it's the Zana clutch just
booming.
booming through the room. You guys might have heard it on the microphone. Sorry about that. And Zana was phenomenal. What a performance towards the tail end. She's a player that stepped up so much in that first map in particular. Saw it here as well. Brilliant to see D7 at the top of her game. Yeah, just a fantastic 3rd place match.
Portugal needed a player. On Anubis, it was Zana. On Vertigo, it was no one. And then on Dust 2, it was D7. She just took over the game. And that's the influence that she can have. Team Portugal were incredible. So were so many of the players. Shout out Catty Jones, shout out Yun as well, because they were unknown elements, so to speak. They showed themselves in the qualifier. They backed themselves up here on LAN. Those are 2 names you want to be looking an eye on if you need a player.
Yeah, it's always been the story, right? About some of these unknown players getting a chance to round out their national squads and really shine on the server. And I feel like we've followed a lot of Portugal's run here, and it's been really beautiful to see. So why don't we hear a little bit from our 3rd place winners? We've got Portugal on the sidelines.
Thank you very much for that, Lucy and Brandon. Zana, congratulations on walking away with the bronze medal here at the WEC. Let's go ahead and chit-chat a little bit. I want to talk about that Anubis game because that had us all on absolute ropes. You guys were down first half, coming back 12-8, and then taking us into double overtime as well. Talk to me about the communication amongst your team because it was a very back-and-forth affair.
Yeah, well, we always were motivated, especially first game. We were screaming. We said, like, we got this. Like, I think we were full confidence. But most important, we never tilted. We never got mad at each other. And we motivated each other, especially when someone would do an inside kill, you know, all this kind of stuff, and help each other through the round. And I think that was, like, the key, motivate each other and never give up.
And then when we start to take a look on your pick, why Vertigo? You've beaten them on Dust 2 previously. Why for the Vertigo pick this time around?
Well, this time was because they were banning always Nuke Vertigo, and then they decided to ban Mirage. And because we beat Team France, I would say, on that map. So we were like, since it's not normal that people pick Vertigo nowadays, and it was one of their permabans, so we decided to go for it. But at the half, we were not even tilted. We were like, guys, it's fine. You know, like nothing was working out. They were hitting their shots. No one was tilted. Even the coach said, I heard your communications. You were all chilling. So, you know, like we understood that they had the map prepared. They had like the readings, the aim on fire. So sometimes it is what it is.
So I think I could learn a thing or two from you and the ladies, as well as everybody watching right now. How do you maintain that same level of chill? How do you make sure that nobody at all on the server is tilting?
For example, now Marta, D7 on the fourth round, she was like, guys, chill and take a moment to breathe. And then on 12-9, does to Katy Johnson the same, guys, take a moment to breathe.
I wish it was that easy for all of my teammates when I end up playing. But now with a 20,000 prize going in way of you and the ladies with that bronze medal as well, talk to me a little bit about what initiatives like this mean for you and the women's scene as a whole.
Well, for us it's very important because especially in Portugal, the esports is still not official, like a job is not, I don't know how to explain, but it's not a verified thing. Like it's not recognized by the government. So winning this money, it means to us, so we get recognized as esports, and you know, like also to the female scene in Portugal, it will help obviously to develop on it, more female tournaments in Portugal. Maybe some more people will grind on it, and of course, this whole tournament is very important, not for only Portugal, but also for female scene in all other countries.
Honestly, you've said it so incredibly beautifully. And I want to open up the floor to you if there's anything you want to say to anybody that's been supporting your journey so far.
Yeah, well, I want to thank everyone who woke up so early to watch our games because it was like 9 a.m. in Portugal, and I know a lot of people was watching. I'm sorry that we couldn't go to the finals, but still I'm super proud. And of course, I want to thank everyone that was supporting us, the federation for also helping us, the coach who is working also very hard with us, and yeah, that's it, our families. Everyone was supporting us, which means a lot. Even here on the tournament, everyone was so kind to us because Ronaldo, you know, Saudi Arabia, everyone was cheering for us. That motivated us a lot.
And my final question for you, it's going to be France versus Poland in our grand finals. Who do you think is going to walk away with the win?
My teammate is in Team Poland, so obviously I'm going to go for Team Poland, but I would say it's going to be a very close game and interesting, obviously, to watch because Team France, at least when we played against them, they were insane. And I think Team Poland, if they are on their flow, they're also going to be insane, so it's going to be a close match, but Team Poland.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you for our closing ceremony today so we can go ahead and give you some sweet, sweet medals, but GG's again and congratulations. Thank you.
Congrats then to Portugal, our bronze medalists. And guys, that series, absolute redemption for Zana. Monster showing start to finish, first and third map, phenomenal. That's the Zana we want to see every game.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And again, especially once she got over on that CT side, didn't die after that first op purchase on the CT side, and that kind of tells you what kind of impact she has with that rifle in her hand and what it does for Portugal as well. I will obviously note that she did have very, very solid help from a certain D7 in this one, and that was easily D7's best game of the tournament, or best map of the tournament, and what a time to have it. You know, it's been back and forth. Your map pick didn't work out the way you expected it to, so for her to be able to show out in that kind of a fashion, just wonderful to see.
Yeah, D7, I think, as the tournament went on, kind of grew into it, really showing what she's capable of towards the end there, and just a really smart player, you can tell. Always aware of what's going on the map, always just making solid decisions, and that's great to see from Team Portugal. I'm happy we got to see them come through here, because they are a team who impressed me, honestly, in what we saw, and it's really nice hearing those words from Zana at the end in terms of what it means for them, and you know, clearly a big moment for these guys, so I'm sure they'll be very delighted. And all in all, like this Dust 2, I think it was, again, very back and forth. There were definitely moments where you kind of felt like a team might have it slipping away from them, and then someone would step up. You know, over on the USA side, Kelsey had to come through with a bunch of big multi-kills at times, so it's one of those where they've played a lot of CS today, and you kind of expect there to be the mistakes, but sometimes those can be really fun to watch just because you don't know where the hell it's going. You don't know where it's going to end up. You can get some funky situations, so a lot of fun here, and Portugal end up weathering the storm in this one?
Yeah, I think the only thing that it felt like USA kind of ran out of ideas once they got on their T sides to a certain point, because as you said, yeah, there were plenty of opportunities for them. It's not like they massively lost out the opening duels or constantly played at a player deficit or anything like that. Just kind of felt like they were really keen and had spotted something over towards that B bomb site that they wanted to abuse, whether it was through obviously upper tunnels or through B splits, etc. That didn't quite pan out long term for them, and they got stopped in their tracks. But that's partly due to the credit of Portugal as well for again providing solid rotations and actually having a good ID, solid utility usage as well to kind of keep things going, and obviously having a little bit of luck in terms of like finding the bomb. Very last person to enter a bomb site, that kind of thing, and having it rolling back to them. But yeah, no, this is Portugal kind of basically deciding once and for all that they were the better team in this matchup.
Let's start to reflect then on this tournament overall for Portugal. I know someone like Brandon came into this, he liked some of the players, he tipped them for a good result. I think for us, it took a bit more time to grow into that and see these players. There are more established names on other teams, but they've earned their place as third. They've shown themselves to be brilliant individual players. The future is definitely bright for that scene and this group of players.
Yeah, really bright, I think. And we saw at the end there, Zana, especially on CT side, that's where it seemed like she was showing up. And then she was the one we expected to show up. But D7 alongside her, another of the more known names. But then it was some of the players we knew less about that actually helped them get to this point. Caddy Jones having some really good maps back in the group stage especially. Still was solid here in the playoffs as well. So it's really a nice sign. Again, we keep saying it for every team, but it's so true that there's just like these players we didn't necessarily know too much about. We weren't entirely sure what to expect. And it's not easy when you come into a LAN and you might be playing with players you look up to even and playing against players that you've seen and you're like, wow, okay, I'm here. Some players are going to struggle with that. But I think we're seeing so many of the players actually just step up and take this opportunity, which is so lovely to see.
Yeah, and again, like managing to grab a top 3 placement here at this kind of event with the kind of teams and players that you have here. What a showcase, right? You mentioned Caddy Jones and Yoon as well, right? Teamless players for the time being, and you'd assume with the kind of performances that they've put in that they're definitely going to have a couple of eyes on them.
Let's talk then quickly about the USA. Probably didn't have the group stage they wanted, but grew into this playoffs. Might have lost here, but gave it a very good crack in this series. How are we reflecting on this event overall for them?
Got better and better for each and every game of the tournament, which is what you'd like to see. Obviously, they're going to be disheartened by the fact that they weren't able to close it out. Again, they had a lead on the final map. Again, they managed to win their opponent's map pick and kind of like have that steam carry with them into Dust 2, but just ran out of ideas and maybe a little bit of steam towards the end there. I think right now it's gonna sting, but they could look back at this and they should be proud, honestly, of what they've been able to perform. I think also that each individual on that side had very, very good showings from start to finish of the tournament. I think someone like Olia, for instance, should be very, very happy with how everything panned out for her in terms of having this kind of breakout tournament at an international stage. So even though it ends with a bitter 4th place for the US team this time around, it's a lot to build on in that sense. A lot of positives to take with them home.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of the neutrals watching really became fans of and enjoyed this team as well, just with how they played. A lot of explosive rounds, and they had enough of a backbone as well, where it wasn't like those explosive rounds where you watch them and you're like, okay, they're doing too much, it's too silly. It still had enough structure and smartness and calmness behind it, but especially with Emmy and Mads in there, they're also quite big personalities in Mads, which is a lot of fun. I really appreciate when players just lean into that, for the national tournament, get the headband out, 100%. Live up to the NA fully, just go full NA, why the hell not? And yeah, as you said, Olia, wow, what a revelation. I think probably the most consistent player on the team, which was maybe a bit surprising. I guess Emmy is maybe more consistent, but that's expected. She's a star of the team. Outside of the other pieces, Olia just really good, big impact in a lot of the rounds. And yeah, Kelsey even stepping up on this map here. We saw big moments from her too. So I'm glad we got to see this US team, and I would say they probably exceeded expectations into this tournament, and that's always going to have you leaving with a positive note.
It certainly feels like the scouts for all of these teams should have been watching this, because there's 2, 3, 4 players where it's frankly a surprise they're not on top teams in that scene at the moment.
Yeah, and who's to say, come a month or 2 away from now, like we might see some changes obviously happening, and some of these players who've had standout tournaments or just like really positive impact on their side actually getting picked up and getting an opportunity and a chance to go full time in that sense.
Okay, one game to go. Grand final, France or Poland? Who's it going to be? Let's find out soon.
had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and a battle find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shot sound, picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
was no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded. One of you brave boys decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. This gun was loaded. One of you brave boys decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
It's time for the grand finals here at the Iesf World Esports Championships. It's Poland versus France. Winner take all trophy for that winner. Guys, I don't think there's any doubt about it. The two best teams in this tournament are setting up behind us in this grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very good to see like these two teams playing so well, and I think in general, like I look at this final and I think, okay, Poland, France, probably the teams I expected. There were a couple of other names that could have been in there, but Poland were the locks, and we were waiting to see which other team would be able to kind of match up to that level. And I think out of the teams here, but France are the ones that seem like they have that mix of having a stacked lineup across the board, every player contributing, and their team play looks pretty good as well. So there are absolutely reasons to think that this is going to be a great final. And just because Poland came into this as big favorites overall, France, I think throughout the tournament have slowly showed us, yeah, they can absolutely hang here.
I honestly feel like, for me, France are now the favourites. Now I've seen this tournament play out.
Really?
Yeah, I really do think so. I think they have more depth in players. I think Astra is absolutely phenomenal. And for me, they've grown through this tournament, whereas Poland, I guess more static. Not necessarily bad by any means, but France had to fight to get to this position. And I like their odds, guys. And especially with someone like Astra to lead the charge, they have a superstar in the making.
They really do. And again, I also want to make sure I give my praises to Rachel. Again, I think she wasn't necessarily touted as being the second star of this French team, but I definitely think she's kind of stepped into that role in a really good manner, and she's been really important because she's done it through aggressive plays as well. Like she's been impactful in most of her ways of playing. So she's just been kind of tone setting for this French team as well in games where Astra potentially maybe not have gotten off to the good start. That doesn't happen often, but when it's happened, Rachel's been there kind of just right behind to pick up the slack.
Yeah, let's reflect on that playoff bracket and see how our grand finalists progressed to this point. I think the match that a lot of people might forget, Hawker, is that Poland-Sweden quarterfinal. 3 match points in map 2 for Sweden that fell by the wayside. Poland were millimeters from not getting close to the grand final.
Yeah, a lot to talk about in that series. I mean, I remember the Nuke match where we thought Poland had that for free, and then suddenly it goes all sorts of chaos, all sorts of ways wrong. So I do agree with you. I think Poland have shown cracks, and I thought I was going to be a bit spicy by maybe thinking, okay, France actually low-key might be the team here, but Alan just went ahead and did it straight away. And I do get the feeling that Poland have looked brittle in a sense in getting here, just in terms of in some big moments there'll just be a big portion of the game where suddenly it all seems to just slow down and fall apart a little bit, whereas France, that can happen maybe occasionally, but I think they normally get back to the way they want to play. They get back to their aggressive play style, and as you said, they certainly have the players to do it, so I don't see why France can't do this here.
Yeah, no, for me, the worrying thing about Poland is the fact that they kind of started up here.
Yes.
And then they went down maybe like 2 notches, but then they've kind of stayed here as well. They haven't necessarily risen back up to what we saw in the first matchups on day 1. As for France, they might be a little bit more like a roller coaster in that sense. They have a fantastic first map, then a terrible second map, and then a fantastic third map. But at least you know they're bouncing back, at the very least to an extremely high level. And for Poland, when they've had struggles, they've managed to eke by. I mean, again, the quarterfinals versus Sweden is kind of fresh in mind for exactly that. So they haven't necessarily had that dominant bounce back that you'd like to see from a team of Poland stature. You know, this is what we kind of expect from them. But it is a sign of quality, the fact that you are able to kind of slug your way through difficult games as well, even though you're not playing your best.
Of course, because we heard it in the post-game interview in France's last series, there is an interesting element in this grand final.
Yes.
What is the relationship between Astra and a lot of these Polish girls?
She might be their in-game leader.
Okay.
Might be their in-game leader. No, yeah, again, Astra obviously plays with a majority of that Polish squad. She's the one who replaced some of the girls on that Polish squad as well in Navi Javelin. So obviously there is familiarity there. I'd say knowing what one player does is not as good as knowing what potentially 3 players do on your opponent's side. So yeah, that's an added benefit obviously for France to kind of bring with them. Astra's going to know what the Polish team likes to do, what kind of tendencies they have in that sense. So they have that to work with. But again, if we think about it from Poland's side, there are going to be more people to kind of bring their heads together in order to neutralize Astra, if it can be done, obviously. But there are going to be more people, again, very familiar with her playstyle, and I think this is the strength of Poland. I think it's worse for France if Astra gets shut down than it is if one of the players from Poland gets shut down, because Poland feel like they have at least quite consistent performers, whereas from France we've seen a little bit here and there. Rachel's been the most consistent so far throughout the tournament for them as the second star behind Rachel, but outside of that, you've had, again, fantastic maps from Julie, for instance, and then disappearing in the second one, and then back to fantastic again. So depending on like how all of these metrics kind of hit each other and what the timings are, that could be more detrimental for France than we might imagine.
Yeah, I do feel the difference is for France that Astra for me is a player who is just so good in mid-round scenarios, and I think that's kind of harder to counter in a sense, because even if you can somehow figure it out, I think it's hard to do so in the mid-round. I think she'll probably make a decision and be aware of what's going on faster than you will. It's harder to really plan ahead of time for that. Whereas on the other side, I do think the other thing is France, they've kind of been playing the same way with a lot of these aggressive rounds anyway, so you should be ready for that. It's not really changing too much. Whereas, yeah, on the Poland side, I do think there is a chance that Astra will get those reads. And I'm just scared that Poland they seem to get a little down on themselves. I think Angelika's the only one that can really like spur them back on, and seems like she's got that bit of hype behind her. And that does scare me leading into a big grand final. It does scare me a little.
Let's focus in on that France lineup and see what firepower they are packing outside of just Astra. We mentioned Astra, of course, Rachel as well. Kaede, one that deserves a mention too.
Definitely so. Again, the upper of the French team, and she's been incredibly impactful in very, very important rounds. I mean, if we go back to the quarterfinals that they had versus Denmark, towards the tail end of Inferno there, where the French team is struggling to kind of get a reins of the T side of Denmark. She comes through clutch. I can't remember if it was an ace or a 4K in the second to last round or something. But again, like she has a knack for just being in the right place at the right time when it matters the most for Team France, and you can't really ask for anything else from your opera. Like that's the kind of impact you want.
Yeah, certainly. And I think Kaede maybe hasn't got the same sort of plaudits as some of the other Orpas in this tournament, because I don't think she's had as many big highlight moments.
Yeah.
But she's had a few important clutches. She's been pretty reliable, pretty solid, no real complaints, and that's definitely a good sign. I think also you round out the lineup with Julie and Emerald. Emerald, I think her aim looks sharp on occasion, but she can be a bit hit or miss sometimes in those anchor positions, so that is something to watch out for. And then Julie, as you said, hit or miss in a different way, where it's either top fragging for the team or bottom fragging, it seems. But she's not expected to be the standout, so that alone, kind of helpful. If she can just pop off randomly on a map, suddenly you might actually randomly just get a map win out of that. So her on the aggression will be good, but as you said, Rachel, the more aggressive rifler that we expect to kind of be trading and getting those consistent opening kills for this team.
Yeah, and of course, coming into this grand final with the Na'Vi Javelin's background, we expect Poland to have good structure, good team play, a good system in place. Of all the teams that are essentially cobbled together pieces, France, to me, look the most well-drilled by some margin. And I think playing simple Counter-Strike well has been a key crux to making it to this grand final.
Absolutely so, and I think that's been kind of a common factor for the maps where we've seen France kind of dip in level as well, is where that's where they start to overthink things, and where they're at their very best. If you want to go back to the semifinals and their first map there, it's just very simplistic Counter-Strike, but it's, again, well thought through and well executed. And you get far with that, especially when you have so many good players on your side. So yeah, just not doubting yourself and starting to overthink that, oh no, they've probably started rotating already, or they're probably getting a read on what we're doing. It's like, no, kind of have the belief and the faith in yourself that you're still, outplaying your opponents, even if it is, pretty basic in terms of from a strategic point of view.
Viku has been the standout over the whole tournament for Team Poland, no doubt about that, but I think Hanka has warmed up into these playoffs and then some. They need both of these girls in peak form to win this grand final.
Certainly, and as you said, Viku, more flashy moments, that's for sure. Started off really strong, but Hanka is it's weird to say sleeper player, because coming into this, I'd have expected her to be the best player of Poland, but she is the one that's grown into this, and she's kind of like, in my opinion, their team's Astra in a sense, where I don't see her make mistakes a lot. It feels like she's in control of what she's doing, and she always has a good understanding of where opponents should be, and the question is, how does that match up against Astra, who we think is just so consistent and so reliable? So I think it's one of those where France might have the edge on that rifling front in terms of star rifler, but Viku probably gives Poland the edge on the AWPing front. So I think those two matchups of the two stars in terms of the AWPer and the best rifler on each team will be definitely important to watch out for. And Angelka, a lot of impact from her as well. I expect to see good things from her in it.
Yeah, and one of the players that we haven't mentioned, but is, you know, absolutely a massive part of this Polish team as well is Letty, and the fact that she's the one kind of leading the charge, trying to find opening frags for this side. And when she gets going, Poland kind of just steamrolls away with it. But obviously, like, I feel like a lot of it is going to come down to her and how kind of efficient she's going to be in her openings, or in terms of at least creating space. She doesn't necessarily always have to win out every opening duel she attempts to go for, but if that can at least set up, you know, person number 2 or person number 3 behind her to get fair trades, or at least equal trades for the side of the T's, that's going to do a ton for them.
I do feel with Viku that, I don't know if this is fair to say, but I kind of feel like she does really well when the team is already rolling. When the team's already doing well, she seems to really start to feel it and take over massively. And it feels maybe harsh to say, because that's often case times for the AWPers, where if you don't have the economy to buy another AWP, you suddenly can overthink things a little and you might not play as free. But as soon as Poland get that bit of buffer, I think she starts to really take over. So that's also something to watch for. If Poland can get off to a really good start, I think that's when Viku frees up. However, when Poland get into a hole, the scary thing is, I think Angelka's the only one that I've seen dig them out of it with some big impact plays. So she's going to be important to watch out for on that side of things as well.
Yeah, of course, coming off the back of that Sweden-Poland quarterfinal, we had some concerns. It didn't look perfect from Poland despite the win. What are we hoping to see today that we didn't necessarily see yesterday in that series?
Quicker adaptations is the first thing that comes to mind for me. Again, one of the big issues versus Sweden is that they started off the game, especially their nuke pick, because again, they're one of the few teams that actually play nuke, and that looked like a massive, like, basically cheat card for them to have going into Veto, obviously. Started off with a fantastic T side, 8 rounds to 4, right? You should be able to close that out on the CT side, but it took so long for them to just kind of adapt to the stock standard default yard smokes coming out of Sweden time and time again, and the tempo. And we know the French can play quickly. So again, if there's lack of adaptation, if there's just like slow adaptation really coming out from Poland, they could just lag behind. And we're talking like millimeters before they were sent out of the tournament by Sweden in the quarterfinals. So they can't allow for that to happen. Needs to be much quicker. I'd like to see more timeouts being taken. That's just a general thing for all sides really that we've seen here, because there's very clear things, at least for us with the bird's eye view, to spot whether or not it's a timing issue, a spacing issue, or not covering your backs, like whatever it may be. It feels very clear to us at the very least, and I'd like to think that, you know, one of the coaches behind them is able to register that as well. Just rather take a timeout too many than one too little, especially when you're in a grand finals, right? And I think all of these girls are good enough to kind of make that adaptation on the fly as well once they've been made aware of it being an issue. So that's going to be important for me.
Let's take a look at those maps and see where this grand final is heading. First map of the series, Nuke. No surprises there, guys. Anubis out from France, and Inferno, all great series end there as the decider. I'm not surprised remotely to see these 3 maps, guys.
Yeah, I'm not either. We've got a couple of French fans making some noise, I believe, so that's good to see. But yeah, I agree with you, and the interesting thing is, France have been kind of weirdly playing a 7-map pool here, because Nuke's the only map they haven't played, and they leave it open, and they allow Poland to pick it. I want to see from Poland, they're a team that I think at times overthink almost and kind of assume their opponents are playing better than they are.
Yeah.
I want to see them just test some really simple rounds. Go yard, go lower, see what France do. There's a chance that France don't respond to that properly, and if that's the case, hit that over and over again. Poland are a team who I think they sometimes are trying to outbrain their opponents when they don't necessarily need to. So Nuke should be a big advantage for them as long as they can learn from those potential mistakes they made against Sweden. Then the Anubis pick coming in from France, definitely a map that suits them again. We've talked about the USA's aggression, but France are right there with them. And then that Inferno decider, good map for both these teams. I think this is set up to be a fun grand final with these maps.
Absolutely so. And again, I mean, while we know the French have plenty of, I guess, practice in that sense, they'll have no official game time on Anubis as well, there should be some things that they should have taken note of from the semifinals that France just played. Obviously, maybe particularly with what Astra likes to do. Again, a lot of action going on that T side towards the A bomb side early on, where Astra is just kind of a lone warrior trying to find openings and find picks for herself. That's going to be interesting to see if that continues, if Astra chooses a new approach, or if Poland, has something in mind to kind of take care of that. Really excited to see it. And yeah, Nuke, I think you're spot on with what Poland kind of have been doing to themselves versus Canada. It felt free-flowing. It felt like they were just in understanding of that, them being the better team, so whatever decision they decide to make is the correct one, and therefore kind of just following through on it. Whereas versus Sweden, we saw more hesitation, more thinking like, oh, they've probably rotated, or they probably don't rotate here, like in certain periods of time, and they just kind of get stuck. And they don't necessarily take into account what they actually see, like what is actually presented to them by Sweden in those scenarios, and they make the game a whole lot harder for themselves. So they need to avoid that. Again, understand that they probably are the best Nuke team at this tournament, and play like it.
Yeah, it's almost like the saying that perfect is the enemy of the good. I want them to just actually exploit almost the weaknesses of their opponents.
Okay, it's grand final time, baby. Lucy, Brandon, let's get going.
Grand finals, Brandon. There are two players sitting on that stage I think it's worth noting have been in the grand finals of the last two major international lands in the women's scene. Rachel reunites with Astra to take on the latter's team, her core in this grand final. France versus Poland, the two favorites coming into this event. They get opposite sides of the playoff brackets. We get them joined here in the finals. It couldn't be written better.
It's funny because you mentioned those two players that have attended consecutive grand finals. It wouldn't be a grand finals without Team Poland / Na'Vi Javelins, would it? So it only makes sense that Team Poland get here. They have been put through their paces. They have been made to work incredibly hard, but they are here for this moment, as are Team France. Our grand final is about to get underway right after this tech pause.
Yeah, we love the build-up, the hype, the excitement to just get straight into that slight little delay.
Oh, yeah.
But let's talk a little bit more about this, Vito. I think it does highlight an interesting point. This is the one map that Team France haven't played. Now, we talk about the 7-map pool. I don't honestly think they have a particularly deep 7-map pool. It's probably very shallow across those maps. This was definitely the shallowest, I think, for Team France.
Yeah, I think so. I think what's interesting here as well is the fact that you have to sort of pick into Anubis is quite difficult, to be honest. Like, I felt like you had to sort of ban out Team Poland's best maps here. You can't really play to your strengths because Team Poland have been that team for so long, because they've been playing together for over 2 years and they got that experience. That's what they say in every single interview, and we know that because it's so true. They've always had a 7-map pool ever since Overpass was removed, and now finally we can get into this grand final.
Let's get it then. Team Poland versus Team France kicks off on Nuke. Poland on that T side. Had a struggle on this earlier and yesterday against Sweden. But Emerald, oh my god, she's pushed through, she's taken 3. How's she done that then? Everyone's falling. It's Lena alone. She'll try to get one back onto Rachel. Emerald with the dual Berettas wins this round single-handedly.
Didn't even see it. Didn't see any of the kills, and yet in the feed it is Emerald 1, 2, 3 times of our skin. And I tell you what, we've already got this early. I'm going to bring it up right now, round 2. Poland have been struggling against teams that play not the conventional way. Against teams that you think, what are they going to do? They're going to push us. They're going to try and disrupt us. Normally, they're okay at dealing with that, but against Lena Cook and ESL Impact, they struggled. Against Team USA, they struggled. Against Team Denmark, they even struggled again there as well.
Yeah, they have the real, if you can't beat them, make them join you thing when they signed Astra, right, who had put them through a whole ordeal in ESL Impact as Lena Cook. So they should have an idea on what to expect from Astra and Rachel here. K&A. Nice adjustment with the dual Berettas. Will be brought down by Angelica. At the moment, it is just the one casualty, but it is the bomb plant, so good distraction to set that up. Dostak.
absolutely fine if you're Poland. I think also what was fun here, and I think they will change it up between the last time we watched them on stage and now in the grand final, is that Hanka was prioritizing just taking all of this space pretty continuously, right? Just always into heaven, trying to wrap deep outside. This time they did that, but the true intent was disguised. It was so they could get that bomb down for extra money.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time to defuse that bomb because Julie needs to go and pick up that M4. Shall they bring that over into this round? We'll get the guns out now for Poland, and they'll have a little bit more utility than they would have otherwise. So a nice bomb plant. They'll be very happy with how that played out. But now the real game begins.
Kaede already on the AWP. And we keep saying it, and I'll say it again, that Kaede is her most prolific when she is just getting aggressive right in the face of Team Poland. She can afford to do that right now because Viku doesn't have a sniper.
Yeah, and you know she won't have one, right? It's just really unlikely on that T side in the first gun round. So a lot of room now for for Kaede to work. Smoke will go down. Hanka almost gets caught there. She crosses very quickly. We saw her doing this to the tail end of Nuke against Sweden. Just getting very fast across, and the response is immediately Rachel rotates down.
Yeah, also you got to think about this for Team France. When's the go on these lobby crunches? Sweden were really proactive in that. Lena just waiting patiently. Rachel with the MP9 just pokes her head out. It's like whack-a-mole on Viku. She's the game winner. High score set over towards B, and now Team Poland can scale again into the site.
Yeah, they're just decisive, right? They know they've now got the gap here. Kaede hits that flick onto the player on the left-hand side. Goes past Hanka, and Astra deals with Lena on the leg.
It's so common that Lena's always going to be there. I think the molly even hit Kaede. She sort of kneed it up, so she had that little bit of extra time. Smokes are in, though, for Team Poland. 3 players are rotating down. All of them are here. You have got kits.
Kaede's going to set it up. Smoke onto control. Nice little hole that's been blown open to work with. Letty behind. She'll be taking first contact. You imagine. Spotted. Gets that first kill nice and clean. Jiggling out the orb. In fact, she'll swing onto it. Letty delivers too. Gives a chance now, reposition from Viku. Tap on the bomb, Hanka ducks her head down low, but it doesn't work out, and they're covering for Viku.
You feel like Hanka has that, you really do, but it's Julie doing the most unexpected thing, and that is putting her head really close in towards the door, into the angle that Hanka was holding. You feel like the round was won, especially with Letty holding for that double on towards ramp. They've got all the control, they know that they have to come in from ramp.
That's the 2 players you don't expect to kind of drop that 2v2, right? Hanka and Viku. But when the bomb's not planted for Viku, she has to go on the left-hand side of the smoke, and Astra reads that perfectly. So 3-0 start for Team France. Poland will reinvest off the bomb plant.
Orb still here for Kaede. Limited kills as well for Team Poland, it's got to be said. Hanka yet to arrive in the feed, and she is taking a number of these roles and responsibilities where she's the one that's taking the proactive space on this team. She's the one trying to create just an opportunity here for Team Poland, and it's more often than not being punished for it. But then when they're going, she's always the first one in. I'd quite like it if she was the second one in, because I feel like her aim could be absolutely lethal.
I don't think it suits her as a player, though. She loves to get involved
That's
as an
true.
aggressive rifler, right? It's kind of like telling Astra or Rachel not to do that. So we get a slight breather again, hopefully not too long. You see Julie is having maybe a slight issue. Both these teams have had a little bit of a break to take a breather between these matches. Had that long 3-map affair. Everything's been a 3-map affair.
Real.
I'd be shocked if this doesn't go to 3 maps.
I'll tell you what, I'll make a big call here. If France end up taking Nuke, it doesn't go 3 maps.
Oh, you think 2-0 for Team France? That's a bold call.
I'm not saying it will happen. I'm saying if Team France take Nuke, it goes 2-0.
Yeah. The Nuke's interesting, isn't it? You know, on the one side, you can obviously put out this big story about how, you know, Na'Vi Javelins were so strong on this map. It was this 5-player roster that was dominant on Nuke. No one played it against them. It was the permaban of Enigma Galaxy at the time, so anytime Nuke came out, it was a win for Poland. But it fell out of favor quite some time ago. So you're going back to your roots, but it's roots that people know.
Exactly. It's roots that people know, and also it's all about recovering what you want to do, what you did used to do in the past. And as a result, it's quite difficult just kind of looking back and getting all of those strats and getting rehearsed in time, especially for an event like this. You got to think as well, a lot of people that are playing on this stage, obviously Astra and the Team Poland core will know each other quite well, but it's a case of delegating responsibilities as well. How much time have you been able to prac with your international country? How much time have you put into preparation for ESL Impact Season 6 finals in Stockholm?
Yeah, I think a lot of players in this server have been putting effort into that. Astra on one side, fracking with most of the players on the other. And you assume that Nuke is part of the new Na'Vi Javelins map pool. I don't know if we've seen it, actually. It's up in the air, isn't it?
I don't think we have.
But it seems like it's there because I think they banned Vertigo. So we know it's in the playbook. But it's like, you know, all this new stuff you've been practicing with Astra and D7, none of that's going to be on display here. So all the recent efforts you've been putting into this map, it's very different to what you now have to go back to on this stage.
So kind of going back to players, obviously relinking with Letty and Lena, our Team Poland. It's been really nice seeing Lena back after such a long period of time. I guess it's been one season, but for us that feels like quite a long time, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that she's here, the fact that she's been playing really well, and every time you see her, she's always so positive. She's just saying, look, I'm so excited to be here. I'm happy to be back playing, representing my country. Hopefully we see her again soon.
I hope so. She's definitely shown time and time again that she's an incredible piece to any team. Hello. I think we might be getting back into way, guys. Got the fist bumps going through. Action resumes. So far, it's been quite fast from Poland in these opening 3 rounds.
But it's all been outside, right? We haven't seen anything focused towards ramp. We've not seen just even the door being blown off, main smokes, like putting pressure anywhere else. It has been one-dimensional, and the trend is set to continue.
Yeah, it's testing the waters, isn't it, a little bit? Hanka knows how much space she can get outside. She's testing this, like she did against Sweden, and same answer, you can get this for free.
When's the go signal? Oh, I don't think Julie spotted Lena. This could be very big indeed, because Lena now knows, hey look, no one has come down the vent. I'm already ahead of this play. No one has cleared your close angles. It is only Rachel that was rotated down ramp. She's going to slide right back into the corner. She's going to need help fast.
Yeah, this is just going to be straight up B. All 5 players are down here, but it's only Rachel.
And there's been no proactive push in here out of Team France either, so they have no idea that this has happened. They've only got an inkling.
Completely clueless. The only thing they have is Rachel. Now they get the hint. K-Day starts to scramble. Utility goes over to block off these 2 avenues. Smoke, Molly, flashbang. Rachel able to dodge it. K-Day looks to edge her way forward. A smoke comes in. Rachel standing strong, but K-Day spammed out by Hanka. And with Rachel falling, the bomb site completely is Polish.
And you're at this point as well, right, where you've got Julie on 6,500. She can drop an AWP if she saves this, can keep an AK in her pocket. So 3 players are going to save. They're going to completely concede this. Team Poland can finally get on the board. Nice little play for Lena to make that. It's a slight variation where you've got all this space. There was no nade to break the outside smoke. There was no counter flashbangs whatsoever. So Lena takes the risk, is rewarded. As soon as she doesn't see anyone in towards single, deep, in towards double doors by the stairs, you start to think, oh, okay. If everyone could take away this AWP, that would be awesome, because then you don't need to reinvest one.
Yeah, free up.
She's going to get it as well. Look, they're all over at Secret.
Nice, you take that every day for Team France. Team Poland, that's good to see that they're already kind of responding and kind to what France are putting through. First round comes through, a lot of celebrations. I've really enjoyed how vocal all the teams have been here.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun because it's almost like they're feeding off each other's energy as well.
Yeah.
And it's a separate competition as well as a Counter-Strike of just who could be the most loud.
I think South Africa won that competition.
Yeah, no, Avo definitely won that. Here we go again then, but this time a variation.
I think Molly was throwing to disrupt the smoke.
Oh, perfect.
Letty should be able to calm that this hasn't gone down yet. They're going to just throw one by hand.
Emerald this time. It's not Rachel. It's a completely different player here for Team France to make their way across, close to the smokes. But again, Lena's made the same play.
She's managed to get down twice in a row. How has she gotten away with this? Okay, so you're just running back the same round. The difference is you do have Letty in lobby. So it's slightly different. Surely you can't just repeat the exact same success.
No, if it ain't broke, look, you got to remember that they don't know that they're down here. Kaede has actually moved forward on a closer time in. Oh, but she moves off the line, and Lena is already on the right-hand side of control. You're going to know this as soon as the windows are broken. It's going to be the same util set. It's going to be the same result, maybe.
It's the same setup, except it's a different player now. Emerald instead of Rachel. Rachel went 1 for 1. Kaede got spammed through the smoke, so instead she goes active around the right-hand side. Does find the kill this time, and Emerald was able to go undetected. Julie deals with the lurk. Lena looking to punish. The swing through from Rachel is perfection. Everyone's down on B though. I think that's been calmed across because Angelica just runs up towards A.
Yeah, Bomb Plant is a nice consolation prize here. And to be honest, I know Letty is there to sort of stave off these lobby rotates, put a little bit of pressure there if Team France wants to go into it. But if she was down on B, I think those trades get more favourable. Angelica, 38 points of health already, being held by Julie. Can't get past the first defender. Team France will answer back immediately.
Yeah, they try and run it back with a slight variation, and it's not the same result. France at least able to respond to what Poland did to them round before. It's a very similar response, but with some slight variations. Kaede realizes that where she got punished last time, she can avoid that, focus on the door angle, able to remove Viku. And her being alive is then a massive distraction to allow Emerald to stay alive for a little bit longer, and then Rachel to push through. All playing off each other's contact perfectly.
There's still things to consider here, though, if you're Team Poland, and I think this is why this is a good break point for Alsace just to take a timeout, right? Because in essence, they don't know that Lena's got down the vent. That's the key consideration here. You're completely unaware that this keeps happening, so you can, in essence, just put her down there, and then you can see what happens a little bit later on. Maybe you can have some more players in towards lobby. I like the idea of them crossing very close to these smokes to try and get hankering towards back garage and top heaven.
So we might get a little bit more of a fight outside this time. 2 players move forward. Hanka sees the flashbang come over in that deep smoke, so she knows something's up. Rachel and Julie both taking forward positions. Kaede fires one off through the smoke. Lena not getting down the vent this time.
Oh, Rachel needs to be ready. Timing will not favour her. Hanka, that's messy, but Julie will at least trade. And now you take a look at this in A. There's 3 players that were there, and as a consolation, look, ramp's completely open. Viku's dealt with Kaede. Poland are on B.
Yeah, big kill for Viku. That's actually massive. Oh, and that's even bigger for Angelica. Emerald was the first responder. Viku is still towards ramp, holding for Astra. Does a lot of damage. That'll be calmed over, so Julie needs to be the hero, not ready for that swing out from Letty.
And Astra just can't go for this whatsoever. I'm really enjoying this out of Team Poland, but I've got to say, I'm not sure what these setups are looking like for Team France, because Team Poland have already got a read of it, obviously, but this is now like every single round, they've identified the gap and they found it. But I'm not really sure what the activation point is for that gap.
Yeah, they just know how to get down B each time. Now it's with some favourable fights at the start for France, with Kaede getting that pick at door and the outside fight going 1 for 1.
Still haven't seen just that. If you think about it, Team France have only ever seen Poland outside or on B.
Yeah.
They haven't seen them ramp. They've not seen them in lobby really, apart from that one round with Letty. They've not seen them fight A.
It's crazy, isn't it? Julie has been spammed down incredibly low. Hanker is outside again with those smokes. Scary position. position for Julie to be in.
To account for this, so Team France got 3 players on A. They're consistently starting 1 player down secret every single round. So again, there is space. The gap for Hanka would be towards back garage. Instead, she just waits to see if there's a push. Rachel will not give this to her.
Yeah, she's going to sit there. I don't anticipate she's going to push any further, though. I think she'll be the late activation. We'll see what happens. It is going to be towards ramp that the T's start to move forward. There's a player tucked in towards back red. Astra at hell as well, so a decent little setup. Astra can go off the contact of Emerald, who finds success, but then both traded out. Now, if you go down to B, you're in danger. There are 2 CTs here. Do they realize this side is stacked? Well, they'll find Rachel here. Are you ready for more? K-Day's dropped.
It's been loud.
Very loud, but can't be found. 1 on 3. Lena, a great headshot.
Yeah, I tell you what, you feel like it would be thrown into the 1v1 there because Lena's 4 HP, but she just snaps K-Day's neck in half. Decisive play again from Team Poland. Hanky gets the space, she's in towards Secret. We know that Team France love to rotate, so it's just a simple pop. They go with the utility. It's an uncharacteristic whiff from Astra as well.
Yeah, I feel like that was a really good opportunity for her. Playing off Emerald's contact.
They worked so hard for this though, Poland. This is 3 rounds out of the last 4. Finally, the economy starts to buckle a little bit for Team France. Julie gets close in the smoke again. Goes nose to nose with Hanka. Julie keeps on pushing. It is just a USP, but if she walks behind them, it could be quite scary.
Lobby Crunch comes through in the meanwhile. Lena will take down 2 before she falls. There's Julie. With the USP, there's no danger. Rachel picks up the AK and actually moves down to B. Can she do something here?
Yeah, they can line up. Oh, door's open when she's not ready. She was ready to go, and then Team Poland just opened the door in her face.
Yeah, unlucky.
It's quite funny, actually, because Julie's the player that's last alive. She was the one that sort of sprayed at Angelica a little bit, and then they both just nodded their heads in agreement and ran off.
Yeah, we'll leave this engagement for later. And she's great from the Polish cap. Now it's time for France to call the timeout.
Got to bear in mind, look, this is round 9 out of 12. We've not seen a single one of these upper hits.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? We're due one.
It's a pocket strat that you can pull out, and to be honest with you, this could be a really good break point to do it, because Team France calling the timeout. They're trying to react to all this outside control. They're trying to react towards ramp. You could just smash them on it.
Yeah, it feels like a good call to make. We'll see.
You got to remember as well, like the last few rounds as well, not that Team Poland know this, but Team France have had 3 players on A the entire time, and they've received nothing.
It's crazy. It's been this like player in towards door, like that's the only contact they've ever gotten. Will they set up for an A hit? Will it be back to regular programming? Hanka's gone outside.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't need to try and fix it.
Again, Rachel's that secret.
And K-Day lacks an AWP.
Oh, and this time it's the regular cross smokes and they don't go down
So
there.
they're going to go in towards main. They're going to split A. So, okay, it's the same, but a little bit different. K-Day's rotated up, but Letty gets the opening kill, and Hanka keeps following up. K-Day wanted to help out her teammates, and suddenly they're all dead.
What a sick call. Not just a straight A hit, but the variation. They still throw the outside smoke so that Rachel continues her commitment down secret, and so that threat is still there. And then they just wrap.
It's awesome. It's brilliant because, again, this makes you feel like you're completely out of control if you're Team France, because you've taken this time out, you've been consistently anticipating this A hit that hasn't come in, you keep starting players in secret, you've had free A, it's not working, let's adjust. And the moment you adjust is the moment they strike.
Beautiful Counter-Strike. This is the sort of Counter-Strike we expected to see first Team Sweden, I feel.
Yes, yeah, 100 million%.
But Giuliano was being very disruptive.
That whole team was. M-San, unbelievable
And
in
I
that
think
series.
this is actually maybe a criticism of Team France in that we mentioned this earlier in the series, right, in the last series we covered of them, where we expect this team to be the team that creates the chaos and kind of thrives in it, but it feels when things don't go right, they fall back to a very reactive, passive setup. And that's exactly what Poland wants.
Yeah, of course. Come and react to our utility, because on the base of it, their fundamentals are far superior. That's just the reality of it. It's a mix versus an old team. Doesn't matter if they're old or not, they were still a team who practice day in, day out for hours on end. That doesn't just go away, that doesn't disappear.
Looking like they want to push through hut. Try and get active with the lesser weaponry. 4 is close by. And you can see Poland are anticipating something like this.
You know the money's bad. You know the money is not in a good way.
Will you throw a molly in here? That would be really nice.
They're just trying to contact through door. They're anticipating someone to push through Squeaky. It doesn't happen. Instead, they're going to creep forward. Now they're loud with the molly in towards second vents. Still got the option to drop if they want to, but Kaede close to the main smoke. You've also got this push and wrap round in towards the hut players. Got to be careful, but Viku turns on a dime. Hanker deals with everything, and suddenly it's orange paint on blue in the feed. It's Team Poland with a 6th.
That's one of those rounds that when you're watching it play out, you're seeing that smoke, you're seeing all of these bodies near each other through smokes, you're seeing that push through hut, and you can see that this round just hinges on the timings on who catches who.
It's like Jaws music, right?
Yeah, it could have been anyone's round. If Team France had got through door and caught Viku, completely different scenario. But she snaps back, deals with that push, catches Kaede. 6 T-side round.
5 in a row as well. You got to bear in mind this was a 4-1 start for Team France and Team Poland. They got a few rounds in a row and they've not looked back. Kaede, this is the first time I think in all of this spell for Team Poland where she's actually had an AWP to try and react to this. The last time she had an AWP was the round that she delayed her push in towards ramp, was able to get the kill in towards control and stayed alive to get Emerald a success story.
Few and far between these last sequence of rounds. So we'll see it back out. All right, fist bumps.
You speak about disruption as well. You speak about that for Team France. Let's just get it at the bare bones level as well, right? Where's your nades to just break the outside smokes to information?
Yeah.
Where's the flashbang play for someone close red? Or if you're starting down secret, why don't we go all the way to secret? Like, there's a number of ways you could probably try and mitigate this.
This is what we said to Sweden, like, why aren't you fighting Poland outside?
Exactly.
We did see it one round here, right, where they did get aggressive with Rachel, who got caught by Hanker, and Julie was there for the trade. But that was the only time we've really seen the strong contest. Even just the AWP looking over the top of the smoke.
Well, there she is now. She's outside. That's your difference.
Julie gets up close. Oh, Rachel. She was spotted, surely?
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, flash as well. That little gap, she was seen.
And you hear the USP.
Maybe that's why you don't take the fight to them. Julie looking to get the best of Lena. Astra by her side. That's 2 players spotted.
And now you just go. You just accelerate because you've got that space. You heard the AWP fire off as well. More often than not, in fact, 10 times out of 10, France have always had a player down here. So you have to be diligent with your clears.
Yeah, Emerald is here.
Or if they go single, they completely ignore her.
It's true, actually.
The Kaede has rotated in with the AWP.
Smoke 2, and Letty catches Astra on that lurk outside.
And this will delay Julie because she's the one that's outside. Bomb down, can't be denied.
Kaede sounds off her AWP. Emerald is still tucked here, expecting a push. Oh, she's gonna get it. No? Okay, she's gonna get it. No? Yes? Okay, finally. So patient, eventually rewarded. And that could be a big kill because low HP on Letty. In fact, no HP on Letty. Emerald finds her second. Angelka could be in a tough spot if that door opens. And it will. Oh no, that one's awkward. She can just back on the Julie though. An instant headshot, Viku from backside, and Angelka closes.
Yeah, I tell you what, Viku does everything there. The adjustment from Angelka, sure, a few bullets go by the wayside, but the snap back onto low HP player. Viku takes that opportunity to swing on the contact to deal with Kaede. And from a 3v2, it becomes a 1v2 and becomes nearly impossible.
Yeah, she's like, oh, okay, that spray got a little wild.
Not even close.
But a really nice snap back onto Julie. NT from Emerald. Played that patience play perfectly. Even got the second kill too. These crucial rounds that Poland are pulling away. They're looking in grand final form, aren't they?
They are. We saw flashes out of it from Team France against Team Portugal. Team Poland are channeling all of their energy. You've got to remember as well, this is, sure, T-side nuke, but this is T-side nuke that's incredibly dynamic. This is T-side nuke without a VQ AWP. That's not even entered the conversation yet, and there's so many rounds ahead.
Yeah, it's crazy it's not come out at all, right? Because she was a one-woman wrecking machine in earlier series.
Doesn't need to. When you're sort of enforcing these plays, and I guess lessons learned as well from the Team Sweden game, where they weren't fighting outside here, VQ doesn't become redundant, but it feels like she's got limited options there at that point. If no one's given her a fight towards Silo, if no one's given her a fight back Garrett, she has to go and hold ramp, and that's it.
Well, at least you know she'll be very prolific on that CT side for sure. Kayday continues to prioritize hers, so that'll be in the feed. Oh yeah, okay, we do get the ult for VQ. Is this the first VQ ult?
First or second?
Very early. Oh, very late, sorry.
Yeah, last round of the first half. France need this round. They need a fifth, and that starts off much better for them. Kayday peeking ahead of the utility, dealing with Hanka early.
VQ looks to try and get one back over the top. Can't see anyone. Kayday on this rotation of ramp. Joker sees the flames go forward. Kayday taking this one into her own hands.
And that's why we asked for it. That is why we asked for it, because she can do that. And then Rachel, first time we've seen anyone get aggressive from Team France in towards the secret stairs. Angelka looking to clear. Emerald is on a horrific off angle. Angelka, this adjustment has to be pristine, or she can just shoulder peek it.
Yeah, it is Angelka, and it is VQ. VQ is going to catch this, surely, yeah.
You know that's the bomb.
Kayday's pushing. Does she push around this corner? No! She anticipates Angelka comes back.
And Astra's just heard the scope as well. Confirms that VQ is in towards main. And this position from Julie should be everything. Oh, there it is. If it's not Julie, it's Astra, and it is France with that fifth.
Something to work with. 5 CT rounds, though, with the pistol included amongst that. This is Poland's half for sure. Just around. What will the T side of Team France have to show? I imagine we might see more emphasis on the A side. I'm still shocked that we really didn't see Poland go there at all.
No, that is true. I think, look, to be honest, I think this T side will be better. For Team France, they've got a lot more of like headstrong players that will want to have these fights. Their trade spacing is some of the best we've had at the event. So I expect this to go a little bit better for them. Lena with the dual Berettas gets up close in towards ramp, and currently that's where the bomb is.
I think Kayday was given like the PG-50 outside play and got picked immediately by VQ.
And that means that your ramp setup just doesn't need to move, right? Your player with the dual Berettas can sit here. You've also got dualies on Hanka in towards top hut. This will be the commitment, and Letty trying to bait for Lena. Or maybe she doesn't need to bait at all. One headshot on Rachel. Lena around the corner, but can't find anything.
That was the freebie. The bomb can't go down. Going back to A is the only option. Hanka takes space in towards door. Oh, spotted Julie, ready for that push. It's now 2-on-3. France still definitely have a good chance here.
All you need to do, if you're Team Poland now, which they will know, is just not to push. You can still retake A if you want to. VQ never needs to reveal herself from heaven. You've got a fast vent rotate. If they go back towards ramp, you still got a fast ramp rotate. VQ is the pillar of consistency here, and France have got 35 seconds to make a decision. It will be ramp. Letty will see this contact and just leave.
Nice Nicely done. Joker down towards single. 20 seconds, it has to be down here. They need to find this first kill cleanly. That's the way in. Letty fires up shots. Time's going to be a problem. And Joker from door activates. Astra needs to get the bomb down. She'll find a bit of a gap to do it. So at the very least, that's a win for her. But now, pressure from both sides. In each of the doorways. Oh, in one doorway. And Joker's down, but VQ finds that final shot.
They give her the respect, and that's because VQ's not in position. And of course, you're going to respect your teammates, aren't you? Astra makes it complicated, but VQ makes it look easy. Team Poland will win that pistol. Really good macro there, just in the mid-round, just to make sure that they don't let anything slip. Everyone was patient, everyone was calm. Bomb down will incentivize a force.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do with it. Astra gets the AK, bomb plant and a couple of kills, give that extra money. Julie keeps spare change for a future AWP. Hanka up on top, but not super on top. Oh, fast. Very fast, but quickly dealt with.
And Joke had no idea what was going on. It wasn't even her that got the kill. She got bailed out by her teammates.
Attempt to get a player out to be disruptive. Doesn't quite work out. Door closing door duty for Angelka.
Still got this double ramp set up employed as well. Lena can be up close. VQ can just take the contact and fall off. There's so many of these baits and switches going on so early into the second half for Poland.
What do Team France do? They have no utility. Nothing at all. Whatever they do has to come purely off contact.
You look outside.
Yeah, I guess Asher with the AK. Use that long range. See if you can get across. Can you get past Hanka? She is the only one out here. Oh, this angle is deadly. Astra. Oh, I was thinking that maybe someone could be there. Hanka does the damage, stays alive. They call that box indestructible for a reason. Oh, but over the top, there's a gap. Rachel trying to just dart around. Support comes through. This is a wacky racers kind of fight. But again, time is going to be a big issue here for Team France. We hit that 20-second mark. The only option is down.
Or up. Oh, I'll tell you what, VQ's 1 HP. That could be the way in.
Bombs on me. No one's down there.
Rachel's done enough.
Look at the HP.
This is winnable.
It's going to have to be Julie. Oh, that's big. That's big. Julie with the Tech 9, 1 versus 4.
Still winnable.
Still winnable. But they got the kit. They tap the bomb just to see if they can bait out her position. There she is, and it's Letty who will find her. A quad kill from Letty, in fact. The Force Spy will get a bomb plant, but you can see how close they came to those kills.
Absolutely typical, isn't it? The one player you run into is the only one with health.
Yeah. Just need to find one of them. Maybe there's a way.
Unlucky, but that's an example of France creating and weaving chaos. Rachel just denying it and wasting so much time to be able to get the bomb down. That's a victory in itself, but that was the Force Spy. So they're going to half measure again. But Team Poland have got the chance to double their opponent's lead.
For the fast peek. One's in towards main. This could be a hunt and search with the Desert Eagles. See if anyone's going to overextend. A little spray to maybe see if someone will swing off it.
It's for good luck.
Yeah.
Hanka loves this angle where she just jumps on top of credit card.
Yeah, it's not one you see that much, to be honest. I mean, it's very exposed, but pretty decent against pistols. You know, also up on high, again, a tough position to clear. You're not pre-aiming it. Swing from Julie. And Lena thinks better of sticking around. That's that support of VQ. It is outside that the rest of the French try and strike. Angelka ready for this push through. A clean up. Julie will find one at the end, but that is it.
They know how much that means as well. Genuinely, just for this series, the fact that they are able to do that in a clean manner, they preserve all of their economy. They don't allow the bomb to go down either. Sure, this was going to be a bye, but how many times this event in particular, how many times have Team Poland suffered and lost? Think back to the semi-finals against USA. How many times they got eco'd on Anubis? It was 3 times in one map. So for them, this round victory feels just as important as the rest.
Finally, France get 5 AKs. But now there's an AWP you have to contend with. There's the blows on the smoke. We were hoping that Team France would pull out. Rachel peeks on the tail end of when it goes back in every time.
Just knows it. Lena still rocking the MP9 in ramp.
Yeah, this is where Astra can really be a threat. She does move forward. Lena just holding a passive line in case they start to extend, but it means that there's a lot of real estate here. And Astra's happy to take any space she can find, yeah. Just walks through. VQ will rotate with the AWP, but the Molotov keeps her at bay.
This isn't the end goal. You still got to think that the bomb all the way outside. Letty is taking a risk, but Julie spotted her. And now Letty's play needs to be hurried up. She's being pinched in from all these different angles. Angelica trying to provide some breathing room, but Emerald is here at ramp.
Players everywhere there. The push into lobby was the right read, it felt in that moment. But Julie sees it all. VQ doesn't get a chance to keep that orb.
And Rachel will take it. Fist bumps have to wait, because KD needs her sniper. Fun round out of France. That's just a case of Lena not having the best weapon, playing a passive line, trying to play really safe so VQ can come in and help out at ramp, but Astra sees the edge, takes it. It gives France a much needed sigh of relief, finally, around here on the T side.
Letty's just on a deagle. Hanga started somewhere different this time though, tucked into secret. Rachel looks to be active outside, but nowhere near as prolific as Hanka was. An exchange of smokes in the doorway. VQ's AWP in ramp. This is where they tried to punish last time. Will Astra attempt just to walk on this again?
It'd be a bad idea if she does. KD, meanwhile, she's gone on a little expedition of her own. Scoped in. Audio not heard. Rachel gets close to main, but it's Hanka in secret this time. And Lena jiggling every now and then, and that is to bait in Hanka.
And info is everything.
That's the bomb as well. She's molly, she's spanned, but she survives, and she's still finding success. That is ridiculous from Hanka.
Just calls for that flash. As soon as it pops, that's when she swings. She eats the molly. Almost takes out another onto KD. Astra can still be the fly in the ointment. VQ's aware, but Astra's ahead of it. Now KD's incredibly low, and Lena, oh, that's a bit of a missed opportunity.
Letty's only on a deagle.
What's the bomb in all of this?
Never
Letty's
mind.
only on a deagle, yeah. Sure thing. Only on a what?
Only on a deagle.
Got an AWP now.
Yeah.
Here you go, VQ.
Thanks, Letty. Nice shot. Let's get a bit dangerous, really cool in the 2v2, just immediately prioritizing that they need to take space. They know Heaven's the gap. If the player's out Heaven, the bomb was also dropped secret. It means they're going to link up. They have to go in towards main, so double squeaky's the correct call. 2 steps away from taking their map pick, drawing first blood in this grand final, our Team Poland.
Julie gets down
They
loudly
know
and with
she's
low
there.
HP.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're like, okay, well, I'm down here. I guess I just hang out and hope that just being here is enough.
Oh.
Oh.
Spotted. Emerald was over at Silo and just deals with Handcat. They take the space. Angelica now knows that they've not crossed in towards Garage. They have to be down secret, if anything, so VQ can remain. You've got to remember that player was still down the vents.
VQ left. She fell all the way back to ramp. She needs someone to come through and take ramps so that she can focus on B. They're just going to walk in.
Does she break any of the windows? Is there going to be any sound cues here for them to get there? Team Poland are completely in the dark.
They're making the read this is going to go back to A.
They might be right.
They hold their ground. The bomb is at secret.
What's interesting as well is, look, you didn't give Julie any way to silently sneak through. Also, she's been down there about a minute.
This is still going to be lower. Like, that's just the situation. Oh my god, Astra doesn't peek around that corner.
If Astra walks in towards Hut here and gets a kill, that keeps everyone on A.
Yeah, that would win the round, I think. Round already looks pretty good with this position you have. You don't have utility. You can find a shot. Astra is found. That does change affairs. Bomb to be planted. Remember, Julie's low and there's no util.
And there's an awful lot of utility here for Poland as well. Everyone starts to group in. It's going to be another one of these 4-player retakes in towards ramp. Kaede has got to hit some blinders. VQ about to peek on the angle. Can that gun barrel be spotted? Not quite. But she's still holding the angle. Missed shot. And in the meantime, Lena finds one as well.
Oh, another missed opportunity. Kaede's going to have nightmares about that one. That was the chance. Lisa to Emerald. Deagle in hand. Making it interesting. Remember, Lena's low. Okay. It's Viku's pistol that prevails.
If you throw enough bodies at it, it will be okay.
Poland onto map point.
They're creating a wall just to make sure that defuse can get over the line. So many chances for Kaede to split the difference and split up that defense, make it one-dimensional, coming out for that right side of ramp. But the players on site don't find anything either. So it's a shared responsibility of failure there for Team France. Team Poland have got so many more chances, and they're only working with Galil's here, the T side.
Astra getting caught as well was a big move that set Poland up for that. Didn't have to worry about that lurk. A group up at ramp. Lena is present and aware of the possibility. Kaede just sits on the edge. All the timing on it, it's just she falls down. She served to just for one. Good damage on the Kaede. 2 players go ramp, 2 outside.
Yeah, and now it's the fun side quest for Team France of where's Hanka outside this time?
Back garage is the answer. BQ's down on B with the AWP. There are 2 players on B.
Yeah, Letty's solo right now in towards A.
Okay, Hanka starts to move back over to make sure they can't come hell.
That should promote this rotation for Angelika to come up the vent.
Yeah,
and she did and got dinked.
By a teammate. Through the door, Kaede drive-by onto Letty. Hanka can come back up through the heaven. Angelika is still present in Hut. They're looking for the right timing to swing in tandem. But already the bomb's starting to be planted in front. The swing comes out, bomb still goes down, can't be denied. From the top though comes Hanka. VQ gets caught in the doorway. It's on to Hanka, 1 versus 2. Knows exactly where both these players are. Julie peeks forward, Hanka forced forward by the flames, and Julie just runs away. Here's her charging in. This reposition from both of them. Oh my god, there's no way she can just stick this. No, there isn't. Not on Rachel's watch.
Fun idea though, right? Because you run, you know Julie's going to also run away because it is a 2v1. You don't want to give over that individual fight. But you push her all the way back. You then, again, just stick the bomb. If Rachel comes through squeaky, she has to open the door to give up the audio cue. But doesn't matter. Hanka full commits to it. France can breathe a sigh of relief. Money's not in the greatest state of affairs either for the CT side.
Terrible state. It's going to be a save. 1900 lost here. You get something into next round. France can start to make this more respectable. Emerald's still just using a deagle. I feel like she always draws the short end. Rachel, just drop her something. Give her a Galil. A Mach 10 to farm up against some of these ecos.
Have a deagle.
What's going on here?
If you lose, you're done. So you might as well give her something.
Yeah, right.
Anything.
I don't doubt her proficiency with it. Let's see outside. Anchor walks through. Can she catch someone off guard? There is a scout. It's kind of interesting, but Biku's not been able to tag anyone just yet.
Lena's got Zeus, I think.
Okay, ah!
Knife.
Oh!
Well, that's why she brought the Deagle. NT at Hanker. There was an option there for potential greatness. Instead, it's Letty with just a Deagle. This time she doesn't find anything. Lena will at least trade on the USP. 4 versus 2. Should now be able to reach its rightful conclusion. VQ with the scout, though, is quite dangerous, but Rachel is just hunting and hounding her down. This fight feels like it's going on forever, but finally Rachel will get the best of her.
Just keeps VQing. Oh, I can't believe that Anchor gets caught there just as she gets into the position to get the kill. Didn't want to fire immediately because, you know, you need the double dink. We will see that 8th on the board. Angelica looks to see if someone escapes through here. Oh yeah, Zeus, okay.
On the AWP. No.
Yeah, Kade's coming. She's coming. Oh, it's close to the angle. Zeus onto the AWP, picked up, but will be taken down.
Just the cheer. It's the small victories. And Julie dies to the bomb as well, so... Sure, you don't have to rebuy the AWP, but you still have to repurchase something. If you break this down, actually, it is 2 full gun rounds that Team France need to win, in theory, if they want to force overtime. And they'll also be AWP-less.
Yeah, no AWP yet. We do have Lena on MP9. Anka looks to start secret. Gonna hightail it there at the start. And with a slower round from France, there's plenty of time to get there. In fact, she's just gonna sit down lower with the outside smokes. Doesn't want to get too far forward. But this looks like an upper hit.
Yeah. KLA is just dropping all the utility with this AWP. One-time smoke, but they're going to disrespect it. Through they go. Letty in the corner, overwhelmed. Next player in heaven, one backside, but Viku and Angelica hold on for at least a little bit. Lena starts her rotate on towards main. Viku is still alive and getting kills in heaven.
That's unbelievable she gets that kill there onto Astra. Everyone was looking in her position. Julie wants to bait in this peek out, but Viku knows this isn't the commitment. Where are these players gone? In fact, France decide they're going to leave the bomb site. They feel very exposed.
You still got Hanker in its secret. They just wanted to check that there wasn't a push in towards lobby at all. One from outside, one from ramp. They said it's main that they should be worried about. Lena has left ramp, gone all the way through in towards main.
Fake out on the footstep there. KD tries to make it seem like they're going towards ramp, see if they can pull that heaven rotator away, and to be fair, it's worked. Lena needs to not peek this because KD is currently looking directly at that angle. Will this AWP gun be spotted? Hanker has a look. Julie will go for the bomb plant. This fight event could be everything. KD swings. Okay, now they've got all the information. 3 players look to isolate KD. That's the first objective. Julie, though, runs through Viku, hears her coming, and you know exactly where KD was. Poland take map 1 in the grand final.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, France made that really competitive and actually spurred them on for the rest of the series. But Poland, they were in control right from round 1. It was a slow start for them, but as soon as the guns came out, it was unbelievable. So much outside control. Lena on ramp keeps rotating and doing absolutely everything for her team. And Viku in that round up heaven, getting the kill on Astra. How?
Huge impact from VQ in that round. That was a brilliant showing on map 1. We knew Nuke would be a strong pick for them coming into this against the France. It hasn't been tested on it, but much more convincing than the outing versus Sweden. That's the key thing. This looked like the old Na'Vi.
And that's a scary thing to face. The old Na'Vi right in a grand final when you're representing your country. It doesn't get much trickier than that, but you think about the journey that Team France have been on throughout all of this, though. How many different countries they have gone on their Conquest 2 in the grand final. They took down Sweden, they took down Denmark. The road to the finals has been incredibly tricky for them. They are not out of the woods yet, Team Poland.
No, that was Navi's, Team Poland's map pick, and a specialist one for them. We know that they go into this because they know in this sort of event they can use that to their advantage. Still have Anubis coming up next, right? That's the pick of France. I expect we'll still get a pretty strong fight from Team Poland on this, but I think Team France have really shown some good stuff on it in the past, so still not over yet. Let's hear what the Des has to say about that first map.
A clinical showing from Poland as they claim their map pick in Nuke. We said before this series, Hawker, slick, simple Counter-Strike was going to be the answer for Poland, and that's exactly what we got on Nuke.
Yeah, listen, Alan, I'm going to say it. They won that map because they listened to me. They won that map because they listened to me on the... Okay, obviously not, but it is what we wanted to see from Poland. Was just more simple and less overthinking Counter-Strike. And on that T side, so many rounds where they just said, let's go down secret, let's see what France's response is. And France's response is that they had players rotating, but they didn't have enough of an answer and enough of that chemistry built up to really be able to deal with that. They'd either have to try and retake the B site in uncomfortable situations or just lose it way too early. So all in all, yeah, definitely a map where Poland kind of showed that they'd learned from their mistakes perhaps earlier in the tournament. And, you know, obviously as a Brit, I have to do everything I can to make sure the French lose. So there we go.
Job's done.
But seriously, impressive from Poland to realize that mid-tournament and definitely good to see that they've clearly learned from those earlier games.
Yeah, no, this is what we said pretty much immediately after the Sweden game. That, again, you can't really doubt yourself. You are the best nuke team here. Kind of just go with what you think is right. And again, they did this so much better because, again, we saw versus Sweden, yeah, there was a response, but Poland kind of just disregarded what was going on around them. In this instance, took that to heart, made the proper adjustments, and got, obviously, again, a very respectable T-side, 7 rounds for themselves. And that's with losing the pistol as well. So we're talking 7 gun rounds, and that makes it all the more impressive from the side of Poland. And at that point, yeah, you know, you could say that it was somewhat competitive, but it felt like this was going to be in the bag for Poland from that point on.
Yeah, France's T-side maybe had a little more juice than I was expecting, but it didn't really matter because it was already gone by that point, and Poland were generally just going to close that out. I also think impressive to me that this is a map where I wouldn't say we saw that many massive individual moments from Poland because they didn't need them. I actually think some of the players weren't exactly like aim-wise looking as good as I would have thought. I think Hank had a couple of moments where I was like, oh, that's looking a bit shaky, but it didn't matter because they were just putting themselves in such great positions in the first place. And I think that's a big credit here to Team Poland. They made sure that this map wasn't about who can out-aim who can out-duel who. A lot of the times it was about who's getting into the better positions as a team. And that's what Poland want to use to their advantage, and that's what they did use to their advantage on the map where team play is most important.
And of course, a fear for us coming into this grand final was that we've seen Poland under pressure. They made mistakes, there's some cracks. This looked so composed. This is what they look like in the group stage. You wouldn't believe they're on a grand final front at the moment.
Yeah, no, again, this is day one Poland. This is, again, the top of the skill ceiling that we've seen of them so far, and that's where we want to see them the entire time. Obviously, they're going to go into a more challenging map for them, or a map where they're not as likely to have as much of an advantage as they would have on Nuke. So we'll see how that kind of develops, obviously, as the final goes on. But this is a well-drilled Polish team that just plays well. Again, like you said, it wasn't necessarily the massive individual performances that led Poland to win here on Nuke. It was the team effort, and that's what we've always kind of looked for with Poland. They're the ones who are meant to have the best team play, the best teamwork, the most synergy, the most protocols in order. And as a result, you know, that's what's going to lead them to victory. So I think that's going to be helpful for them going into Anubis as well.
Yeah, I also do think, though, that's why they can't assume that this series is done, because now going into these further maps, we are going to see more opportunities for France's individuals to show what they're capable of. And I didn't see anything that was bad from France individually on that map. I think the individuals looked good enough when they were getting good fights. I just think a big problem was Astra, for me, is a master of the mid-round. That's where she is so good at making decisions, always knows where to go. There weren't really those opportunities for her. That she didn't get the chance to make those decisions that would have allowed her to have a real carry performance. That should be a completely different story on the next map. So it's a good win from Poland, smart pick, but do not count France out of this whatsoever.
So how are we going to frame this transition now from Nuke to Anubis for France? Is we expecting Anubis to be more comfortable than them to have more options? Nuke, not to say it looked terrible, but up against a team of the class of Poland, they were clearly outclassed. Do we expect a bit of a role reversal on Anubis?
Yeah, I think comfort levels are going to be at an all-time high, to put it that way, for France. I think this is where they kind of can afford to let themselves loose. The map allows for it. It just suits their playstyle better from what we've seen so far, to be able to kind of like go for free roamings. And probably get more for it than what you would on Nuke. Like, you're not going to be as limited in terms of what your options are. So I think that's going to be a big plus on the side of France. And yeah, they've been playing Anubis a whole lot more than they've been playing Nuke so far this tournament. So I think it goes without saying that the Frenchies should be a whole lot more ready to battle back.
Yeah, they'll get that aggression going, and it's actually one of those first maps in a series where it doesn't really change my opinion of the series too much.
I'd agree.
Kind of what I was expecting. I think France didn't show us anything that was too bad individually, and I think that we should see them come back here and get that aggression going, make sure that there are more moments where Astra can strike, and really, if anything, Poland, for me, I wouldn't say they underperformed massively individually, but I didn't see those star moments, partly because I didn't need to see them, but partly because I don't actually think their aim was that sharp on some of their stars here. So if that were to continue, I think France have got a very good chance of taking this to a third.
So for the Poland side of things going into this map too, they've kind of got a free hand going into Anubis. What is the move? Is it time to unleash as individuals? Presumably a T-side start as well. We know someone like Hanker is in fine form in this grand final. Surely this is the time to let them off the chain a little bit.
You say that, but we've seen a lot of like people off the chain on Anubis so far. I kind of want to say that concerted team effort.
Okay.
Because now we're actually going to have the opportunity to see it. We've seen a lot of, actually we've not seen a lot of executes really when it comes to Anubis. I kind of want to see that this is where Poland should have an upper hand on everyone else. You should be well drilled. You should have your runs. You should have kind of like the layers of utility and everything like that set already for these maps. Utilize it to your advantage. You know your run paths, like you know where to go, who's going where, who's covering for what to do in after plans to a much better degree than the other teams. Make the most out of it here. Don't necessarily let this get into a bit of a chaotic affair where the French players can basically rely on their individual skill and prowess and went out and create advantages in that sense. Play team versus team Counter-Strike because that's what you're better than the Frenchies at.
See, this is the difference between me and Vendetta. He's the refined gentleman, okay? He wants everything
you
to
just
be
want
right.
to brawl.
Yeah, I kind of want the brawl, man. I kind of want the brawl. I just feel like Poland's players can show a little more than I've seen from them this tournament. And I kind of almost feel like they could come into this map and just say, yeah, this is actually one where we're maybe not expected to win, but we could just make some crazy plays. Realistically, the balance is always what you want, right?
Yeah.
You want a few of those moments just to keep your opponents honest, but you are right in that, especially some of those set executes should be really solid, so hopefully they can come in with this.
Yeah, I think to your point, basically if we end up in a situation where Poland are struggling to kind of find their footing, especially on the T side,
right?
That's when you need to kind of, let people loose, be like, Hanka, do you have like an inkling, do you have a gut feeling as to, like, do you think you could just kind of like walk in towards A, take that duel, create an opening? Viku, can you do the same for you? If we're going to boost you in mid, do you think you can find something off of this? Like, just let them kind of get free reign because, again, like the strategies and the thoughts you have currently aren't working. Let the best players on your team kind of take charge and see what comes of that at the very least.
I suppose the problem with that, though, is even if that's what I want to see and instinctually I want them to go for, it doesn't seem like them as a team or them as players kind of always want to play that way. So if they're not going to be comfortable with it, if they kind of say, oh, I don't really know, then you can't really force them to play that way. So it really depends on basically what the Polish players are going to say and what they're going to feel. But I feel like they should have the ability to at least chuck a couple of those rounds in for sure.
So looking ahead to that T side, particularly on Anubis from Poland, are we looking for a slow default sort of execute style or decisive, aggressive, maybe even a bit contact heavy? I mean, playing with numbers, playing together, but still leaning a bit on the individuals to get in some good fights.
I want to see the mix, right?
Yeah.
Again, I want to see you be able to basically, if you start off slow and methodical, that's great. Condition your opponent to believe that this is the only thing that's coming to you, and then you have contact plays to play, to do the work for you. All I want to see is basically well thought out rounds from Poland. Things that has been drilled, that you could tell has been thought about. And actually ran through, at some point. That's what I want to see from Poland because that's the biggest upper hand they have in this finals.
I also think the important thing is they have an understanding of what they want to do every round in that sense.
Yeah.
Because the worst thing they could do is group up early and just hesitate a little too long. Because we know this France team will push at some point. They will go aggressive. If you're going to play default, if you're going to let someone work somewhere on the map, make sure you've got everything covered. Make sure you've got a chance of trying to stop that France aggression and stop that France information. If you want to go for the set play, make sure once you group up, you do just commit. Because we have seen times where Poland would hesitate, and that's when it's costed them.
Quick fire prediction, guys. Hawker first, 3 maps or not?
3 maps for me. I just think that France's individuals have shown me enough that they're going to be able to get into Poland's face, and I don't think Poland can deal with it on this map.
I actually believe Poland are going to shut down Astra. I think this is 2-0. I think Poland are going to be racing the trophy.
I'm feeling free, but if Vendetta's right, this could be the last map of this grand final. Anubis to follow. Can Poland get this done in 2? Don't go anywhere.
Do or die here in this grand final now for Team France on their map pick. It looked like there were moments where they could have built into that nuke game, but Team Poland took it away from them. And now they are 1 map away from lifting the trophy.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to dissuade them too much if you're Team France. You kind of went into this series expecting that nuke pro to come through, knowing you're going to really struggle on it. I think you put a lot of your eggs into this Anubis basket and then the decider, right? That's what you're looking towards. It's going to be the full marathon if France want to take it. And I think Anubis is their best shot of actually getting to a 3rd map.
Yeah, this is Astra's best map. This is Astra's playground. She was dominated. She had 19 kills in the first half in that first semi-final. Kaede was looking sharp. But we're not even mentioning just sort of everyone else, right? I think Rachel can have a lot of impact on this map, on her day. And for Team Poland, VQ. That's one word, VQ.
Yeah, it felt like VQ was fairly quiet on that map until sort of towards the end where we got to see some really good stuff from her. I actually didn't see the AWP from her a great deal, actually, which was quite surprising. She did most of her heavy lifting with the rifles, so we'll be keeping an eye on her throughout this one. Oh, okay, yes, sorry. It is the map pick of France, so of course Poland are on the T side. So I'll be very happy with that. We have a lot of utility for the CTs.
And none for the T side. It's the old Falcon strap. Find all your Kevlar, sprinting down middle. And there's a complete collapse. Flashbang's great, but somehow no one's dying. Finally, someone will die, but it's Viku dealing with her own teammate, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't dissuade them. There's so many players rushing in, but Kaede and Emerald look to hold on, and now it only falls to Kaede.
Oh, they're split up. They're split up.
It's fine. The back is okay.
Oh, no. They both decide to go different directions. That's crazy. Henka jumps across. Okay, you know where that last player was. Bomb goes down. Kaede has a kit and armor. Oh, she's very fast here. That was the chance.
Oh.
That was the chance. But the insta-goosh from Henka. How do you find her? Oh, well, she can just swing. But there comes EQ from the side. Henka finds 3. Poland get the pistol.
Viku gets one and a teammate.
Yeah. That flashbang worked in terms of it did set up a kill.
It did. But Poland just being so direct. It gets a little bit scrappy towards the middle, but they get it together. And they lock it in. Full eco, another flashbang obtained here. Just going to be a pop outside A main.
This has the potential to get interesting, doesn't it? When's the flash come? They were going to flash out, but they're already ahead of it. Flash will come, but it won't blind the close player. And there's just too many players.
Stuck in two minds there, I think. I actually really like the idea of having players just sort of take in a little bit of contact, and then Judy throws the flashbang from heaven. Oh, nice try from Kaede. A dink, nearly $600 that would go towards the AWP.
Oh, I'd love to see Angelica fight up so much like that. Such a fire starter for this team. Gets me so excited to see the next land she's on as well.
Soon.
Soon.
Everyone here knows that.
Mac 10s go down. Poland will 3-vest rifles.
That is a hefty double nade setup.
Emerald is limping.
That's such a nice counter to the typical CT grenade throw.
Yeah, we talk about kind of Astra.
Oh, yeah.
That's because we talk about Astra over at A main, and you know how strong she's been for the French side. And I was gonna say, yeah, you gotta watch out for Hanka. I think she's probably one of the best A main T-side defaulters we've got. She just got spammed through the smoke.
Unlucky. Still plenty more rounds to play in this first half. It's still got the makings of a B-execute written all over it. Pretty one-dimensional at the moment. Angelica is just taking her time. Letty is figuring out whether she wants to be boosted up.
Molly to Glyph would be deadly here. Will Letty throw it? Looks like it. Rachel gonna be on fire. Astra just spams one out though. A freebie for her. Rachel forced into an awkward spot, still able to get a kill before she's run down. Letty also finds another. Viku's incredibly low, so is Emerald.
Good reset from Astra. Doesn't need to take the fight. You still got the player advantage here for France. One flashbang on this retake. At least Emerald's got a kit.
They're just going to double up over towards main. Can play off each other. Viku to take first contact with the low HP, then Letty is there to close. And she'll be needed. No way Viku can deliver this all by herself. Gonna wait for that tap before she gets active. And in fact, doesn't come through. It's Astra that finds that kill. Should be aware of this possibility. They've looked into Darkseid. No one will swing out from Letty. First is hers. Oh, look how close that was.
Well done from Astra. To be honest, not only just that kill, I mean, that saves the round. That locks it in for France. But her spam, rotating over from Temple, going towards Obelisk, and laying down lead through that smoke, completely delays Poland, and it means that the Angelica swing from Dark is delayed. That means the molly's expired, and then they can swing on their own timing. They've got that space, they've got that wiggle room just from that spam and that kill from Astra.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Astra. Molotovs in middle, they go both ways. Poland very set on taking this space. You can see they've got a player lurking over towards Rugs. This really has A written all over it. With through middle. However, there are a lot of players over this side. Julie's here for first contact. She'll actually just drop a disrupting smoke. I don't know if that will disrupt things. To commit around it. Look at the attention this has drawn. So much ire from the French. Great flash, but utility backwards is even better. Nades do so much damage. Angelica's poking and prodding Hanka. Needs to find this kill. She can't. Not expecting Emerald that close because Julie Arcade just been spotted.
They're still stuck in the choke point here. You got to get the bomb, and that's when Astra swings. 3 players set up. It's the utility. It's got them in a chokehold, and then the mid players can come in and help out.
After that double nade onto Emerald, we then see that double nade in this round, eviscerating 2 players. They got demolished. It all hinged on Hanka, but there's no way she was anticipating Emerald to be there because you just seen KD jiggle and you just killed Julie.
More players, more problems. 2 rounds in a row, that's all it was. That's all that was needed to break this bank account. A round against Glocks is the reward. Julie will be hoping to farm up the cash. She said it's Kaede going for some swings and actually getting overwhelmed by the P250. Should still be fine. The bomb's completely on its own. That wheel draw rotates, but Rachel still knows that there's players in towards water and she sees the fallback.
Yeah, they're going to attempt to go into B, but I'm not anticipating too much.
Oh, hang on.
No, it's fine. Rachel's still here. If you can get over, there's maybe a bomb plant though. That'd be pretty cool. No,
they could have been.
Could have tried to jump, but yeah. Hanka, goodbye. The French take the lead.
And now you get a chance to see Rachel roar. You spoke about Angelica. Getting loud, French have got that as well. Kaede will get the sniper as well. VQ cannot afford one. It is just a Galil to accommodate all of the utility.
Yeah, they've been kept pretty limited here just throughout all of this T side. Kaede has had, will have free reign. Hasn't got the best spawn, but it's one you potentially could start poking towards B main or maybe a double up in dark.
Now seems like a pretty good break point. We've also got a lull in the action to sort of remind you of the team that Team Poland is. Look, sure, that map pick was Nuke, but you got to remember when Anubis first came into the pool, who was the first team on the women's scene to fully adopt and embrace Anubis? It was Team Poland. It was this lineup.
Yeah, they were loving it. All right, fist bumps. Action will resume. Yeah, where's KD going to go off to?
Maybe a water peak. 2 players all getting really aggressive for the MP9. Julie just swings completely on contact, tries to be the element of surprise, but Hanka just deletes.
That's crazy. I don't think they needed to do that. Also, she didn't need to have an MP9.
Look at the gap this creates as well. 3rd player's immediately rotated over. A, vacant. Emerald steps in with the smoke in towards middle.
I think she had the spawn and just decided, I'm going to do this. I think that's one of those moments where a player's like, I want to make this play. Because I saw her sell a rifle and buy the MP9.
Just one of those. If you can catch the enemy by surprise and suddenly Kaede can swing in towards dark, that's a potential for a 5 versus 3.
Can go either way. There's only one way for Poland. It's into A, and at the moment, very lightly defended, but Kaede with that AWP is in camera. She has to worry about middle. Flashbang keeps her at bay, but she'll step in for a kill, and she wants more. A re-swing. There's no smoke on her position. The blow on that one doesn't quite work out for Emerald.
She's still alive, and also you've got this lurk. Look at Rachel already in the back lines at A main. Kaede just going through. Oh, she's trying to combat Orp, but Viku will deal with her. And with this push through mid, you now know that Rachel has to be in A main. This could still get dicey. Look at the HP, it's so low. And it's Rachel solo that keeps creeping all the way around to Fountain, but can't get by these smokes. They act as a shield, a veil to her round, and it's not collected by her. It's Viku again.
Oh, look at the HP on Letty and Angelica. Emerald had like a recovered Galil in her hands then. I think if she has an M4, that's a guaranteed kill. Such low HP, and then when a player is planting, Kaede, after getting that amazing double kill as they tried to enter through, decides she needs to be the hero.
It's a rush of blood to the head, not only from Judy, but also from Kaede. But if she gets that kill, then suddenly Rachel's in the prime position to shut that all down.
Exactly.
That player from mid in Letty was nowhere to be seen at that point.
And now Viku's got the orb. You've given her her favorite weapon.
Kaede is still reacquainted with one of her own. Over towards A, but not singed by Flame. Astra now feels like she needs to be the one to put it back into even steading. Letty puts her on notice.
Little exchange of utility. Nice molly forward. MP9. Oh, there's the AK. Oh no. How's she done that then? The MP9 up close range gets 2.
Feels like Emerald plays gun game. Like the amount of like limited weapons that she just somehow specializes in. How many times is she on an MP9, but Letty has found some space, some solace in towards middle, creeps in to the camera smoke, but who's there to hold? It's Emerald.
Kaede gets Angelica. That's going to cause Lady to move forward. Can't extend further, trying to bait out that shot.
Oh, timing. Oh, timing is ridiculous for Letty. She just cleared it, and then Astra just re-walks into that space. And now Lena left all on her own. Flashbang, brilliant. Kaede swings and knocks it out the park. France will respond immediately, and that seriously puts the coffers of Team Poland at risk.
I mean, that round is entirely Emerald getting that double. That is literally the defining moment of the round. There was a way back in for Poland, but they were already on the ropes after conceding that double. Hanka with a rare miss. Sure, Viku gets caught, that's fine, it's the AWP, but she's meant to be there to be the failsafe. Aggressive. Again. Yeah. The need for it. Not much in this one for Team Poland.
Poland will just let them know that they're there, and they're still going to commit anyway. They don't shy away from this challenge. Astra now resets in towards Dark. Flashbang. Oh, they don't push through yet. Astra is holding and waiting for her teammates to walk through. There goes Viku, there goes Hanka, and there goes the rest of Team Poland.
Too easy against the pistols. Poland now will bring those guns back out. We'll use the pause to discuss how they want to approach this round. Get the AWP in play once more. What do you do here for Poland?
You know that France are continuously pushing just in towards B main, right? You know that they are playing quite passive over towards A. It's Emerald just on these close little angles. Go back to what was working for you, and that was middle. Think back to the setup. We've communicated on it just so many times when we watch Team France and the way that they play. Mid, somewhat of an unknown element, never really tested over there on their CT side yet. You can have Viku lying in wait quite deep over towards B main. You can make it just get proactive. But you need to wait for these pushes because they keep coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, they're ready for the aggression this time. 2 players start over here. They throw a lurk smoke out the gate. They want to pinch onto B. That's going to be the entire objective here.
They're going to do it on a faster timing as well. They've got the utility to do this. A nade broken into that smoke, but Hanka just lies in wait on the other side. This is the bomb. This could get dicey, but you have got Angelica here as well.
There's support. Rachel, is she going to anticipate 2 players in here? Oh, well, spots 1. Scampers the way back, exposed to a lot of angles, but she's able to get away. But it's Letty that doesn't let anyone get away.
Really cool. Really cool, actually, from Poland, because it is just all pure contact here. Nothing is telegraphed with utility. They just sneak in, they wait for the early nades, and they just pounce.
Yeah, Team France is showing some discipline here. They're not going to go for it, despite having a lot of money. They know there's still a fair few rounds in this half.
Still a fair few rounds they've already collected as well. 5, perfectly healthy amount.
Emerald's being set just to see if she can get exits right. You'd love to find an AK here, upgrade it, keep it into the next round. But I don't think anyone's going to be exiting from that direction. Oh, she spots one. Oh, there's an AK anyway. Yoink. Freebie for Emerald. Simple from Poland.
Sometimes it's the best thing to do. Keep it simple. That peak from Darker has not come in a very long time. They punish it. They send a over-investment of resource over there as well. 3 players ready, raring to go. VQ was dropping this smoke that was going to dribble down and lurk through, but Rachel was already peeking. Didn't scupper the overall plan, and again, VQ peeking early. That means her teammates can now scale. She even looks for window just in case, because again, the middle of the map is completely empty.
KD now is here. They look to run back. It's the same round. It's the exact same round. KD gets curious. The pressure from Dark will draw her back, but she doesn't get to fire off a shot. This time it's the players in Dark that are the ones that enter into the site successfully. 3 players were on B, and it's the same outcome.
It's really smart. It genuinely is so smart, because you're just not putting anything anywhere. And you're saying to France, okay, we know you want to peek, come and get us. Do you think we're doing the same thing again? They call the bluff, and they do it again. Kaede is looking for the edge of the smoke, then feels uncomfortable, because by that point she's strafed pretty much all the way in towards B main. No contact from anyone, and suddenly they strike just like that. It's Hanka again, with Angelika just getting in these smokes, deep in enemy lines. Fighting fire with fire, and sometimes you get burned if you're Team France. An equalization of a round here for Team Poland. Money's still okay due to the back-to-back save rounds. Orc can also come out for Kaede.
Great energy. But yeah, Team France, given they did play this quite conservatively, have saved players in consecutive rounds, they'll continue to invest. Poland will have guns to go up against in every single round. Again, the AWP starts B. This is, of course, where Team Poland will look elsewhere, you imagine.
You can still do the same thing. You can just spread out a little bit more horizontally across the map. You can go fish for clues. VQ's just holding, anticipating. This has been the most common source of threat here for Team France. There's been no variation. Again, round 11, where's the smoke that's in towards stairs? Where's the drop down in towards middle? Again, it feels like a lot of respect is being given over here by this CT side.
It's the same situation on Nuke. It was the same criticism we brought out when they were losing against Portugal at different points.
And now they don't hear anything, they don't see anything. Timer ticks down to about the minute mark. They start emptying all of their pockets. And Poland, they've kept all of their utility.
The AWPs may meet in middle. It's a nicely timed Molotov. When there's no activity on B, KD decides, I'm going to rotate over to A.
This is currently the right call as well. It's the double push into A main that I'm really worried about, because if they go searching for Hanka, they don't clear her properly, this could be unraveled.
Oh, KD's left. And it's exactly as they come through, so they're going to scale through Heaven for free. She will be very fast on this rotate. Might have been spotted. This push out, oh, Hanka will hear this, Hanka will hear this, but they run straight past. So hard to adjust, but she saw 3 players then.
And also, Kaede's alive, so they know the location of the 4th. Right now, the objective is to take space in towards CT and have a role reversal, but Astra has made the winning play, potentially. Sneaking around the corner, Angelika catches wind of her, though, and removes her instantly.
That's the killing blow. Tap on the bomb, but they're not committing to this. Or maybe they are. Now Julie will, second time around. They're just throwing bodies at the problem. Every single body at it. K-Day will get the kill, and there's a kit right on top of the bomb. I don't know if she's got time, though. That was past 25 seconds. No, she does. The defuse comes through, the kit in a fortuitous place.
Yeah, you thought it'd be a coup de grace with Angelika catching Astra, trying to make that play, trying to be the one for Team France.
And it's the no-scope from K-Day too that gets that trade.
In fact, it is all Astra in theory, because it's Angelika that then turns around. It then gives the space for the players to come through A main. The fact that K-Day stays alive for so long in CT really needs to be mentioned. It's a rush to end out this first half. Util's already dropped. You know they love dark, and Hanka will clear, but then blinded by the lights, she'll find even more. Astra yet again. VQ and Hanka look for an emergency exit. VQ just hoping and praying that she can be the one to unravel plans. Bomb will back up. Emerald will be caught out. And now VQ can reset with her teammate and go A.
Yeah, all three CTs are here. VQ continues to be present, keep them rooted. But yeah, this is straight into A. They have to make the call that no one's here.
Now you've got utility as well. You can molly into heaven, you can smoke off camera, or you can trust in your gut that no one is here.
You gotta. In the 2v3, you have to take those risks.
And they're right.
Bomb gets planted. A smoke forward. VQ
Nice.
is ahead of it. She's gonna hear this rotation through Temple. And knows it's gone CT. But she needs to come back to help out Hanka. She has a lot of angles to deal with.
There's a smoke and a kit. This could be problematic. Hanka just waiting, trying to sort of bait in, but it's Hanka that actually just takes the fight. Astra on the other end of things will get that trade, but VQ has never left her spot. They need to get on the bomb. They need to start defusing, but it's VQ that denies. Is there enough time? There might just be. France have again stolen away the defuse.
Nail biters back to back, and it's Astra, of course, that delivers a quad kill from her. And a 7-5 half on the CT side of Anubis. And now we get that energy. How quickly that could have been the other direction in both of those rounds.
But it wasn't, and that's the important thing. France staying alive. Living on hope, living on adrenaline are all of these players. 7 rounds on CT side is perfect. Especially when this game was escaping you, especially when Poland broke your bank, equalized the game. You had 2 chances, you had 2 rounds to try and make a name for yourself on that CT side. You've done more than that. You've made a statement.
Double dualies. Oh, you're not ready for this. You're not ready for this. Oh, maybe you are. Emerald is insane when it comes to pistols. How does she get away with this? Continues to fight forward. It's Rachel, in fact, that gets that kill. Oh, okay.
That's one back.
One back, but it might just be the one. This is something you don't want to give chances at Hanka, but pistol for France.
Probably an eco for Poland as well. Yeah, double dualies just get crunched in middle. And you said it, I'll build on it. Emerald doesn't have the most amazing stats in the game, right? It's pretty even, but every single one of her kills, so impactful. Single-handedly now won 2 rounds for Team France.
Yeah, absolutely. Pure impact player. No pun intended. Straightforward. Send Julie forward. Tens. Having a field day.
She always gets one.
Always one.
Fun round here is now we get this callback, right? The fact that you were saying so early into this game, Hanka, one of the best A main players on Anubis. We now get the guns out. We now get to see a showcase of it. But it also goes back to what the desk says. Astra scrims with this team so much.
Yeah.
You're going to know all the funny little angles that she likes to sit in. It's about the variation. It's about which one it will be. It's a mental mini-game within itself.
Looking to get aggro early. Flash out for Angelica. Sees nothing.
Oh. Flashbang brilliant though in response. Viku was really hoping that she could find a trade back, but she can't. Instead it's Rachel that bowls her over. More pushes. And for Hanka, she's now completely on her own. Astra will molly. That pushes her straight into the fight. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, where else can she be? Hot on her heels. Yeah, that's a very Team France kind of round.
And that is a really, again, a nice round to bring it out. And you know that Team Poland are just invested. 3 runs out of 3. You've now gone in towards middle. You just lead with the nades. It's a simple flashbang. And the trades are just immaculate.
At least you save something. This one's slipping away. That's with a bit of info at the start there. You flashed out Angelica, saw nothing. There's a 1-for-1 in middle. Nothing further coming. Astra tries to hunt. And, they won't find anyone.
Awkward moment now for Team Poland because you're down so many rounds. The money, again, is not in a good stop. It's fragile. And this next gun round could be back-breaking as well. France want Inferno.
This is going to work out pretty decent. You've still got 4 M4s. Taking the pause at moment.
It's way better than I thought it was going to be. It's why you don't do maths on broadcast. It's also 5 rounds in a row for Team France. We were even. It was a stalemate. It was 5-5, and then France have just run over. In this stage of the game, there needs to be a fight back. It needs to be now, you feel.
How's this B site going to hold? Angelica and Letty in charge.
No flashbang for this B defense, by the way.
Got some smokes at least. Everyone's holding the utility. Waiting for these players to get in a position. Julie gets up close to Dark and rotations start to move. Lena falls back and we have VQ moving over. Julie's managed to walk into Dark. With this position, you feel like you're set to go.
You are, but are you ready for the sheer quantity of players? These flashbangs have got to be good. Julie's going to look to take the space with this MAC-10. There flies the first. No one noted. Angelica will be put out of her misery. Letty with the quick trades. VQ is still here, but France aren't interested. They wanted to go A, and now they have to go B.
Yeah, Astra thought she could walk in there, but there was 2 players there. It's still going to be B. Has to be B. It's going to be pushed out through A main. Emerald loud in Dark, so now they know 100% this is going to be the play. Letty's stuck. Can Emerald molly this off? Or is she just going to try and fight forward? We'll whip it out, and it goes in towards Temple, in fact, so Letty can still fight here. Viku's found out.
Oh.
Okay, well, that's one way to deal with Letty. 2 players in Dark. A swing from Rachel. Lackadaisical. But very low HP on both Lena and Hanka. A very difficult 2-on-2. They flash forward. The setup looks perfect for the T's. Hanka crawls forward. Emerald hits the shot.
Unbelievable, really unbelievable from Team France. The way that they pull that together, the way that they reset that in the mid-round, because the trades out of Team Poland were brilliant. They had the jump, they killed the lurk. But again, it's Astra's lurk that acts as twofold. Because sure, she gets the kill. Team Poland, but they keep the space. They don't move, they don't rotate instantly, and that is enough to keep the defense separated and enough for Team France to walk into B.
Deagle's armor. It's not much to save off that point. Oh, not quite it. Astra finds VQ. Oh! Okay, KD takes 2. I think that's Julie's fault.
It's a lethal trade. But it's one in which France will not care as they go marching on. Final stand potentially here for Team Poland. VQ will wield her sniper. Everyone else will have all the utility. Everyone else will have all the M4s. There is no excuses.
No, not at all.
Team Poland 5 alive in the gun round after struggling so much on your CT side. That's the first round you get.
But it's a decisive one. No player falls for Poland. And that was it's a little crazy from France, right? Astra goes down and they're like, all right, we're going to accelerate onto B. I think there's info that 2 players were on A again, so immediately France try and push through, but that Molotov was just being jiggled, drops it. They run through, separates them, as smoke comes down. It's messy. Messy and forced. So naturally, success for Poland. They're just calling out to Astra.
Here's something we didn't really see. A smoke deep on towards the stairs. Immediately thrown out. 3 players set up over towards B. Oh, Kaede, that was so close. If only she had left clicked.
Well, I can tell you they're still playing. I can see it. So I think this is just on our end. Yeah, okay, we're good.
There we go.
It's still going. It's all good. It's all good. We're going to see. We're back. Nothing happened, so it's good.
No, instead it's just Kaede taking the space in towards mid, clearing out all of these close corners, but she's on her own.
It's crazy.
She's completely on her own, but this is where she does her best work. Flashbang in towards the doorway, tries to jump over, gets sidelined, but she sideswipes. VQ instead lives on 6 HP.
I don't know, it seems crazy to me for VQ. Surely you expect that reswing when you see her cross. What else can she do? This is going to be the fight that determines whether this map continues. This double up in towards A main. Oh, there drops one. Bomb as well. Astra in the sides. They try and sideswipe her. It's Hanker again. It's always Hanker. It always has to be Hanker. One of the best A main players for a reason.
And with 20 seconds left, you've got limited options here. If you even want to go for it in the first place. Maybe a run, a sprint, but Letty's holding. That's the bomb drop. That's the round over. Hanker keeps Poland afloat.
Absolutely massive. France felt they were in the pole position. As soon as they deal with VQ in middle, they're not anticipating a 2-player lean in main. And Poland know that. Very dicey stuff, but the clean first kill gives them a good position.
Pistols, but it isn't just pistols. They got armor behind them. They look to take space again in towards mid. Last round it was VQ there, and this time, well, hey look, it's Hanker in A main again. Finds the opening kill. That's trying to offer up space in towards mid, and to be fair to them, they've got it, but a smoke from the CTs. Leaders even just spam 2 of them out.
Yeah, not too bad. Some nice little frags against the half-buy. That's just still a threat, but neutralized. They should just push on the Emerald in a second. Oh, they know. They know.
what's your solution here now for your Team France? I think it's avoid A main at all costs. B bomb site felt pretty feasible when they were going over there. The dark fights, whilst they weren't being presented, as soon as they were able to get the space, that's where it was a success story. If I'm Team Poland, you just leave Hanka there. I doubt Team France are going to want to contest that all that much. Maybe put your AWP over there. Maybe get VQ just taking an aggressive line, just in towards water. Getting that space, getting that info. Palms start to be sweaty. You got to remember, look, you do not want to make a mistake here if you're France. You still got 4 chances.
We're seeing Poland pull up some pretty incredible comebacks, but this one requiring 6 in a row. They've reduced that somewhat. Viki's had a slow burn up. You threw her name into the ring when you talked about Poland's win condition.
Here it is, 3B, peaks dark. Team France, bomb starting to make its way over towards B main. They wanted the mid control. It starts with a boost, but it ends with nothing.
Yeah, a lot of aggressive smokes thrown early, right? One in towards middle, one in A main, and then one on the stairs. Really wanting to hope that someone will then peek into dark, because that is the single open avenue. But nothing presents itself. France wait for the utility, and now they just creep and crawl. Letty spots out Emerald. VQ, a missed opportunity. Now defensive smoke deployed. They bait out the util, but France are leaving.
Yeah, send some scampering. Hanka hasn't got a block smoke over at A main. Oh, she just about slides over to this right-hand side. A very committed angle. The jump, though, will at least get her one, but Astra's found success in towards middle. It's Emerald. Okay. Or it could just be Emerald. This could be it. This could be the map for France.
Talked about impact frags from Emerald. 2 delivered right there in middle. That's going to be the difference maker. It feels Astra tucked in. Able to get one, Letty trades, but it's Julie that finishes the job. And Team France take their map pick. We go the full distance.
And look, we are going to speak about Stars. You are going to speak about Kaeda. You are going to speak about Astra. You are going to speak about Rachel. But in this map alone, you have to speak about Emerald, because the amount of impact she delivered in this game was monumental. She turned the tide and she's forced Inferno.
Absolutely deserves all of her roses for that map victory. Astra, again, we talked about Anubis, how strong she is. I think she ended top of the board for Team France, top of the server, no doubt. Brilliance from her. Hanka started to arrive towards the end. We saw some really good moments from her, but it really felt like we were missing a few of the other pieces of Team Poland.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Angelka had a little bit of a quiet one. I think VQ as well,
Definitely
as you're
VQ.
saying. Look, Anubis is one of those maps where on the CT side you can maybe have 2, even 3 of them. So it's one of those where she tried to be dynamic, but France just kept avoiding her. They even tried in that last round to set her up for that peak. It just didn't quite pan out. And now you go to Inferno. Now you go to the battle of the sniper rifles, and that's going to be a really interesting one as well, because we've seen heroics from both of them.
I think that's a really exciting matchup, right? Because that's Navi Javelin's best map,
Yeah.
but Astra's the IGL on the other side of your core. And then we have that Rachel Astra dynamic in Banana. That's going to be an absolute brawl. I really can't wait to see how Inferno pans out. And given how this went, I'm not sure how it will go. Let's find out what the desk thinks.
We're going the distance then in this grand final. Inferno will be the final flow. But before that, let's talk through the Anubis we've just watched, chaps. A dominating second half performance from France off the top of a lot of CT rounds, especially for a map like Anubis. How do we reflect on that map?
I think for me, the first thing that stands out is what I wanted to see out of Poland was kind of just flawless execution of rounds, or at least a higher level of execution of rounds than what France would be able to put together, simply because they have the dry runs, they have the time together to kind of have those things sorted. And still we see A takes without smokes for camera, without flashes for camera, and just kind of just body facing into ops. And that tells me that A, it's not Poland's favorite map. It's probably not Navi Javelin's favorite map. And it's not something that is their calling card. And it kind of told me pretty early on that we're looking at a third mapper here. France just seemed more comfortable playing a little bit of a looser style and not necessarily needing to have all your I's dotted and all your T's crossed in that sense. And it feels like Poland kind of need that in order to succeed, and it became a little bit too sloppy, and that's something that good players from France are going to take advantage of any day.
Yeah, I think early on, a couple of the faster rounds from Poland were denied by some France counter utility, and that was pretty important because we thought maybe one of the ways in for Poland was just group as 5, just go for this quick play, try and see if you can catch France out before anything happens. But they got the info early, they denied it with utility, and then for me, I don't know if Poland's scouting and game plan was quite right for this map, because quite a few rounds did actually end on B, and they maybe had 1 or 2 successful rounds there, but Astra, absolute beast on that B site. We saw time and time again. And then I suppose the problem was when they tried to go towards A, the timings weren't quite there, and the utility wasn't perfect, as you said. So they kind of had to fall back to that B site, where sometimes if you just crunch in from both sides at the right time, you actually don't need a great execute. You can just get the round, and that came through. But all in all, France, definitely the better team here. And you also saw France at times, they would start their rounds with just these crazy peaks, and Poland would sometimes even get the opening pick, but unfortunately they just never were able to convert it. And again, once again, it just shows how important being comfortable on a map is.
Certainly felt like as we went deeper into that first half, France learned to rein it in a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe they learned that these afterplants are just chaos and going in our favour, so we should slow these rounds down. So I think in the end, France bore out to be the cleaner team on that map. We've seen throughout this tournament, it feels like the team that makes the fewest mistakes do win these maps. That was France here. Third map, same story, or is that a big old reset button?
I mean, I have a hard time saying it's going to be like an easy reset for Poland. Again, they haven't played more than 2 games on Inferno so far in this tournament. One of them was a loss, overtime loss versus Denmark. But we have learned that, again, Denmark have pressured, obviously, Poland to OT and won, and basically gone the full distance with France as well, just barely losing. So it's not like Denmark have been slouches on Inferno by any means. And even though, as Lucy and Brandon mentioned, Navi Javelin's favorite map is Inferno, I don't feel like we've seen Navi Javelins per se on Inferno when we see them. They looked good versus the US, absolutely so. But so did France versus, in their Inferno match earlier. So I'm feeling a little bit worried for Poland, and they're my pick going into this. I had them first 2-0 and now obviously 2-1. I'm not loving my chances the further we get into this finals.
Yeah, France already 3 wins out of 3, I'm pretty sure, on Inferno so far at this tournament. So it's clear that it's been a comfortable map for them. And I think on the Poland side, surely they are ready for that France aggression on Banana that we see time and time again.
You'd hope so, right?
Hyper aggression. So that's something they're going to have to try and handle. I do think on the Poland side, not maybe seeing the most out of some of the individuals. This is the sort of map where you'd say, okay, let's rely on our individuals more. Hanka had a good amount of kills at the end there. She was doing solid, but didn't see much out of the rest of them. That could maybe be a little concerning, because we do want to see a little more out of the rest of the team. And on the France side, Emerald, a lot of impact kills, a lot of rounds, I think maybe 4 rounds in total where she got a really important double kill, a really important multi-kill at the right time. So I do still get the feeling France, well-rounded as a roster, actually have the more firepower here. And I kind of back that. I do. I said it earlier. I think this Poland team, especially if we get into the deep waters here of this third map, that's when we get to see, have they got the character growth, that final act of the movie? Have they overcome that hurdle that they haven't been able to leap over, where they do sometimes hesitate? So far, they've scraped their way through. We want to see them really clutch through and just absolutely show us that the team play is there and that they're the better team.
Let's start talking win conditions then here for both teams going into Inferno. I mean, we're like a broken record at this point, but I really believe for Poland, they need to play clean Counter-Strike. Yep. We hold them to a higher expectation than any other team here, because we know they have the Navi Javelin system behind them. We know they have a core of players and a 5 that have played together before. I really believe on a map like Inferno, where fundamentals are king, they need to up their game. They need to look like Nuke, not like Anubis.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think that, especially for Poland, there are limitations. Again, if you're starting on a T side, there's a limit to what the CTs can do to be disruptive to you. Just full stop. You need to be aware of this. Again, there's not going to be that many calling cards that France actually has to go to in order to make this difficult for you, to prevent you from playing clean Counter-Strike, at least in a matter where you're not allowed to set up for your executes. So take advantage of that, and actually, have actually perfectly executed executes. Sounds easy enough in theory, but that's something we didn't see on Anubis. Obviously, there's higher likelihood of actually running into disruptions from your opponents at that point, but I think like as long as you kind of stave off the early aggression in banana, the French don't really have many avenues to actually poke at you and actually make you uncomfortable for the better part of the mid round, which should be to your advantage. And you know, at the same time, that is kind of the big issue that France kind of have to address, because we've seen them try to play kind of passively and held back on sites, saving utility, etc. And that hasn't necessarily always been great, and it hasn't necessarily always been consistent in the sense that they actually stick to it, even if it's working. So it took them a while to kind of figure that out versus Denmark. They need to be able to adapt quicker if this is the approach that Poland is going to have.
Yeah, I also want to see good communication and rotations here from Poland. I think the rotations is a big one, and that's going to be such an intriguing aspect of this, because Astra on the other side, if we get into a mid-round and rotations start happening, is she going to get in their heads? Is she going to get in their heads? Is she going to be able to find that point on the map? Maybe you put some pressure on B, you get the rotate away, you work your way up long. These are things that could end up happening. And I also think that a map like Inferno, Astra, okay, Anubis, she was incredible. That's her best map, probably. Yeah. I still think Inferno is a map that suits her playstyle very, very well. And that bodes well for France, because as that player who can get into those positions and just win rounds, I expect to see that a lot.
I mean, let's not beat around the bush. Win this map in a good fashion for Astra, and she is MVP of this tournament.
Yeah.
That might be required to win this.
Yep, I think that's absolutely fair. You can flip the coin, obviously, and say that the same goes for example, Viku, right?
Yes.
She's had a fantastic tournament. So yeah, this is really the time for individuals to shine in that sense. And yes, I've been touting on the fact that Poland are, you know, the team's team here at this tournament. But yeah, I don't think it'd mind if anybody has a pop-off game to close it out.
I mean, is that another factor against Poland, though? You know, Viku here on Inferno getting that AWP out, you're not going to get it
Might
as
be difficult.
often. Yeah, I think she has, in general, favored CT side anyway. I think her CT AWPing has been really, really strong, but you need both halves in Counter-Strike. So we've got to hope some of those other girls can step up too.
100% true.
Okay then, Inferno to decide this grand final. In about an hour's time, one team will have their hands on the trophy. Will it be Poland or will it be France? We'll find out soon.
Team France have won the knife round going into Inferno. Brandon, how important do you think that is?
I don't know, actually. To be honest, I feel like we could paint this in any light. We could say, oh yeah, you know, it could be a good one. To be honest, I don't think it matters. I think what's more important right now is how focused and determined everyone is on the server. Because, as we're saying, if you go missing, if you go unnoticed, then the other team is going to walk all over you. It is a game of margins right now. And you look at Inferno, the thing is, this does point in the direction of both teams. Because, whilst Team France won't have the best fundamentals compared to Team Poland because they are drilled, they are well rehearsed, all that good stuff because they are a team. Team France have got the X factor, and that is Astra, but that is also Kaede. And I really think if Kaede unlocks this superstar potential that we know she has, that we've already seen on the stage, round in, round out, then I think that genuinely can be the difference maker.
It has been the difference maker because on the other side, her counterpart has been absent.
Exactly.
I think across both maps, even though they took Nuke, I don't think VQ was necessarily a big factor until the tail end.
She wasn't, and that's because she wasn't AWPing. But it all comes down to this. The grand final here in Riyadh lives and dies by Inferno. It's Team France or it's Team Poland. Let's get this started.
Through the fire and the flames, every game has led to this point. And it's simple from Poland. It's up B, and it's a sole player here. A flashbang will not slow them down. A smoke neither. Nothing will stop them. Kaede charging through the smoke. They know she's here.
Yeah.
Hanka knows what's going on. You're not pulling a fast one on her.
Yeah, and you're not. And Viku's already pushed through the smoke as well. Julie needs to be really careful. Viku just backstabs, but Rachel and Emerald have found kills apiece.
Yeah, that kill's just come from spamming the smoke, I think. Or maybe
Bomb's
it was
not
over the
even
top.
down.
Oh god, finally. I felt like that had been planted like 20 seconds ago. And with a kit, this is actually pretty decent for France. Look at the setup. There's no room for Poland. Double up in towards Dark. Emerald will pre-fire around the corner, and she's just going like a maniac, charging forward. Angelica from Dark will swing out for one. Now they're just pincering. Now they're just running at them. Rachel has the 1v2. Remember, there is a kiss. Needs to find these kills, and she's not given a chance.
Poland give him the kiss of death. Keep it simple, stupid. Straight up banana. And it's the thing, this is what the desk was saying, right? All you got to do is just execute. And that was it. That was simple. That was direct, and that was Poland in control. If Poland are in control, it's so much more difficult for France to go for these crazy plays. Kaede tried it and got shut down.
Starts strong for Poland. Stacked towards A. It's the same as the round before, really. Just now you're against a fully kitted out Polish side. Hyper-focused. Not giving up anything against this team.
And what is good about this Team Poland squad is, look, we're speaking about fundamentals on Inferno. What you also are speaking about normally is that potentially there could be a lack of deviations to a plan. This team has got an unbelievable ability to adjust on the fly. That shoulder's now been spotted in library. This should just be the cleanup. They are walking into the stack. There are effectively 4 players here. One was behind the smoke. That's been dealt with immediately. And now it's hide and go seek for the rest of these players on the French bomb site. They have been overwhelmed immediately. And whilst Emerald is trying not to back down, she gets overrun by the MAC-10.
Yeah, it's about as expected, really. Astra will at least slide through at the end. Maybe she can catch someone as they try to escape, but you feel that's unlikely. She'll hear Lena on the run. Oh, no, Lena sees her. So the MAC-10 gets 2 kills. Poland 2-0. We saw that one coming. France will get the weapons out. This is where that fight in Banana is going to be interesting. We've seen how Portugal dealt with it. And we're able to find some answers. We know Poland will be fully aware of Astra's game plan here.
Rachel's got the French weapon as a trade-off for the utility. Always feels like whenever I look down at Emerald, she's either holding the Deagle or an MP9. It will be Astra to potentially draw first blood in Banana, but meanwhile, it's the apartments fight that I'm more interested in. Lena's got all the space, and the SMG counterpart is on balcony.
Very silent though. Poland look to poke and prod, smoke down towards long. Molly and Arch. This is the default for any T side. Get this control, keep the CTs guessing, and then make your move.
With this utility that's been put down in towards top banana, the retake one, that is going to incentivize Team Poland to come more in towards A. You've already got the space in top bracket. We're about to go blow for blow here in towards long, and potentially in towards apartments. Lena now knows that someone is close.
Emerald's been good in this position before. Let us know exactly where she is. Lena, oh, not expecting the spin though. At least Letty is there for the trade. Now this double boosted setup, yeah, not anticipating two players here. Vika will deal with one. Needs that support from her long player. Angelica's waiting. She's being kept at bay. Oh no! Oh, that was ugly.
That was from Rachel, that was from the library player as well. Angelica felt like she could help out if she got that kill in library, and she didn't. And it's Rachel, the one that punishes. It's France that profit the most. Finally, they break the deadlock, and it's all because of that top banana utility. They trusted their utility. They didn't hear anything off the back of that. So they rotate another player over. It is Rachel that rotates.
Another impact frag from Emerald as well. Even going 1 for 1 there is enough because there's no one else in the apartments. And that double setup on site is then set for success. Miku doesn't respect this smoke. Knows that they've thrown a deep one ahead of it, so it shouldn't be anyone here.
Oh. Grazing blows through the smoke for both parties. Kaede now gets smoked off at long. The open channel currently is short, and Team Poland take that space.
Again, it's very similar to the round before. They take that space, but I don't think they'll be committing to it. We smoke, actually, we're smoke thrown out towards library. Kaede is ahead of it.
Yeah.
But that is still smoked on long, so she does have to stay rooted. A lot hinges on the timings as the smoke fades.
Flashbang forward as well. Kaede spams. Thinks that it's enough, so she begins her rotate. In the meanwhile, the execute, it's laid fruit. Swing in from Rachel, it's a 1 for 1. Astra has self-flashed. She needs more help. She's getting it from CT, but she's being run down. They give the control. Poland have got the bomb down.
Fast boost comes out. Lena catches Astra. Julie from the boost gets 2. A massive overperformance from that position. Angelica will snap straight to the head of Kaede. But has to yell Angelica now. They know exactly where she is, tries to tap them out. But another big round from Julie.
And it's amazing how quick this is when it comes to a reaction for Team France. Smoke goes down, Astra leaves in towards Church. Okay, well, we still need information. Let's boost instantly. Poland are not ready. They've only just had that fight in towards Church. Bomber's only just gone down. They're still holding it when she's shooting. You're never expecting it because she didn't shoot you in the first place when you first crossed.
What a great boost. Bomb goes down, but no loss bonus means pennies.
It's not just in this series, it's overall in the event. What I've been really impressed with Team France is that they never really have let an opponent gather up steam. They always are coming in with these crucial rounds. The only time would have been that nuke game where Poland did have that purple patch, but aside from that, France are always coming in, making it competitive, already breaking your money. Poland won the pistol, Poland won the conversion, but all the gun rounds have been French.
Yeah, don't make it easy. Interesting is the 3-player Lena over here, but then they don't commit a lot of utility. We'll fight it though. Oh, good flash. Really nice. Rachel is able to recover, but they're running her down. They knew the aggression would come. They recover a smoke. Oh, yeah, Angelica was never going to get across, to be fair. She had like 2 HP. Oh no, the timing on these smokes. Oh, great, goes the other way. A re-smoke is picked up by Lena.
They're leaving. Yeah, they're going. The issue is you don't have any mid-control here. You feel like the easy solution would be just to plant the bomb. Instead, you fear that Poland are overcooking it a smidge. Or maybe it's all by design. Maybe it's just a hold in banana. See if these CTs rotate in. Are you going to push us in top banana? Are you going to come in from mid? Because they need info. It all goes silent, and the more the seconds tick on down, the more the doubt starts to creep into the mind for the French CT players. We need to go A. It's undefended.
Yeah, you can see a reposition from Julie. She goes back to library. Wants to check if anyone's flanking, so she can actually watch the cross to site. Feels like the right position. It's basically going to be the same round of what would have happened if they didn't pause. But you can see the idea. Emerald moves forward, bomb will go down. Remember, this was an eco coming through for Team Poland. It made it interesting already. How compelling does this tail get? A double up coming through from the coffins. Smoke for Julie, Kit, and smoke for Emerald. So everything for Team France is in play. Nice little spray. Now smoke gives VQ a little room to move. She goes around the side. Oh, can't quite convert. On the bomb. Just need to find this one shot. No, she was to the right. Emerald gets the defuse. But that smoke almost cost them.
Yeah, but that's a sweat off the brow moment. Wipe now. From France's memory, the important thing is they get that round over the line. That was a full eco you bring into that. You get 3 kills, you get the bomb down, you get VQ making, to be honest, the proactive and the correct play. No armor, so she's the one trying to sell the risk. Lena's low HP, but baited in with Kevlar in a position that you think is powerful. And instead just gets completely nullified by that cloud of smoke. It's the bottle of flame that now prevents Emerald from scaling into apps. And speaking of scaling, we've now got Letty already on this boost. She tucks into the corner here. She's not affected by the flash.
It's interesting that they're finding this banana control so freely. You get sus if you're Poland. If you're suddenly able to get this without Astra and Rachel being right there. Okay, there they are. Very different approach, I feel, to what we saw against Portugal, which was much more direct.
Different variation of the smokes as well. We've already seen the half-wall ones where the smoke actually lands at the wall. This one lands deeper in towards logs. It means the molly goes deeper. That means you'd be set up by a flashbang as well. They didn't need it. They just contact swung. But the net result the same. They were able to isolate Letty.
Cheeky. 4 players over at A. Fun setup with the double library hold. Swing out. Oh, wide swing. Gets the info. 2 players are here. Oh, 1 gets away. But now you have to go for these players over at B. No smoke. Just going dry. Astra more than happy to take that fight. Vicky will get over. Can't plant the bomb though. They blow the smoke. Yeah, Angelica doesn't even want to give this round a look in.
Really cool idea out of France is the variation, but it's also just the way that they're playing it, the way that they're set it up, right? You're going for the opening peak, you get the map control, or the element of it, and then you gamble rotate onto a site. It's almost heroic-esque. Maybe they learned a thing or two from Team Denmark. But it'd be France to continue to take the lead. It's now a 4-round winning streak in a row. With Angelica's saved AK, you can force Tech 9s around it. The issue is, for the past 3 rounds, it almost feels like the objective has always been to get the bomb down in the first instance. That can't be the main goal. And now nades just land at the feet. It was Poland that had the deterrence of the utility. This time it's Team France at the start of this round, but Team Poland want to stand strong. They want to fight into top brackets, and Kaede is here, but not with Sniper.
Yeah, Angelica just wanted to go forward with her AK, and she's got all the resistance of HEs on her way. Guys, boost here. Get in that corner. It's not quite enough to see, is it? That Molly spread, that would be unfortunate.
Oh!
Oh my god!
What a clear! And that's your AK dropped. At least there's one more player here with Kevlar. But that is ridiculous from Kaede.
I can't believe that. Great presence of mind.
I understand wanting to go towards B after you've just been KO'd over at long, but at the same time, you've got no smoke for this cross. There's a smoke in your face. You need this one flashbang to do absolutely everything. Fortunately, there's no one in CT, but it says there's a flash going the other way in towards Pit. They are so blind. And Rachel just takes everyone. Astra chimes in with one more of her own.
Oh, they've seen you, Hanker. I'm sorry to report it. There's no secret to your position. Kaede will find her, open and shut. That was just that AK that was saved over from Angelica. They tried to get involved. Didn't work out the way they hoped. Hughes AWP could be a difference maker. We don't have the AWP on the French side. Kaede doesn't seem to need it. Might be Italian on the board, but it's France that are really putting their mark on the server.
I don't think Kaede needs to AWP. The way that they're playing this CT setup, the way that they're gamble stacking so much, it just benefits just having this rifle as set up. That nade,
oh my God.
Hanker headbutts it. And then lands flush on Letty. The collection of all the utility, the damage is just adding up. It's broken bones. There could be shattered dreams here at top banana. The 3 players here for Team France, again, ready to defend. And Team Poland, they just want to go. They keep walking through this utility. Hanker will find one, but the rest of the defense will hold again.
Rachel just lights out. She just cannot be stopped. We get this AWP out for VQ. She doesn't even get to fire a shot. Hanker on low HP actually gets a really nice kill there, but Rachel just backside all these defensive smokes drops. She has such a space to work in. And it's really cool to see France playing such a different style of banana versus what they did versus Portugal, and it's still having so much success.
Think back, all this half, we'll recap it in a moment. Because VQ is still looking, is still hoping. There is someone behind the fountain. Rachel with it, give her the luxury of the peak, but 3 in CT, 1 on the boost. It needs to be hard cleared. That task falls to Lena, and she will get it, but Kaede's right there. VQ with the no-scope, and suddenly there's a chance. VQ versus Emerald, flashbang goes forward, and now the position is known. 20 seconds, bomb scooped up.
Given the space to plant, Emerald just sits back. Will cross now, VQ. Looking forward, trying to find her. Oh, she sees the utility, but she misses the shot. The HE comes forward, straight onto her. A slam dunk onto VQ. The 2v4 that could have been, but we talk about impact frags, and we talk about Emerald.
That is ridiculous. That is the clutch of the tournament. To be honest, if you think about it, that keeps France with this momentum. That stops Poland from finding a way back in. The source of all problems for Team Poland lives and dies with Emerald. And yet again, it's her to step up when it matters most. The fact that Lena can hit that shot immediately onto the boost is ridiculous. And VQ can never count her out of a round.
Oh, the no-scope too.
It felt like it was all lining up. She had that chance and she missed it and she went back in for more. And Emerald knew by that point that she had to commit into the fight.
That HE thrown.
And think about it now, you've tried everything. We circle back about 30 seconds in time. They've tried to default, it's not worked. They've tried to go B, it's not worked. They've tried to execute, nothing is working, even these clutch attempts. As audacious as they are still not working. How do you get a gun round? You can't even buy one.
Orbs here. Kaede on the angle. Utility forward. A shot fired off, they know. It's all debate in Rachel, but Kaede actually gets the kill through the half wall.
And you've seen that flash. So you now know that 2 more players are here. You do not need to keep going into this if you're Poland. You can retreat, and that is exactly what they're doing. But keep your eyes on short, because it's Emerald to take occupancy in towards the apartments. Julie comes in towards Boiler. You got to clear this if you're Poland, and they will, but it will come with cost. Both Julie and Emerald both find kills, and Emerald finds another. That's the bomb drop. Viku finds one more. But in this 1v2, she's got to wait for the embers, and that will cost her life.
B doesn't work out. They try to go back towards A. And it's Julie in Boiler, gets 1 and a dink. Emerald also delivering. Between the 2 of them, they do enough. Such a great showing here today from Emerald. She's a free agent, everyone. To my knowledge. Maybe I shouldn't advertise that if I don't know for sure.
Price for Whopper.
Not a free agent then. I lied. Sorry, guys.
Here she is again. Not even it's far off a bullet. Double apartment set up again, more variation. And again, another desperate plea. A cry for help out long. Viku will at least answer. And now you've seen that double setup in towards Zaps. You know these rotations are coming in. Flashbang over the top. Astra will swing. New challenges emerge with Astra and Rachel, but they run out of bullets, and Viku again answers the call.
Okay, we're getting a bit more out of Viku. This is what we asked for. This 2-on-2 needs to be converted for Poland. There's no question about it.
Oh, tell you what, that nade is going to stop the bomb plant. They're here so quick. That molly will upset plans just for a moment. There's still more utility.
Good HE over does a lot of damage. Another molly. Being so disruptive, but now they start to sail. Kaede pulls out the pistol. Who needs the AWP? She's running at you with the 5-7. And Emerald has the 1-on-2. She has the information on both, but isolating feels almost impossible. This crossfire, unbreakable.
Well worked from Viku. Well worked from Team Poland as well, because you take the space out long, you get the kill, and then you know with this setup that France will be fleet-footed. They'll immediately start to rotate back all the way in towards CT to meet you. Confidence building, wide angles adopted. It's the Tech 9s that prevail. It's Viku's name that consistently enters the feed. And it's feast or famine out here now, because 7-3, Poland would love to secure these next 2 rounds to give themselves something to work with, a foundation.
That's their first gun round, you know. Odds don't favor them winning 2 more, but we'll see. Lena will make things a bit easier. Emerald on an aggressive push will be found out. Its openers have been few and far between. It's another rotation to A.
Good call. Think about it. As soon as Poland always get an entry, they look to scale. And Rachel's already left Libraries. Now she's grouped with the rest of her team.
Looks to be a split onto this A bomb site. France have everything they need here. 3 players in wait. Kaede has a nice line on long. Flashbang is so good though. Still allowed to live. Jumping out the apartment, so Lena bails them out, and now a charge into the bomb site. It's Letty and Lena. And Viku with that killing blow. Huge impact, catching that lurk kill on Emerald and then jumping out to remove Kaede.
Yeah, exceptional work. You know you got the space in towards Zaps because Emerald has pushed as soon as you get the confirmation from your long players that one player is locked into mini pit. You just got to take the risk. You can go through the smoke, it can act as a veil. The fact that all of the side defenders only get 1 kill there. And now this 5th round is possible. MP9s, they're the MVP weapons here. But with the molly comes scaling, and comes Julie.
Very aggressive. Ah, goodbye. I think the smoke was a bit too much.
Yeah. Too obvious. And now you can just settle back into a bit more of a passive default. You've already seen 1 player that's going to overexert themselves. Are there any more?
Yeah, Poland can just be patient here. Utility pretty much done for.
Oh, no.
No. Viku will remove Emerald. K8 gets one back. 5 HP between Hanker and Letty.
But this is Astra. This could be Astra pushing the smoke. You feel like Lena's got to have this responsibility just to go and hold back. Astra doesn't push. Viku has got the AK because Letty's only on 1 HP. Look at this reroute. Kaede has got the MP9 in towards apartment, starts to clear it out, but they've already walked by.
Yeah, I think if the bomb goes down, it becomes exceptionally hard for France to find a way back in.
And they plant safe. In fact, they don't plant at all. Kaede's found the first kill, but now you know she's here. You know Astra's last location was Banana.
That's one of the one players with HP, though. Again, it rests on Viku. Letty has the AWP at least, so she can still be pretty potent with it. There's a kit on Astra, but Letty finds that first kill, sees the second player as well. Astra is known. And Astra is dealt with. Poland will recover for 5.
And that's the one thing you can't question about Team Poland, no matter what iteration of Na'Vi Javelins it is. They have got that mental resolve. They have got that mental resilience. They have got that stage experience. How many grand finals? Too many to count.
Yeah, but not to be the bearer of bad news, but how many of those have they actually won? 1, in fact, and it was 2 years ago. World Esports Championships 2022 in Indonesia.
They didn't attend in Yash. They are unbeaten currently. They technically retain their title. That's how I'm viewing it. They win this best of 3 and then it becomes undisputed. Team France, slow play with these pistols. It was Team Poland on their T side that drew first blood, and now you've got Viku working an opportunity. Lena's also found one in towards Apps, and whilst there's contact at Banana, keep your eyes on Viku.
She's pushed all the way down. Completely unknown. There is this little weird play going on in the apartments, but it might not matter. Oh, the bomb. Viku misses her mark, and now Astra, she's going to come around middle. This is going to backfire quite possibly. No, Viku's gotten away. Somehow, and now the swing out long. What is this Mickey Mouse round? Viku gets the kill. Sees a player in towards middle. They're scaling quickly. The Poland start to swarm. It was a little wild at the start, but it's looking, oh, maybe it's not looking so good. The bomb is being planted. Kaede found the space, but it's only Kaede. USB in her hands, very fast on the dual Berettas. Hanka will sideswipe her.
Yeah, well done from Hanka. Just stays Banana, pushes as soon as she gets all that info. The fact that Viku is able to stay alive, I think is the first question, and then able to get the kill on Astra is ridiculous. But she did, but Poland push on. Purple patches. This was a hefty amount of rounds in a row for France. 7, in fact. Poland answer back with 4 of their own, and that leads us to within 1.
Exchange both ways. They attempt to run her down, but the cavalry arrives, supportive utility to prevent this push in. Smoke's a little funky. Rachel likes the look of it. Viku's just jiggling middle, so they kind of know what's going on. A boost employed. I like the fronts don't fully invest into this. They're not a long road ahead. They can concede one here to get a proper bind next. Crazy pulling in 4 players over here.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've been jiggling mid the whole time.
Yeah,
You haven't
but
seen
a play's
anything.
gotten past. I'm a little scared. Okay. I'm still a little scared. Viku's aware. Okay, yeah, she's aware. I think she might have even spotted Julie.
Yeah, she did. She saw her, 100%.
Okay,
She
yeah.
commed it as soon as she made that jump. That has drawn 1 rotation back, but there are still 3 here. Everyone thinks she's got space, and while she does get the goosh, it's the MP9. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, and Viku looking to inflict the same on Julie. It's all the MP9s entering the feed, and whilst this could have been a little bit of a chaotic round, it now is to be expected. Can this bomb get planted? No.
Well, 1-2. Low HP players, P250. Actually, she has armor. If she can get a kill, no. Okay, Henka, safe bare hands to secure it. I did really enjoy that round from France, considering what went into it.
It was funky.
There was a lot that could have gone wrong there for Poland.
Yeah.
If Viku hadn't caught that timing to spot Julie on the cross. (7-7). We have 3 MP9s for Team Poland. And you can't really call it a bonus because their money isn't in the best spot.
Yeah, you're either fighting banana here or you're fighting mid. Those are the two options. Spam, not doing any damage whatsoever, but the smoke will at least keep Team France at bay for now. Not really much utility here for this T side either, if you think about it. I'm looking at the quantity of flashbangs, there's only a couple. They are ahead of that smoke though, at bottom banana.
Is full aware of this. Letty has a full set of utility as well. Not been forced to deploy any of it just yet. Poland have been very good at keeping them at bay without having to expend too much.
Pressure being applied, bomb still not yet committed, and then Lena is through the flames, but to her death, and now Emerald really wants a piece of the action. The bomb's going to move all the way back into top brackets. There are still 2 players here, but again, only with SMGs.
Yeah, look like a good timing for Lena to push there when she sees that player fall back. Emerald will find that kill onto Viku. It's just Angelica, she drops the bomb, can call over to her teammates. The second kill would be everything, the dink comes through. Oh, but it's Rachel that will trade from long. Guns come out, and Team France, they will find the round.
Yeah, to be honest, that was really simple from Team France. Didn't do anything too special. They just got ahead of the utility that Team Poland were putting down. Never showed face in towards top banana, but just dropped a couple of flashbangs there to keep the interest. You walk all the way in. It is actually Lena, the one that, very much like Anubis when Julie pushed B main, it's Lena that pushes through a molly in towards short. She thinks she's got a flashbang. This hunt is everything, by the way. If they lose everything, it could be dicey. Letty could upgrade to an AK potentially. But if she falls,
she'll be okay. Actually, yeah, so worried about this hunt that she doesn't peek to grab the AK either. You gotta half by this, surely. In the position you're in, with the round count where it is. Spread of the util that Letty recovered.
it's dangerous though, buying on 2-stage loss bonus.
I think it's fine with the amount of money they still have, at least. They really didn't put anything into this.
Oh, that's rough.
Well,
the
that's
nade,
what you had.
the nade broke open the smoke as she was boosting. KD can just spam. That was the only line of defense on A. And the defense on B set to full. Or maybe not. He came into this with one M4. Maybe he can leave with one AK.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too bad. Jogger's the poorest, so she'd love to hold on to it. Alright, so I have a 2-round lead. Oh, Lena. Alright, Poland. I don't know if Angelica will be allowed to hold the AK. There is already moves to start to hunt, but even if she doesn't, they're going to have that full investment in the next round. VQ will have money for an AWP. What do we need to see from them?
It's better map control, to be honest. Like, you need to pick your poison. You're either going to hold and have an advanced setup on top brackets, or you're fighting banana. You can't be passive in both.
And Junko survives the test. You get the hold onto her AK. Very happy with that outcome, is she? It's the ult immediately. Hanka given the M4 over Letty. He's the right tools for the job. He's the more active member on B.
No way. And she's even done substantial damage to VQ.
It's rare you see that kill come through these days. Oh, Astra sees what's going on, anticipates his re-aggro. Flash forward. Oh, they really want to fight this. The Molotov will split them up. Oh, she's burning, she's cooking. There's Hanka swinging, and Joker as well will catch off Emerald. Astra and Julie. After an opening kill, they've lost the bomb, lost all their teammates until Astra gets one back, but she's brought down incredibly low. Oh. VQ. That nade almost removed her, but she's still able to find the kill.
What a reaction out of Team Poland, by the way. Just, again, improvising, dropping utility a little bit forward to give them that pocket of space, and they all just swing together. They know how important it is to isolate these fights once they've lost the control in towards the apartments. Even though they didn't lose the map control, they lost the space initially. And Julie, the one who got that wallbang kill, is the one piece remaining for France. 30 seconds left. Bomb stuck. No way through. 20 seconds, just hoping, praying that you can hold on to your Kevlar, hold on to your AK, bring something through.
There's VQ with the confirmation. Really nice response to banana control there. You can see that the fundamentals of Team Poland are on display. Just in the utility usage, the timing of each and every one of those pushes. They separate France in banana, cook one alive. Felt like France had nowhere to go.
Spoke about how important that round was in terms of the investment there for Team Poland. For Team France, it's actually a similar conversation. Rachel has got enough to buy in, but she's going to save just a little bit. You've got Tech 9s. There's a couple of pieces of Kevlar thrown in the mix, notably one on Emerald. You want to be competitive. The moment you give the opportunity to get a few rounds back in a row could be the difference between you lifting the trophy and you watching on.
VQ's getting very aggressive. Peers down ahead of that T-smoke. Just hoping they respect that ramp, and they do. Gonna be a B pop, a apps pop. Lena blinded, VQ hits the bang.
Oh.
Asha hits a nice dig. Now you know where she is, fires off another shot. Rachel brought down incredibly low from earlier. She'll group in towards short. At least recovers the bomb. You know France have a way of making these rounds interesting. This is a crazy angle though. Yeah. You're never going to deal with that. We are tied up.
And the bomb not even planted either. So scraps of utility going to be brought around the prioritization of the weapons. That's always been the France modus operandi. Well handled in that apps popper as well. Full blind as the pit player, but it gets all the info, and then suddenly VQ can just take the angle. The player in from sight can swing. They're not out of the woods yet.
Vicky's feeling very emboldened.
She's seen the util just be thrown over as well.
We asked for so much from her, and she is delivering it.
Oh.
A leg. Hoping Astra walks back into her crosshair.
Keep spamming the smoke, force her back into my line.
Come to me. She really wants it. Oh no, it's actually goes to drop that smoke.
Counter-Strike timing at its finest, but to be honest with you, look, you dropped a smoke in towards Boiler. There's nothing here. Like there's been very little that's really been explored yet for Team France into this round. They wait for aggression. They find it with Viku in top middle. They rotate, but look at the reaction. You've already got 4 players from Team Poland all in A.
Yeah, Letty has a lot of responsibility, but she has full control. And here comes that test. Flashbang is great. Viku fully blinded, a little lost, but there's no commitment behind it. Letty uses that smoke, so she will need support soon. Surprised that rotate hasn't come yet.
It's because they're waiting. Hanker's waiting for this long smoke to disappear, and then she could start going.
It's only just been thrown again, though.
That makes them wary.
Letty needs the help. Okay, it's gonna come. Hanker sprints over. 20 seconds remain. They're peeked out middle. They've seen nothing. They know it's gonna be B.
Yeah, and there's only a flash, so Letty can be set up here. Here it goes over the top. But it also just catches her slightly, but Letty, she'll do it. Can't quite deny the bomb, but that's Hanker's responsibility. There might be time still. But they come through the smoke, they overwhelm, bomb will go down, and Astra's found the frag on Angelka. It's a 2v2.
Somehow that bomb has gone down through all of that, and that is the crucial thing. Astra is low.
They used all their utility to get that there as well. They have nothing now. They need to worry about Banana.
All the bodies thrown at the problem now. All the bodies hit the deck. Vicky with the AWP. How does she break this? First one's hers. She knows. Surely Astra has to be tucked back in somewhere. The swing comes out. She misses the chance. And she's low. The 5-7 in her hand. Viku with 10 HP and a kit in her hand. The defuse comes through, and with a second to spare, it's Viku.
She is victorious. And the fact that France are able to fumble their way through that round, Astra's able to get that kill. You think it might be enough. And then when Viku swings, she kills Julie. That was the only known element. Astra was completely unknown. She swings, she tries to take her chance. But if you come for the queen, you best not miss. Team Poland, double digits first. Money, brittle, broken, bruised, our Team France.
That could be the clutch that wins everything, and Viku is not stopping.
That's the kill that sets it into motion once more.
Taking no prisoners.
You've got a confident sniper on that server if she keeps going for re-peaks like that. Again, a similar setup because Team France never saw it the round prior, but it's VQ that steps in at long this time. Molly forward. Progression impeded. At least there's a squatter in Boiler. Not just Emerald, also Julie.